Hello gamers, we're back. A little, like a hair later than my estimate from last night. Or rather, I guess this morning, depending on how you want to view it. Very random thing before I start here. Does anybody else's YouTube look like this? I don't know why, but my YouTube videos are like massive on my feed. And it's not like a zoom thing, because like, you know, you can see like nope, it's weird. And if I go to like other tabs, it's not like that, but yeah, I don't know. Regardless, let me open the game here and let's get started. Let me find where I put my fucking notes too. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Keybinds are still working beautiful. Okay. I'm gonna do a big line like this, just to show that it was the end of an episode. Okay, just so you know where we're at on note front. And let me close everything else, because I don't need it open. I'm gonna open my chat to Roni. So we did kind of all the theorizing that there was to do last night. Like I said, there wasn't really a whole lot to say because we kind of wrapped up very quickly. Like everybody just sort of died. And we didn't really have much to go on past that. We learned a little bit of info from the tea party. And we also have that question mark thing. Oh, I have something on my mic. 1 second. You might hear me scratching, trying to get it off. Okay, there we go, got it. Let me open up the game real quick here. We have that question mark thing to do. Okay, and if I do this, there we go, perfect. Let me make sure that my audio is still... I know I did lower it last night. Yeah, see, it's still not where it was. There we go, so that's a little bit more... So we have like picture box, which I don't really know. I'm assuming it's just... Oh, I see. So it's just like the unique like CGs and stuff. Interesting, I see. Secret, and then this is the end. Okay. Interesting, okay. Like I said, the one thing that I had like a little bit of a criticism for with Higurashi was that it had all these like gruesome scenes and never had like any like CGs at all that were even like close to being gruesome. And it's not that I am like a gore fiend and I like need to see gory scenes or whatnot, but I do think it adds a little bit, especially when like you're talking about these like, you know, it doesn't need to be like fucking graphic. I don't need to see the body like, you know, gored open or whatever, but you know, have something there regardless. Welcome to the tea party of the unhuman. I apologize for my lack of reading comprehension when it comes to cursive, but we will see what this says. This may actually still go in the episode 1 area. Okay. Big swirl. What the hell? What's up, Beatrice? What sort of tea should I prepare next? You have free choice of any brand that ever was throughout the ages. Oh my god, is it Rika? Dried plum tea. Those dried plums that go for 200 yen a pack. Cackle cackle, for 1,000 years I've been fond of black tea, but I did not know of such a thing. I will never tire of living in this world. Beato? Beato? You don't have to display such hostility. I am just a wandering witch. I didn't come with the intention of violating the rules of your territory. There is not even a sliver of hostility. I am just terribly concerned about seeing that the legendary witch, Lady Burncastle, is well attended to. Bro, that is Rika. Fuck you mean, Burncastle? You misunderstand. I am powerless. Before a witch such as you, with the dreadful power to kill a person 100 times over, I am completely powerless. But a powerless witch like you possesses a power that none can approach is what is truly terrifying. After all, you fended off that great witch, Lady Lambda Delta, as a lone piece. I only won an endurance contest. She simply got tired. That is not what Lady Lambda Delta said, though. Too much humility can be unseemly, Lady Burncastle. That girl has a dreadful power. The power to kill a person without fail. However, there is no such thing as without fail in this world. Just as no matter how many times you divide 1, you can never make it 0. True. That girl has the power to bring that closer and closer to virtually 0, and give rise to a virtually absolute certainty. I hope I never have to fight such a terrifying witch again. Does she have, like, she have the, Golden Experience Requiem, or whatever it's called? I don't remember what the fuck it was called. Is GERS Golden Experience Requiem or something? I thought. However, you have a power that manifests without fail except for 0. Although you say there is no such thing as without fail in this world, you possess an infallible power yourself. I wonder if they're talking about her time looping power? The power to kill a person endlessly. I think you're the more terrifying one. Such jest. From your point of view, mine is but a trifling power. The phrase of flattery will get you nowhere was made for this situation. Call it payment for my stay here. I'm a fleeing traveler. I'm gonna be fleeting. I'm a fleeing traveler who crosses the fragments, continually running from boredom. I simply came around because I'd heard that you'd started something interesting. Rest assured I will leave of my own accord as soon as you start to bore me. I am deeply and humbly delighted to have the great Lady Burncastle as an observer. And so your impression? Lambda Delta is terrifying because of her cruelty. However, she was a girl I could understand. You do seem to possess affection, but I can't understand you at all. That's why you're much more terrifying than her. I am fickle by nature. Do forgive me. Besides, I believe you also enjoy trusting your fate to the roll of fickle dice. Is that not so, Lady Burncastle? When I roll the dice, I have a roll I clearly want to get, unlike you. You, on the other hand, anticipate all outcomes. And whatever the roll might be, you've never disappointed. Whatever roll the dice show, you are satisfied without fail. In that sense, you far surpass me. You're one I really don't want to fight with. Inside of you, there's nothing but 0. That's why I can't win against you with my power. The worst matchup. Perhaps Lady Lambda Delta, on the other hand, has a good matchup against you. And she would likely be able to kill your endlessness. Truly, tea is best drunk in the company of a witch. It's never boring. Good to hear. Boredom is the sole poison that can kill me. So don't kill me, alright? This has to be Rika. When she's talking about boredom, that was like a big thing, that Rika was just like becoming bored of life. She was tired of trying different things over and over. So don't kill me, alright, Lady Beatrice, endless witch? If such is your wish, I shall show you an even better time. In that case, wouldn't it be best if I brought the next chessboard in right away? It seems the next tale would do more for you than a refill of tea. Just wait a moment. Something troublesome seems to have taken a liking to you. I'd really like to lend you my power, but as you just heard, that girl's power and mine have a very bad matchup. Unfortunately for you. But you really are pitiful, so I'll help you out just a bit. First of all, about that girl, she does have an existence that goes by the name of Beatrice, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she is a woman with an individual body. Do you understand what I mean? In other words, she's not some human. Her existence is a personification of the rules of this world. To beat her, you have to expose the rules of this world and unravel them. This can be likened to learning the rules of chess by watching a few games. First, take a good look. I mean, this is just going to be the exact same thing as what happened with Rika, right? Like, we were trying to figure out the rules of the games. We had, like, you know. And notice the movements and rolls of the pieces, then look for the conditions required to win her game. When you've managed to reveal all of these things, her heart will be exposed. After that, you can rip it apart or crush it as you please. I am being quite generous. Back when I was once human, it took me 100 years to realize even this much. This is my meager farewell gift to you, the pitiful one captured by Beato. It is like a single spoon. A spoon can be used for more than just drinking soup. You can use it to dig through the prison you're locked in, or as a weapon to gouge the witch's eyes out. Of course, you can also use the spoon to continually sip the watery soup inside your eternal prison. Don't get the wrong idea. I have no intention of becoming your ally. I do feel empathy for you, but I won't help you. It's like how someone sitting in front of a television can reach the characters on screen no matter how much they yell at them. Excuse me. That's how you can tell I'm a witch, you see. I intend to enjoy the endless tales that Beato is going to weave until I tire of them, but I'm sure that alone won't hold my interest. That's why I'll lend you my power. It's also that I don't get tired of this. I am the cruelest witch in the world. No matter who my opponent may be, or who the opponent may be, I'll absolutely make them surrender, even if that's Beatrice, the endless witch. You are my game piece. Give it your best shot. I'll give you advice sometimes out of her sight. Don't bore me, okay? Interesting, okay. That is 100% just Rika. New trophy available. Next episode has been unlocked. Oh, I see, so you actually have to do it. New elements may be accessed from the title screen. Okay. Oh! Characters. Episode 1. I see, because it might vary by a chapter. Human side, witch side. Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years, she has already surpassed the limits of humans, and it is said that she will appear in response to a human summons, just as demons do, to lend them her power for a price, likes black tea and ice cream, hates boredom and those who deny her existence. The Witch of Fragments who has lived for 1,000 years, it is said that she lives in a world where concepts like fate and possibility can be made visible, observes the fate of humans, and sometimes interferes. In other words, sometimes she is you, and is also your only friend. Likes wine and spicy foods, hates boredom and those who never learn. If I continue to think, I live on for all eternity. In other words, if I stop thinking, I can die at any time. However, I can arrive whenever I want if I start thinking again. So I'm fickle and inconsistent. I live as I like, die as I like, revive as I like. It is futile for a human like yourself to dream of killing me. Even if you fire bullets at me, they will merely bounce back as though by a mirror and strike you down. However, there is one single way to kill me. You grasp this method in the palm of your hand. I doubt a mediocre fool like you could ever do it, of course. And so I'm guessing that when you do this, is it just going to show how they... Yes, it just shows how they were. That's very cool, I actually like that. Aw, manta rays. Hips. Oh god. One second, I'm gonna grab a blanket. It's fucking cold in this room. I bitch about it all the time, and it's just so cold. Turn my light off and I'm gonna grab a blanket. One sec. Ugh. Okay, wonderful. Found my blanket. Put this on here. It's just so cold in this fucking basement. Ugh. I hate it. I hate it. Welcome. Ugh. Ooh, it even says the 7 stakes of Jesus. I don't know if this blanket will really keep me that warm. It's not that. I suppose it's better than nothing. Jesus. Okay, headphones back on. Let's see this, I guess. Oh, wait, these are just... Oh, thank God, these are not, like... So this is just if I want to read the epitaph? Oh, I see, okay, so these are all... Oh, okay. Okay, so I can come back here and read this shit if I want to as well. I think these are the only ones that, I mean, the rest of these were whatever. We read these, so those don't mean anything. We'll read these last two. Cut barrel custom version of a certain, well, I mean, it's definitely Rika, but I don't think they gave a first name, they just gave Burncastle. At least, unless I missed it. Maybe they had her first name on the character list and I didn't notice it. I thought they were just calling her Miss Burncastle. Or Burncastle if you wanna not say castle. You wouldn't pronounce a castle like that. Burncastle. She's 100% just Rika. She was talking about boredom and then when you executed her, She talks about the stop thinking part, which Hanyu was warning her about. Although it's interesting why Rika is the witch and not Hanyu. Unless I mean Hanyu, no, it is still kind of weird. While last modification dramatically increases the portability and old school charm in exchange for a devastating drop in range. In addition, consecutive shots can be fired as quickly as a pistol if one works the lever action skillfully enough. Furthermore, the one-handed reload made possible by its characteristic lever handle should be irresistible for any true lover of old westerns. To match with Kendo's personal preferences, it was made to handle .45 or 45 long Colt bullets. The gun holds 4+1 shots. Okay. Stakes containing the 7 magics that represent the 7 deadly sins. They bury into desired location on the target with unparalleled accuracy following their user's orders. Since they float about at ultra-high speeds and change their trajectories freely by bouncing off walls and the like, they have no blind spots and will hit their targets without fail no matter what form of cover they might be hiding behind. Additionally, their power can be tuned to the part of the body they will strike. Extremely powerful as weapons, but they cannot target pure people who have not committed one of the 7 deadly sins or those who have a strong resistance to magical power, which means we're probably not going to be very likely that Battler will be killed by them. I'm going to put that in my notes, though, that... Because if it's only killing somebody at any given point... the stakes cannot... I'm going to put this in the episode 1 tip section, because it doesn't really make sense to be under episode 2. Stakes apparently can only target those who have committed a deadly sin. Oh, you're right. That is the name at the start of the Higurashi thing. Wait, pause. One sec, I'll open up my thing here. And I fucking close my tab because I'm slow in the brain. One second, let me find this here. I don't want to hear my own voice, so I won't unmute it, but I will do this. Huh. Interesting that they thought this far ahead. Let me finish writing my notes here. Did it say at some point? I always spell committed wrong. So even more so that it makes me want to look back and see like what, like again, like these ones seem kind of fair. Greed and lust, like, I don't know. It's just, it's hard to say necessarily. I don't know, there's not really a point to belabor it, but... New title screen, wow. Let's see. Good morning, the Golden Witch has been waiting impatiently for you. Please take your seat opposite her at the table. Have you rested well and deliberated over how you will play? The witch has high expectations of you and is determined to come at you right from the opening. I too am looking forward to observing your moves. The difficulty level is first rate. The witch plans to make you surrender in an instant. Let us see. Ow. Look, George. They're so cute. Look, look. Shannon found a pair of hammerhead sharks playfully swimming in the tank. Oh, this is already like a massive departure from... Made a fuss like a grade schooler seeing an aquarium for the first time. Yeah, they're really cute. I almost want to eat them. I'd feel sorry for them. Did you know? I hear that only people in the world who come to an aquarium and say that the fish look delicious are the Japanese. Is that so? I'm sure even Americans and Italians would want to eat these. Those clothes look good on you. Really? Shannon embraced her chest with both hands in embarrassment. Can't say her other finger, I was trying to see if she had the ring on. She apparently felt like she was being made fun of for wearing these clothes that she wasn't used to. Even though George's face didn't show it, the truth was that even he was surprised at how easily those tremendous words had left his lips. And he was as embarrassed as Shannon on the inside. However, when he saw how embarrassed Shannon was, he started to feel as though he was teasing the girl he liked, and instead of embarrassment, ticklish amusement welled up within him. Wait, that isn't just a feeling. I really am teasing the girl I like. Pains me to admit it, but I used to think that such embarrassing expressions had fallen so far out of use they no longer showed up even in manga. On the contrary, if I'd seen a cute couple acting like that, or if I'd seen a couple acting like that, I added cute out of nowhere, I'd have felt like throwing rocks at them. However, even if rocks were thrown at us now, I'm sure they would be just like confetti celebrating us. Now I can't even remember those lonely days, when I felt jealous of couples who were completely oblivious to their surroundings. To use an old-fashioned phrase, these would be truly rose-colored days. I was so entranced that I no longer even noticed the big tank of the world's largest aquarium. Instead, I only saw Shannon happily playing with the fish, all her changing emotions showing on her face. It's amazing, isn't it? It's my first time seeing a tank large enough for a whale to swim in. I heard that this tank is the biggest selling point here, and that it's the biggest in the whole world. Is that so? That's amazing. Really wonderful. It doesn't even look like a tank at all, but rather like they sliced off a part of the sea with a knife and brought it here. It does, doesn't it? This is a splendid little sea. Despite its size, I hadn't thought of the tank as anything more than a tank. That's why I thought her expression about slicing off a part of the sea with a knife was so interesting. Are we about to get another fucking character swap here? Are we gonna be George? Oh, brother. So let me put my glasses on. Of course, they're like tied up in something. Okay, here we go. No matter how far humans broaden their experiences, in the end they can only hold a single personal worldview. Maybe that's why it's so interesting to interact with someone who has a different worldview. I said that to her honestly. And she responded. Certainly this might not be the real sea, but if those little guys swimming in there believe that it's a sea, then it certainly is a sea. Even though they're inside a finite tank. The sea is finite too. No, even if it were infinite. How much could we cover in our whole lives? I'm sure that it would be so much smaller than a sea. Certainly. Okay, yeah, I'll see if... Certainly, it's ironic, isn't it? Even though the world is so vast, most of us live out our lives without ever leaving our own country. All it takes is the belief that it is a complete world, for even the bottom of a narrow well to be a proper world in a sea, in the eyes of the frogs who live there. Shannon, who spent her days as a servant on a small island 10 kilometers in circumference called Rokinjima, said that with a smile. Yeah, I know who she is, big dog. We don't need the backstory game, thank you. Turn of the Golden Witch. It's very... not how I expected this to start. I'll be very honest with you. This was not at all what I was expecting. Okay, we got Battler again. This is our casting right here. Okay. The usual suspects. Okay, still nothing new at this point. Okay. Okay. Still rocking the same. Oh, Beatrice actually finally gets a credit now, that's nice. Good for her. No burn castle. as I clean my glasses and wait for this to start. This is such a weird departure of what I'm not expecting it to be. After we finished walking through the whole aquarium, we had a slightly late afternoon lunch at a restaurant with a nice view. Any boy's heart will jump about at the sight of a buffet. I myself was like that in the past, but with Shannon beside me, this buffet felt different. I couldn't shamefully make a huge pile of nothing but my favorite foods. I was, how should I put it, worried about my appearance and chose a menu suited for a snob: toast, salad, and a coffee. If I were by myself, I'd have made a pile of greasy stuff like yakisoba, mashed potatoes, gratins, I don't know how you say that, and the like. Shannon, is that enough for you? If it is, then I guess we men are animals with really bad fuel efficiency. I didn't mean to imply that. On Shannon's tray there was only tea and a salad. Maybe the very idea that she could get away with at least one more dish indicated I was thinking with my male stomach. What about you, George? Will that be enough? I think it's better for men to eat a little bit more. You normally eat more than that for lunch, don't you? Oop, right. You already know how much I eat from when I have lunch on the island. Yes. So I was wondering whether your stomach isn't feeling well today. Shannon was showing concern that I wasn't feeling well. Apparently I had made her worry with my stupid attempt to impress her. And in any case, it didn't seem like my stomach was going to let me keep this pretense up any longer. I'll confess already. I was just trying to look cool. I just held back because I was with a girl. I thought so. Considering how much you eat during lunch at family conferences, I thought that this wasn't nearly enough. Please, don't be so reserved and feel free to go and choose another dish. This isn't fair. All the embarrassment is on me. What about you then, Shannon? Do you always manage your work for the Ushiro family while eating so little? Shannon grew silent and blushed bright red. Apparently I wasn't the only one putting on a front. When I realized that, my embarrassment disappeared completely. That isn't enough for you either, is it? Yes, normally you eat more than this for lunch. A woman's stomach is made of magic, so this is enough. This must mean that we were both trying to impress each other. Let's not hold back anymore, shall we? I smiled to show that I wouldn't make fun of her anymore and stood up from the seat. This is interesting that we already have a... Okay, my glasses are clean, beautiful. Interesting that we've already had a main character swap. To be fair, I don't know if this will remain. This could just be for this scene. Because even in every other time that we swapped characters, in the last one where we followed a different character, we never spoke in like a first-person perspective. So, I smiled to show that I wouldn't make fun of her anymore and stood up from the seat. We've come all the way to Okinawa. It would be a waste if we didn't eat some bitter melon. I'll go get some fried bitter melon or something. Come with me, Shannon. Come on, come on. Ah, yes. To anyone watching us, we might have seemed like a pretty humorous and, above all, embarrassing couple. But it's only after becoming a couple that you realize this banter means the world to us and is our world. So no matter how cold the looks we might have been getting from other people, we wouldn't even notice. Indeed, at this age, I finally understand the feelings of couples who want to endlessly flirt without any regard to their surroundings. After I returned with a plate piled up with fried food, Shannon arrived with a lovely cake. While laughing at our fake stoicism, we resumed our lunch. It's a shame that it's so cloudy, considering this restaurant has such a view of the sea. Our window seats, which we were lucky to get, showed us seaside scenery so grandiose that it didn't even fit entirely within our field of vision. However, because of the cloudy sky, it was a far cry from its normal beauty. Far Cry 5. Yes, it is. If it had been clear, we would have seen quite the deep blue sea. Yeah. I imagine you're used to seeing the sea on Rokkenjima, but the sea here would surely have been an exceptional blue. Real shame. But no matter how blue it is, the sea I see during work might as well be gray. But today I'm not working, so I mean... Apparently Shannon was doing her best to say an embarrassing line, but I grade harshly. So close. If only you'd said, when I look at it with you, even the grayest sea looks deep blue. I'd have given you full marks and a reward. I'm sorry. Want to hear what the reward would have been? If you wouldn't mind. No, I won't tell you. That's not fair. When I was in elementary school, I was always the kid that got bullied. When everyone teased me, I grew nervous and speechless to the delight of the bullies. Back then, I wondered why everyone teased me. But now teasing Shannon like this, I understand why. 'Cause bullying is based. This is so much fun, yeah. I can play with her emotions however I please, and I can have them all to myself. Right now, I can't think of any higher pleasure, which is exactly why I have to treat her lightly. I don't want her to get embarrassed and have a bad time, so I decided to end the topic there and then. It's not good to be too persistent. When you finish your lunch, do you want to take a walk on the beach? Perhaps the clouds will clear up and we'll be able to see a picturesque sea. A nice idea. I'd like to do that. Okay, that's what we'll do. But that looks like a really delicious cake. I wonder if I should get one like that too. You mustn't. If you eat cake after already eating so much, you will get fat. Hideyoshi's blood seems to run pretty thick in you, George, so if you don't take care, you will get chubby. That's fucked up. So Shannon, would you stop liking me if I got fat? Oh my god, this guy, he's so based, he's turning it back around. I also do want to see. Okay, so it only shows 2 right now. Interesting. I wouldn't stop liking you if you did. I didn't mean it that way. I mean, if you don't take good care of your body, your health will... This is where you go, fuck you. Mother warns me all the time, too. Maybe I also need to take up Tai Chi Chuan or something to get some exercise. If you want to lose weight, it's best to start by reconsidering your eating habits instead of doing intense exercise. Actually, is true. The exercise has to come on top of that, or you won't get any results out here. Oh my god, Shannon? Are you gonna start giving me, like, tips on hypertrophy? Holy shit. In other words, you're telling me not to eat cake, right? Then I guess I'll just have to gaze at you while you stuff your cheeks with that cake, Shannon. Maybe one whole cake is too much. But maybe just half of one would be alright. Here, it's really delicious. Shannon cut her own cake and tried to move half to my salad plate. I had no doubt that she wanted to share the flavor of the delicious cake with me. Even so, I deliberately and meanly pulled my plate away from her. She blinked her eyes in surprise. She couldn't seem to figure out if that was a refusal of the cake or not. So I winked, opened my mouth, and said, this is what you wanted from the beginning, isn't it? Gosh, you're such a pampered child, George. Okay, bro, let's calm down. Okay, say, While still wearing an embarrassed, exasperated face, Shannon offered the cake to me with a fork. Chomp. I bit through the fork. It tasted like cheap chocolate cake you could find anywhere. I fucking hate the taste of cheap chocolate. Around Easter, this is like the worst time too. You get those Easter bunnies and you're like, man, how are they making an Easter bunny that big? And it's only worth, like, actually nothing. And then you bite into it and you're like, yeah, I can see why. This tastes like dog shit. Still, it was exceptional. Because eating cake in such an embarrassing way, as if we were the ultimate stereotypical lovey-dovey couple, had been my dream for many years. It made this cake's flavor heavenly. If the earth is destined to end someday, I wouldn't have had any regret if it happened right then, and at that very moment a steak flew into my forehead. It was such a moment of bliss. Ooh, looks like we're back on Rokonjima. After that we gathered shells, ran from the waves, and enjoyed each other's company while walking along the beach. In the end, the clouds never parted. However, we both believed that our eyes were still reflecting a deep blue sea. Somehow I'm so happy. It makes me scared. You do say that from time to time. What is it that you're afraid of? That I won't always be this happy. I'm a servant of the Ushirimiya family. For someone like me to be here, together with a member of the Ushirimiya family, it just seems like too much for me. I'm also surprised. I didn't just meet you today or yesterday, Shannon. We've known each other for years now. But we would only ever exchange greetings during family meetups, barely a few times per year. Never imagined we'd become close enough that I could spend time with you like this. It's the same for you too, right? I didn't realize he was wearing dog tags. Since when? I did imagine. No, rather than imagination. It was more like I was fantasizing. Metaphor re-fantasizing. You're always so considerate and gentlemanly, so I wondered if we were in a relationship. I just had fantasies of what it would be like. Then our relationship happened thanks to your believing heart. Magic dwells in the power of dreaming, so I'm sure it was that magic that brought us together. You're right. I really think that it truly was magic. But you know, that's not quite right. Every time we met, I saw you as more and more beautiful, and you grew to occupy a large space in my heart. If the same thing happened to you, then the fact that we're here today is simply an inevitable consequence rather than something caused by magic or a miracle. George, the hard determinist? No, a miracle did happen, George. It was our first meeting. We stopped at the water's edge and gazed beyond the sea. It was the fact that Kinzo brought me from that weird house and put me to be a servant at all. A miracle. No, magic. It happened. I was bewildered by that slightly mysterious expression, which I sometimes heard her use. Magic, you say? Yes, magic. You probably won't believe me even if I say it, so I won't. But that magic definitely had the power to grant, the power to grant the miracle which brought you and me together. You mean like a lucky chance to make your wish come true? Perhaps. Maybe it was something like that. Except that it wasn't pretend. It really was real magic. Got a lot of this, girl. Perhaps Shannon isn't alone in wanting to credit an encounter on a miracle or on chance. It might be a universal thing all girls share. For a man like me, an encounter with a girl is 70% effort to try to please her and 20% raw courage, and I guess the last 10% is magic? Only 10% chance. Okay, yeah, sure. She believes to be everything carries little relative weight within me. Maybe that way of thinking is in itself calculating and typical of men. But were I to express that in words, any kind of magic would be broken. I do think that to become this close has taken many fortuities, concessions, and great efforts from us both. We have this private time together now only as the result of all those things put together, and if she wants to call that magic, that isn't strange in the slightest. That's why I answered her the way I did. Yeah. If the same fate were repeated 100 times, you and I might have gotten into a relationship like this only once. Our distant and formal connection could have continued right up to now, even as we both remain conscious of each other. From the perspective of those otherworldly selves, we are undoubtedly in a miraculous situation, or a relationship, rather. It's not like that. It really is magic. Perhaps this is something that men will never believe no matter how often you tell them. Canon didn't believe me at all either. I believe you, because I wouldn't want to break the magic by not believing in it. George. In a small voice, I apologize for making light of her magic. In those words seemed to make Shannon a lot happier, or those words, sorry. After all, if a pair of people believes in the magic of love, it becomes eternal. The only thing I'm trying to remember is if in the character screen before, the interesting thing about this chapter so far is that, unless I didn't check earlier, it showed all the characters that were present, it just didn't, they were like question marks, so they were like not filled out. But I mean, the other characters are here, so maybe I'm just misremembering. That's right. I have a request if you'd be willing to indulge me. Yes? What is it? You know how you call me George? Sama? It's not that I dislike it, but would you not call me that anymore? Of course you have to keep up your appearance with the Ushiramiya family, so I won't force you to do this during your everyday routine at Rokenjima. But when we are alone, I'd rather you didn't call me that. Yeah, let's create that rule. A rule? Well, what happened if I broke it? Good point. Maybe rule violations do need to have some kind of penalty attached. What should it be? Want to hear? No, I don't want to hear. Ahahaha. I'll have to think about what it should be. George. Son? Yeah? That sounds wonderful, doesn't it? I'm so happy, Shannon. Like he didn't even use an honorific. I have the name Sayo as well. Right. Rules must be fair. I'll abide by that too, and from now on I'll call you Sayo. Alright. Sayo? Sayo? I think it was Sayo, actually. It was Sayo, not Sayo. Not that it's really that big of a deal, but... I put my arm around her shoulder and held her close. Her delicate body was pulled irresistibly towards me, and she leapt into my chest like a doll. As I held her head in my arms, we looked at the horizon together. What a deep blue sea. So happy we were able to see it together. Me too. Makes me very happy that I could look at such a deep blue sea with you. Yeah, so I don't know if this is actually, this could just be like a prologue chapter, let's see. Yeah, it is a prologue. I think this is just giving us more backstory on their relationship, and that's why it only shows the two characters, because they are the only two characters in the prologue. Because of all of this stuff, this is like very similar to Higurashi in the sense that we had like the events of the game where you have sort of a, I don't know what you would call it. The start of the game is like a fan where all the different possibilities and different routes that could be taken fan out from each other, but that everything before is like a straight line where all is consistent, and we're kind of just seeing the backstory of how these two were like this. So this could be like, do we even have a date on this? Yeah, see, they don't even give a date on this, so this could be like a very, I don't want to say a long time prior, but a decent amount of time prior. Makes me very happy that I could look at such a deep blue sea with you. As we gazed at the gray sea and a light rain began to sprinkle down, we kept listening to each other's heartbeats. And I told her, babe, I think you have tachycardia, like, your heartbeat is really fast. Like, wait, like, you have 100 BPM at rest. And we just got fucking flashbanged, and there's a wave crashing, oh no! The sound of waves soaked into my ears. No, this was the sound of raging waves. My body bathed in painfully cold splashes did not allow me to forget. The memory of the day when my old fate was broken and smashed. In the past, tomorrow has been literally like a mirror to me. In the past, tomorrow has been literally like a mirror to me. It's a very odd phrase. All I could see in it was the same me that existed today. My tomorrow would never be any different from my today. That was my old fate. But at that moment, for the first time, I saw a different fate beyond the mirror. The witch whispered, She tempted me to take a bite out of the fruit of knowledge. She tormented me, saying that as long as I stayed in the paradise of God, I would remain furniture. Garden of Eden imagery here. And so I learned of love and decided to choose to become a person. Those days were like sweetly melting honey. But then I hadn't realized that they were the beginning of days filled with a new kind of suffering. Taking a motorboat that I had just been told about, I made my way to this islet. No, I couldn't possibly call it an islet. It'd really be more appropriate to call it a reef. It had a torii and a small shrine for the local deity. It's probably built to worship the guardian deity of Rokunjima. Even though I didn't know the exact meaning, I understood that it had a holy significance. Despite being in a place like this, I took just one more look around to see if there was anyone observing me. Are we still prologuing? Is this an unidentified okay, look, now we've unraveled our character sheet again. Okay, interesting. Because now we're on the island. Odd that it switched at that point. The only things I could see were the stormy ocean, Nijima looming in the distance, and the waves breaking against Rokunjima's steep cliffside. And I walked inside the shrine. I readied myself, timidly approached the small shrine, and took up the mirror that had been placed there, except somehow she walked into the... I don't know if that, never mind, it doesn't matter. I've been wondering if this is the mirror that Natsume was talking about having. The small, like, ornate mirror, but... it also could just be another mirror. It was an old-looking mirror, dim and dirty. If it were an ordinary mirror, that would probably give you a terribly bad impression of its value. However, since the mirror had been offered to the small shrine, the quality made me feel some kind of divinity from it. And I realized, this was not merely a mirror. Even if it was nothing more than an old-looking mirror to a non-believer like myself, in actuality, it was a mirror that had an important meaning. Mind you, we don't know whose perspective we're viewing through right now. Is it really alright to break it after being captivated by honeyed words? No, this is no mirror. I mean, it sounds like it's Shannon, but it is the inescapable life I had lived until today. My fate. Break it. Break it and seize a life from beyond the mirror. If I don't break it, my life will forever be a pair of facing mirrors. And she's talking... Okay, now this is definitely Shannon, because now she's talking about... When George approached her in the first episode, he was mentioning to her about how she's not really her own person. She's kind of just living the same day over and over. She's not really choosing her own life. And here she's kind of giving the exact same talking point where she's saying, hey, if I just keep... With the earlier passage where she was saying that my tomorrow is like a mirror because it just reflects what I am today, meaning that, like, you know, my mirror is just in the same thing. I'm just repeating the exact same day. I'm doing the same thing over and over. And she's saying if I want to break that inescapable fate, if I want to get out of it, I'm going to break this mirror so that one of the mirrors is broken so that my day can, or that my today can be different from my tomorrow. Nothing will ever change in the slightest. The witch whispers. She tempts me to take a bite out of the fruit of knowledge. Or maybe I already have had a taste... Maybe I have already had a taste of the fruit. So I wonder if whenever we see, like, this fucking swirl, if this is supposed to be emblematic of Rika. But... because I ended up knowing those maddening emotions. Just as Adam and Eve felt compelled to pluck the fig leaf. I can no longer go without breaking this mirror. I fought with conflict for many days. Inside my heart, the virtuous part of me and the part that sided with the witch repeatedly fought each other. And now here I am. With the part of me who is here, win or lose. There's only one thing I know. To obtain something, you must be ready to lose something. The cowards who don't risk loss and never try to change anything will never be given the key to open the path to a new future. The key is already in my hands. Again, interesting. The key to open a new future. Anytime they're going to say the key, I'm going to go, hey, remember the key in the epitaph? It is to break this. To break it. Is there any other effort I can make as furniture imprisoned on Rokunjima? No. There's nothing but this. Come, have courage. I'll free myself from being mere furniture, and I'll accept my new sufferings and become human. These are surely the small and large trials I must impose on myself. Now, break it. Break the eternally unchangeable fate that imprisons me into pieces. I raised it high. Thought back on all those days of conflict, and after a time far too brief to do them justice, I finished my reflections and threw it. Into the ocean? Thunder roared, crying out against me for my outrageous act. It was truly the wrath of the angels preparing to banish me from eternal paradise. I looked down on the mirror tumbling at my feet, broken. Oh no, she threw it at her feet, broken in 2 equal parts. And having made sure I had accomplished my task, I looked up at the enraged sky and screamed. I kept the promise. Now, it's your turn to keep your promise with me, right? The thunder roared once more. I had already been banished from paradise. I would have to struggle by myself in order to live. The witch had said it. But the single element of the world, or the single element of the world, to lose it means to lose the world. Like how a flask with a hole in the bottom can't be filled no matter how much water you scoop into it. I kept the promise. Now it's your turn to keep your promise. Please grant my wish, Beatrice. Okay, welcome to the notes. I'm writing notes because it's probably just going to be another fucking... I'll hide this for a second. I'll wait till this goes through, okay? But it's probably just going to be the exact same intro we saw the last time, right? It definitely is the exact same intro, by the way. We'll let it play anyways. It definitely is the same, because I remember George laying down there. Wow. Furniture. Okay, can I write my notes now? Beautiful, I can. Okay. So, that's how you spell there. I keep on calling them chapters. And we... how do I word this? Okay. Okay. My mind wandered, back to the days when I could barely imagine the happiness I have today. I was a middle schooler at the time, an ordinary girl who dreamed about love, as is normal at that age. But I really should not have dreamed that dream, because I am furniture. Furniture is nothing more than a tool, and is not human. For a person less than human such as myself, just receiving my education was more than sufficient happiness. So even thinking about love was more than I deserved. The Ushirimiya family conference was a customary event held every October, but relatives would occasionally visit at other times as well. Of course, they didn't just come to drink tea. On this day, Ava's family had visited the head family on Rokenjima. The 3 people from Krause's family and the 3 people from Ava's family had gathered in the parlor, and were having a friendly chat as they updated everyone on their situations. Genji had supposedly told Kenzo of Ava's family's arrival, but he hadn't come down yet. He was probably immersed in his own research and couldn't spare the time. This often happened, so the others waited patiently for their fickle father to come down. Oh, that does sound promising. Study a lot at your father's and do your best to become able to help him soon. Thank you very much. The mentor's father has introduced me to her, providing me truly valuable study. Everything I learned is something that can't be learned in school. Not language or math you learn in school. What you study is the attitude to have towards studying. Once you form that basis, you can finally start a long period of studying that will last your entire life. People who don't get this will spend the rest of their lives with rocks for brains, totally unable to absorb knowledge. They might get full marks in math and language, but they'll be useless for the company. That's exactly right. Hideyoshi, your education policy is always truly excellent. You're not a full man yet, George. Always keep that in mind and embrace your studies. I guess we also don't know... Yeah, we don't know what year this is. Oh, stop that, honey. George is always doing his very best, aren't you? Truly excellent. I wish our Jessica would learn from him. Are you still holding a grudge about my test scores? I said I am studying for the exams. I'm doing it my own way. You didn't have to bring it up here as well. Cram it already. When George was praised for his diligence, the conversation would nearly always turn to Jessica, who hated studying. Based, Jessica made an openly displeased face, as though she'd known it would come back to her. My. In addition to studying, I think you need to learn to speak a little more ladylike, don't you? Quite shameful for a daughter who bears the Ushirimiya family crest. Oh, but this is charming in itself, don't you think? Times change. The times when we had to feign purity in order for a man to allow us to eat ended a long time ago. Yes, I knew you'd understand, Auntie Ava. My headache is truly trying today. Are you alright? Aunt Natsu, your face looks off color. Thank you. I'm alright. But time really has flown. It feels like just yesterday when you would run around half naked by the beach and come back soaked. Wasn't Jessica the same? And now she's a lady who fusses over how to put on makeup. You really are particular about your eyebrows. You look really cute today. Thank you very much. Nobody noticed, so my confidence was taking a beating. A full smile rose to Jessica's face as the results of her own studies were finally noticed. Ava smiled back just as widely. Then she turned that smile toward Natsuhi. Come on, Natsuhi. You must take notice of small changes in your own child. Poor Jessica. She must have wanted her mother to notice first, surely. It's fine. She never notices anything like that. Damn, bro, once again, the new chapter starts and we're back to just dogging on Natsuhi for no fucking good reason. Jessica, I do not think much of you calling your mother she. Apologize. Later. I will speak to you at length about your language. If you've had enough of the annoying little kid, just say so next time. I'm getting out of here. This room is getting stuffy. Jessica. Jessica was still at that unpredictable age with exams right around the corner. Recently, she had clashed often with her mother, who was enthusiastic about her education. Excuse me. Jessica, making to leave the parlor in a bad mood, and Shannon, pushing a serving cart loaded with tea, bumped into each other. Shannon, don't bother with my tea. I'm just going to wander around the garden. M'lady. Shannon, the tea is getting cold. Serve it quickly. My apologies. Man, this is the only bad character trait that Natsuhi has, man, is she dogs on the servants way too hard for no fucking reason. Sorry, one sec, I have to move my Discord. I don't know why it's on this one monitor. It's fucking pissing me off. Ow. Okay. Shannon hadn't actually done anything wrong. But Natsuhi, who felt like some shame to herself had been shown, lashed out at her emotionally. This was something that often happened in the Ushirimiya family. But it seemed that Shannon wasn't strong-willed enough to accept it that way. She shrunk back and nervously prepared the black tea. She had the unfortunate habit of making more mistakes when she felt intimidated. Her pitiful appearance dispersed the peaceful atmosphere that had been there until just a moment ago. Excuse me. That wasn't really Shannon's fault, but she thought she might be the source and felt a pressure on her chest. I don't know why I'm yawning, I'm not even tired. Okay. Her shaking fingers made the porcelain clatter, and you couldn't have called it graceful, not even as an empty compliment. The more pitiful everyone thought that was, the greater the silence grew. The more irritated Natsuhi looked, and the more Shannon cowered. Shannon's thin neck felt like it was being choked and suffocated by the death god called tension. And then of course George, I was gonna say, then George spoke cheerfully as if to blow away the stiff atmosphere. That's a nice smell. What kind of tea is it? This is... No, don't say it. I'll guess. It's a very distinctive smell, so I probably know it. Is it Earl Grey? Wow, is it like the most common type of tea? I think it probably is. Ah ha ha ha. It probably is Earl Grey. When you get back to the kitchen, check the can. Oh, George, are you knowledgeable about black tea? I'm currently in the service of a company president who knows a lot about black tea. After enough time listening to his expositions, I picked up a little of it. Oh yeah, the president of Okanogi Foods. Why does that sound familiar? Is that another callback to Higurashi? Didn't that have something to do with the Sonozaki family? I don't know, that just sounds very familiar for some reason. That sort of in-depth knowledge is his specialty. The names of tea often refer to the place where it's made, right? So is this something cultivated from a place called Earl Grey? I've heard that long ago in England there was an Earl called Grey, and it was named after him. Incidentally, this distinctive smell doesn't come from tea leaves, but from a fruit called bergamot, or bergamot, I don't know how you say this, I think it's bergamot, which is a relative of the mandarin orange. Is that so? I never knew that. Having that knowledge, the tea will taste even more delicious. Alcohol and cigarettes are the same. With luxuries, you gotta appreciate the romance. Knowledge like this deepens the taste. It's the same with the advertising on medicine. Natsuhi, you should try reading the explanation on your favorite headache medicine someday. Yeah, dude, I'm just like waiting for like the one reveal where they say like, oh yeah, by the way, Natsuhi just actually has like a fucking brain tumor. And she's just like slowly dying. Oh, thank you for the sick reveal. I just... Sorry, one second. I want to check the hockey scores because the fucking playoff games are started. The true Canadian POV. Okay, both series are going exactly as I expected. Ah ha ha. A fine idea. Try it tonight. Yes, I shall. Shannon, open that pot and have a look. You should be able to find some dried bergamot mixed in with the tea leaves. Again, apologies to the people for me mispronouncing some random citrus fruit name. Ah yes, it is in there. Something like dried orange peels mixed in. Yep, it's probably bergamot. The main ingredient, Earl Grey's scent. The scent is vivid, so it gives the impression of having a sharp taste, but it's a docile taste that's easy to drink. It might be lovely to make it with milk. The scent should become more mild. If there's anything left in the pot after you've poured for everyone, you really should make a milk tea out of it and try it out. Ah, yes. Thank you very much. George gave her a small wink. Shannon finally realized that George had been doing her a favor by calming down the atmosphere in the room. And he'd been doing it for her sake as she had lost her self-confidence. The Ushiramiya family did not pamper their servants, so if there was any awkwardness, they would be harshly punished. So it didn't often happen that they were given a helping hand like this. Thanks to George's concern, Shannon was somehow able to get a hold of herself and finish serving everything safely. If she was calm when she worked, she could easily carry out her tasks elegantly and flawlessly. By the time the black tea was laid out on the table and the elegant scent drifted around, the room was completely back to how it had been, in a peaceful mood, as everyone praised George's knowledge. Shannon wanted to thank him for saving her, but it didn't look like she would get the chance. So she at least thanked him inside her heart, praying to God that George would hear it and push the serving cart away. Okay. And we don't know the year on this, so this could still be like more backstory to the romance before the whole thing. George has always lent a helping hand in times like that, by changing the topic or something. Shannon and Jessica could be seen in the rose garden. Jessica, having gone into a fight with her mother, now felt unable to simply nonchalantly wander back into the parlor, and so found herself here killing time. I'm sorry, I gotta Google the fucking Okanogi Foods. Because I know it was from Higurashi, and I know that it was like a... It was the fucking, oh my god, it was the name of the... That's what it was. It was the fake fucking, hitman group thing that they... Didn't they lie? I thought? I just don't remember. I thought it was the... No, or what was it? It was something with the Sonozaki family. I just don't remember. Wasn't there a guy with the last name Okanogi, or am I like totally fucking misremembering this? I could have sworn he was the one of the black dogs or whatever they called them. I don't know. Who fucking cares? Okay, so that's what it was. When I think back on it, I feel that maybe this wasn't the first time he's helped me like that. Whenever I made a careless mistake and George was there, he would always naturally smooth things over and make things harmonious, I think. Maybe it wasn't something as direct as picking up a fork that had been dropped, but that was his way of caring. Even servants have pride. They want you to fix their own mistakes by themselves, because if a guest helped them out with that, they would lose face. He's really good at reading between the lines in those kind of situations. Well, maybe that's George's aesthetic take on things. That guy's more of a show-off than he looks. That's not true. I think he is a really wonderful person. Shannon, you haven't fallen in love with George, have you? Shannon had refuted Jessica's words uncharacteristically forcefully, so Jessica caught on immediately. No, that's not it. I think. Come to think of it, I've never heard any of that kind of gossip about George. Wait, actually, didn't I hear him say that family-oriented girls were his type? Nice, that fits you perfectly, Shannon. It does? I am not, qualified for that. You sure are qualified. You've known each other for 4 years, not 4 years. You're almost childhood friends. They say that when you have a natural relationship where you don't think of each other as boy and girl, it's plain sailing once you do. No doubt. Jessica loved teen magazines with these kind of stories, and she was always on the phone talking excitedly with her friends about that kind of thing. But she had a keen intuition for this kind of romantic topic, so this wasn't the first time a topic like this had been brought to Shannon. But it was certainly the first time she had noticed George as a member of the opposite sex. She was furniture, and George was an honored guest connected to the Ushiramiya family. I do, and I know it will, of course, get explored at some point in this game. I want to know the reasoning behind why the fuck they say furniture and not. She had thought it impermissible to even imagine any deeper relationship, so she hadn't thought about it. Jessica was taking immense pleasure in poking fun at all this, since it didn't affect her. Shannon was doing her best to make sure that her blushing cheeks weren't discovered. But if George showed up at a time like that, there would be no way that she would be able to keep her cool. They saw George come out of the entrance hall of the mansion. It looked like he had seen them as well. He headed over, waving his hand. Shannon had to frantically try to regain her ordinary composure before George reached them. Grandfather finally came down. Now they're having an adult discussion, so they chased me out. Escaping then was the right choice. So this is interesting. This isn't really super worth noting, but whenever the backstory chapter takes place, Kenzo is still in a mind state where he is willing to come down and meet the family. I wonder if Kenzo only acted / acts this way when the conference is going on / ritual. Oops, I can't type. Probably not, because I think we had like character witness or like people saying that Kenzo had acted like more paranoid for longer periods of time, but yeah, no. It'd be what it do. Escaping them was the right choice. I'd sooner kiss a god of pestilence than go look grandfather in the face. You shouldn't speak that way. However, I think grandfather may think of us as such pestilent creatures. After all, we came over here specifically to ask him for money for business. That's right, this wasn't the customary annual October family conference. Ava's family had visited to apply for a business loan from the main family. I mean, we heard about this. This wasn't really in the one family discussion they kind of talked about it. Kenzo had vast resources and he lent those out to his children. Of course, this was not money to lend because they had gotten themselves into financial trouble. How would they expand their business using the vast amount of money that they borrowed? How much interest would be attached, and how soon could it be repaid? This wasn't a loan for the have-nots. It was a loan for those who were not on the offense. Kenzo judged strictly whether it was worth lending out his fortune, and afterwards he strictly oversaw its use. So there was occasionally the spectacle where relatives visited Rokenjima and explained their business to Kenzo. For the parents, it may well have been a meeting concerning the movement of large sums of money, forcing immense stress upon them. But to Jessica, who lived on this island called Rokenjima, it was a precious opportunity to meet up with her cousins. So even her bad mood from getting into that fight with her mother was immediately cured by this chat with the infrequent visitor George. My family's a total bunch of tightwads. They probably got money to spare, why not be generous with it? I bet my dad and grandfather are both just being really tight. It's natural to be prudent when lending money. Of course, my father has come with a plan by which he can expand his business with what he borrows, and which he can definitely repay. Everything else will be up to the presentation. Really, I would have liked to watch alongside and learn, but mother chased me out. I'm a little let down. It seems that the master still scolds Kraus and Ava in just the same way he did when they were kids. I'm sure she didn't want to show that to you, her son. Aw, that's kinda cute. As Shannon hung her head, she thought back on those scenes she had grown used to seeing while working in the mansion. Even Kraus, who acted haughtily towards his siblings, was still treated like a child by Kenzo. Shannon herself had often seen Kenzo slapping Kraus or making him sit in Seiza style. It was probably deeply humiliating to have that forced upon him at his age. In the Ushiramiya family, taking care not to be present when this happened was one of the great tasks of the servants. Of course, that did mean that Shannon had been making mistakes by being witness to it. Probably. Realizing that and going away may be my duty as her child. Well, All that aside, the flowers in the garden are truly splendid this year, aren't they? George stretched as he said that, and truly effortlessly, he changed the subject away from something that had become a little gloomy. This time, Shannon noticed it too. This person, George, was highly sensitive to the mood of a group, and was always caring enough to change the subject to something harmonious. It had been so smooth that Shannon hadn't noticed it until today. Today, Shannon had to really admire that behavior of George's. Almost all of the boys Shannon knew of her own age were her classmates during her education, but they were all immature, and none of them had the composure that George did. This guy is setting up his diaper sniper factory, man. George is a crib snatcher, man. We gotta watch out. Shannon is 16. She was 16, you sick fuck! Even though he had just been another guest until moments ago, now she couldn't describe him with just that. But that was idle thinking, irrelevant to her work as a servant. Shannon tried to chase it away with a small shake of her head. What's up? Ah, no, it's nothing. Shall I prepare some tea? I will prepare some more of that Earl Grey for you. Aha, so you remember the name of that black tea. I'm happy. Thank you for your concern back then. Shannon was finally able to put her thanks into words. If you wrote them out on paper, they wouldn't seem like much, but Shannon had needed just a little courage to say them out loud. But George played dumb. What do you mean? What did I do? What's this? I don't remember doing anything I should be thanked for. It was being a gentleman in his own way, saying that he hadn't helped her because he wanted to be thanked. It seemed that George's response had been more or less predictable to Jessica. She burst out laughing uncontrollably. See? This is it. Isn't he a show-off? No, I don't think that's... Jessica made fun of Shannon as she remained silent, red-faced. Also, this is super unrelated. I was gonna mention this like 2 days ago or 3 days ago. Whenever it was I played the second stream of the first chapter, I had got a fucking McDonald's meal for the Minecraft movie the night prior, and I wanted the goddamn Grimace egg, and I got the fucking Big Mac Crystal. This shit stinks, man. It sucks. Oh god. See, it's even trying to ruin the game that I'm playing. Jessica made fun of Shannon as so I'm just, half the time I'm in the stream, I'm literally just, you can hear it, I'm just holding this fucking cube. Jessica made fun of Shannon as she remained silent, red-faced. George didn't know the details, but he naturally joined in, laughing the same way. The three of them lazily walked around the garden, talking about what was new. George, as the oldest cousin, talked about his life experiences. Jessica talked about the recent life on Rokanjima, and Shannon talked about her recent work. These silly little topics went round and round in circles. Even when the other stories had been fascinating, oh god. Okay, excuse me. Shannon had never felt particularly connected to their contents. She was nothing more than a servant, and she had no intention of delving into her master's lives. She simply wanted them to enjoy their time speaking with her, and was only pretending to listen intently and nodding at the right moments. Bro, this is like a classic, like, my mom move. The not actually listening, but pretending you're listening. But for some reason, she found talking with George deeply interesting today. Even for things that she would normally ignore, she felt like she could feel a kindness hidden beneath the words. For some reason, she wanted to know more things about George, no matter how trivial. So, she stared fixedly at him. She thought that as far as looks went, this person, Ushumira George, was probably about average. That he didn't really stick out. But he was diligent, serious, and deeply thoughtful in a way that allowed him to understand people's hearts and care for them. And he listens to Steve Lacy, and he's 6'3", and he reads a lot of feminist literature. Ladies, I know, be careful. He does have one character flaw that we're all aware of. He likes him a little young, a little bit of a Leonardo DiCaprio, but it's okay. Look, he's off the market, okay? It's fine. She had never been aware of these things until now. She might not have met him many times, but she had known his face for many years. Even so, she had not noticed once until now. So Shannon felt ashamed of this, and her cheeks went red. Maybe George thought that Shannon was appreciating him talking about himself because he continued to relate his personal stories. But Jessica didn't miss that slight change in Shannon. As she turned the discussion around to the topic Shannon wanted to hear about most. Oh yeah, come to think of it, George, did you finally get a girlfriend yet or what? What is this out of the blue? Normally just George's reaction would have been answer enough. But for some reason, as she was now, Shannon found herself unable to understand it unless he said it clearly. George is very nice. So I'm sure, he must be very popular with the girls. No, ha 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 ha. Quit it, Shannon. That's pretty mean, cornering him like that. I wasn't trying to be mean. Thank you for your happy wrong impression. It's a shame, but I still don't have a relationship with any special girl. As you can see, my looks are below average. And I can't speak wittily in a way that can entertain a girl. I don't think that's true. And I think that a man's charm is decided by things you can't measure on the outside. That's why I like you. I think that you might be a, very charming man, George. Shannon was uncharacteristically verbose. Compared to her normal self, she was being very wordy indeed. George looked fairly pleased about hearing his own charm described, but he was just a little surprised at this high praise. Jessica, sure, now that her own imagination was right on, acted as though she could barely hold back her laughter. Thank you, Shannon. I hope I soon run into a girl gracious enough to find me attractive. Yes, I'm sure you will. I'm sure there's a girl not... I mean, a lot of girls who will recognize your real charm. You probably wanted to say there's a girl not very... That's what I was about to say, not very far away. I have something I need to confess to you. Oh god, what is it? So there's this girl that I like. Oh my god, yeah. I think you know her. She avoided saying that much, drawing a final line as a servant. Really? I guess I'm kind of embarrassed. Maybe he had never been praised this much by a girl. George's face turned just as bright red as Shannon's. As she watched the two of them, Jessica giggled sadistically. Wow, I'm sure you'll eventually find a wonderful partner, George. But I don't think you'll be able to escort your partner as you are now, right? Your braininess may be a diligent worker, but it looks like you're totally clueless when it comes to that aspect of your studies. Okay. Meanwhile, this like 16-year-old girl who just reads like Teen Vogue is like very adept at this stuff, man. She's really on top. Ugh, god, my fucking glasses, man. See, again, this is the problem. It's okay, I'm getting new contacts, okay? I went to Costco, I got a thing ordered, okay? The new contacts, they're coming. Excuse me for being ignorant. I'll start studying that bit by bit. How would you do that by yourself? Are you gonna watch movies about love? Learn from Uncle Hideyoshi? You're milking it for all it's worth, aren't you? Men aren't a match for girls in this kind of conversation. Normally when George and Jessica got together, their parents would say George is diligent and admirable, and Jessica is lazy and rude. It was probably irresistible fun for Jessica when their roles were finally reversed. George also realized that, so this time he was content with being the one who was teased. Then George, as long as you're okay with it, why not practice a bit with Shannon? Keep Shannon entertained all day long on a date. What do you think? What are you... M'lady? When she heard Jessica's audacious plan, Shannon's face turned bright red, and a donut of smoke rose from it with a poof. That's a very attractive plan, but I'd feel bad for Shannon. I wouldn't just be wasting her precious day off, I'd also be butting in on the ideal moment when she'd be able to be alone with someone she really has feelings for. I couldn't do something so boorish. I also, don't have a person I have feelings for or anything, so, caring for me like that is, yes, it's unnecessary. Shannon's blood had all rushed to her head, and looked like even she didn't know what she was babbling about. Jessica, who knew how Shannon normally was, seemed to find that really comical. She couldn't hide her cackling laugh anymore. Is that true? I can't believe that a cute girl like you would be single, Shannon. I'm a servant, so, I don't have any opportunities to meet boys, and, which means that in the future, if Shannon's gonna have any chance of getting herself a wonderful guy, she needs practice with relationships, right? So you two each want the same thing. Alright, that'll work nice. Jessica irresponsibly cheered the two of them on. Now George was also hanging his head red-faced. George, I've been calling for you. Couldn't you hear me? Since Ava appeared in what was already an embarrassing situation, both of them became even more flustered. Oops, I just hit my Windows key. I thought I disabled the Windows key. What? How did that... Oh, no, I remember what I did. Never mind. Both of them became even more flustered. Jessica was in stitches. Mother. Sorry, our conversation got complicated. I didn't notice. Oh, Ava, my deepest apologies. Sounds like you young kids were getting really excited. You're all about that age. I remember well what that's like. You must have no end of things like that to talk about. Where did my nail clippers go, man? I lost. Gotta get rid of my hangnail. Oh well. Oh come on, Auntie Ava, you're still in your prime. Please tell us how you and Uncle Hideyoshi met. Oh my, there's no way I could tell you that. You're all so young. So what is it, Mother? You called because you wanted something, right? Your father and the rest have finished talking. We're gonna go talk to Grandfather about you, so come on. About me? What could that be? The same topic you all were just having. Remember that topic? Oh, that topic. That isn't really something we need to talk to Grandfather about, is it? Arranged marriage memes? What are you talking about? Wait, George, you aren't getting married to someone? Congratulations. No. Didn't I just say I don't have a special woman? That isn't something to brag about, is it? Seriously. Ava smiled bitterly, looking a bit exasperated. Ah, I got it. George is one of those, right? A marriage meeting. A marriage meeting? Yeah. Haha. As a man, George undoubtedly wanted to find a partner by himself and carry her off himself, so it seemed that he found the idea of meeting his partner for the first time in a marriage meeting arranged by his parents to be a little pathetic. Shouldn't marriage meetings be done at a more mature age? I still don't feel like I've become an adult. We don't intend on rushing you into an immediate engagement or marriage, of course not. It isn't a problem if you deepen your friendship first, and then you have her move to our family register later when you settle down as you age. From the forceful impression Ava was giving, and George's evasiveness, it seemed like you could catch a glimpse of how this marriage meeting linked into everything. Who this other person was remained unclear, but it was surely someone profitable to Ava's family in a business sense. It almost felt like a political strategy. They wanted to create a connection between the two families, if not by changing registers, then at least by having them get engaged. Marriage isn't something you do after you start liking someone, it's something you get used to after you do it. Okay, I don't know about that. If you just marry based on emotions, you'll definitely regret it. There's definitely nothing wrong with choosing a person with a secure background as your partner in life and then building up emotions of love. Auntie Ava, that's so rude to Uncle Hideyoshi. I love him, you know? I want to always be with him and to live my life by his side. Ava, that's wonderful. Truly splendid. Thank you. But we built up those feelings while we were husband and wife, you see? And I believe that in the future we will be much, much closer than we are now. I think that's the best way for a husband and wife to be. Although I don't think that makes it alright to marry someone you don't even like. And that doesn't make it alright to marry someone, or marry whoever you want, just so long as you like them. I totally butchered that. And that doesn't make it alright to marry whoever you want, just so long as you like them. A wedding only lasts a moment, but your life as a married couple after that is very, very long. So you should search with prudence, and not leave it up to momentary emotions. And don't you think that your mother and the rest of us would be better at that than a person inexperienced in life like yourself? That may be true, but you are my pride and joy, my only son. You've grown into a fine man who can match up to anyone. And with Battler leaving the register, you are the only grandson to carry father's blood. We must prudently choose a fitting partner for you. As everyone related to the Ushirimiya family knew, Ava adored George so much that he was the apple of her eye. But that didn't mean she had pampered him. She had raised him strictly, and he had grown into a charming man who wouldn't betray her expectations. That's how he was the apple of her eye. We definitely aren't deciding your partner based on what we personally stand to gain from it. I will introduce you to a truly wonderful woman who's right for you. Right now you may still have some immature youth inside of you that's turning you away from this. But at least listen to what your mother says at this point. Have I ever failed to think of what's best for you? No, you haven't. That's all you need to think of for now. Come on now, let's go. We're keeping father waiting. Hurry to the mansion. Well, sorry you two. See you later. George bowed to the two of them, and after bowing once more to Shannon, he dashed off to the mansion. And I'll be going as well then. Sorry for cutting your fun conversation short, Jessica. Shannon. No. Please don't worry about it. Come on, Shannon. Let's go. Yes. It's alright. I'm sure you'll meet someone wonderful too, Jessica. A wonderful person suitable for you. So if he's at the same level as me, you mean a guy with bad grades? Well, that kind of frickin' sucks. And of course, you too, Shannon. I'm sure that a wonderful man suitable for you will appear. Yes. Thank you very much. As Ava giggled and smiled, she approached Shannon's ear with a hand over her mouth, as though she was trying to tell her a secret. It'll be like very harsh. It'll be like, "Stay away from my son, you conniving whore." It's like, huh? I'm sure you'll find a perfect match for a lowly servant like yourself. Have you forgotten to be grateful for your schooling? Know your place. That's not what I didn't... George is the eldest grandson carrying father's blood. He's a person who may bear the burden of the Ushirimiya family someday in the future. To answer that expectation, he has studied tirelessly, entered a wonderful college, and is getting wonderful grades. Do you really think you're in his league? You incompetent, unqualified, uncultured servant? Yeah, so Ava actually is just a fucking bitch. Those malicious words all poured into Shannon's ear without spilling a drop. To Shannon, it was like cold water being poured in there. I didn't mean... This was all whispered in secret. And with the same smile as before. Jessica, who could only see Ava's expression, didn't think it was anything other than Ava telling Shannon some embarrassing story about love. When their secret conversation ended, Ava patted Shannon's shoulders as though to underscore her message. Don't worry, I'm sure that you'll find a partner just perfect for you, right? Alright, Jessica, see you later. Yeah, see you later. And then please tell me some stories about you and Uncle Hideyoshi. No way. Ah ha ha ha. Ava laughed dryly and headed back to the entrance hall. Behind Jessica, who was cheerfully waving her hand, Shannon reflected very, very deeply on those words of Ava's about knowing her place. Okay, we're gonna add this to the notes. Contrary to popular opinion thus far, it is confirmed Ava is a rude bitch. And if you don't like that, too bad. Also, Ava plus Hideyoshi plus Kinzo had some kind of arranged... I always forget how to spell this. Marriage? I don't know why I'm having... Maybe I'm having a stroke very slowly. I think it's 2 R's. I'm positive it's 2 R's, yeah. Oops, I didn't mean to skip there. It was, I felt deep remorse for my brief moment of conceit. I'd forgotten. I am furniture. I'm normally very good at spelling. It's just, especially when I don't have the spell check, that's like, hey, you're wrong, by the way. But also, I don't use spell check on anything else. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a troll and having a stroke. Furniture isn't human. So I'm a being who must feel gratitude for even being treated like human, and I am not permitted to wish for anything more. Even if people develop affection for furniture that they're used to using, that is an emotion on the human side, and the furniture has no right to hope for it. They should just serve with simple honesty every day. And that feeling I felt when talking with George and Jessica is a forbidden drug for me. In other words, it may have been an emotion I must not know. Shannon, you've been too distracted for a while now. Are you feeling ill? No, my apologies. Natsuhi's words, too distracted, were right on the mark. Even Shannon couldn't believe that she hadn't noticed Natsuhi until she had been called. This was supposed to be the time when she had to concentrate on the cleaning, but she had just kept sighing and hadn't accomplished anything. Even if there aren't any guests, you must always be alert. Acting like this is shameful as a servant working for the Ushiramiya family. Yes, I will take care from now on. The head and my husband will return very soon. Have you finished cleaning the study? Have you finished cleaning the staircase? My apologies. Not yet. Yes, I know. So I had Lunan do it. While you were plodding around cleaning the hallway, she finished cleaning the study and the staircase. That's because, I wanted to clean thoroughly, so it took some time. Shannon was simple and honest, so she would always carry out her tasks seriously and properly without any omissions. But she was always slow with her work. In contrast, Lunan skillfully cut corners wherever they should be cut, so she could complete her jobs with a result that looked similar to an outsider, but in a much shorter time. In other words, she was shrewd. Compared to her, we should say that Shannon, who had just talked back to Natsuhi when she was already in a bad mood, was not shrewd in the slightest. Of course, there was nothing that Natsuhi couldn't stand more than a servant talking back. Her forehead creased and she spoke sternly. And yet her speech was slow and admonishing, which was terrifying beyond measure, and finally made Shannon realize she had said the wrong thing. In that case, you shall clean as thoroughly as you desire. Shannon, I order you to clean the reception hall right now. It is an important hall, where several pictures treasured by the head are displayed, and where honored guests of the Ushiramiya family are invited. Clean it thoroughly so that not a speck of dust remains, and so that even you are satisfied. Of course, you will finish today. Until you finish and report to me, you will not be permitted any food or rest. Okay, see, this is where I'm like, man, Natsuhi, like, we gotta dial back on the dog and on the servants, man. It's just, Yes, madam. That is good. Servants should endeavor to use only those words. The next time you talk back, I will give you an even more severe punishment, so keep that in mind. Engrave these words in your heart. Yes, madam. Thank you for your guidance. You are welcome. Natsuhi headed off down the corridor, making a gesture as if her headache was troubling her. Once Shannon couldn't see her anymore, she hung her head and sighed. This happened because I let my thoughts take me. I might be bad at everything I do, but I should at least be able to carry out the cleaning as well as an average person can, right? I can't even do that properly. It's so pathetic it makes me cry. And there's something even more pathetic. Not only was I unable to perform a single bit of cleaning well, but just now when Natsuhi was scolding me, I was envisioning him appearing and rescuing me. If only George had been here. Perhaps he would have casually stepped in and saved me. I'm sure he would show up cheerfully, intentionally acting like he doesn't know what's going on, nimbly change the subject, and make me forget I was ever reprimanded by Natsui. I kept envisioning him, suddenly appearing from the other side of the door, the other end of the hallway. I envisioned the kind of person that would be an appropriate partner for him in a marriage meeting, and I envisioned how unfitting I am for him. Ava had told me that clearly. It had repeated endlessly through my dreams. You're still as clumsy as always, Nason. Madam has been in a bad mood since this morning. You spoke out of turn when you should have hung your head in silence. Cannon. Cannon was suddenly there. His footsteps were always quieter than a cat's, and he left no trace of his presence. I probably wouldn't have noticed him no matter how long he stood there. The expression on Cannon's face was hatred. That expression he was making, he surely made for Shannon, who didn't know how to do so herself. Madam and Luna can go to hell. She knows where Madam checks, and only cleans those areas. Her cleaning just now was like that. I know because I was watching. She wasn't cleaning in any real sense of the word. She's just the worst kind of parasite, leeching off of your thorough work. You mustn't use such dirty words. Dirty words pollute your clean soul, Cannon. So don't use those words in front of me at least, alright? Cannon faced away, acting sulky. It was a dishonest reaction, very like Cannon, but I was a little happy. He got angry in my place. Cleaning the reception hall will be tough. I'll help. Are we still in Prologue, gamer? No, we're in chapter 1, okay. Thank you. But I was the one Madam ordered, so don't worry. Don't you also have your own work, Cannon? It's a filthy job. My soul was corrupted long ago. Cannon then hung his head and bit his lower lip. Just saying that you'll help is enough for me. If you don't go back to your own job, even you will receive punishment. And that would make me sad. Shannon knew Cannon's character well. Sometimes he didn't reflect on himself. If I don't refuse forcefully, he will help me even if it means neglecting his own job. Cannon was a little sad that his favor had been rejected, but he realized that in the end, going too far would also cause her pain, and he gave a single small sigh. Fine. Do your best, Nason. Yes. Besides, I am also partly to blame. You aren't at fault at all, Nason. No, I am. So go now. The bro just dabbed and left. Cannon's face showed that he still hadn't completely accepted it, but he stopped being persistent and disappeared. Even though Cannon had given me words of comfort when I was down, even so I was still dejected because it hadn't been him. That was simply a sin. Far beyond any dream the likes of me can be permitted to see. Know your place. Shannon, who had neglected breakfast, was already starting to feel her thoughts attenuate. But if she didn't finish cleaning the reception hall, she wouldn't receive Natsuhi's permission to eat. That cruel Natsuhi had surely told the kitchen of that. I have to respectfully receive Madam's punishment. That's right. My position in this world is furniture, and I had been intoxicated by a dream that is beyond me. Okay. New CG, wow. This is the dining hall, isn't it? Or is this a different... I'm not sure. No, this isn't. It looks like the dining hall, but it's not. I finished cleaning the hallway and went to the reception hall. Maybe hunger makes a nose more sensitive. Dude, I actually think I might be like the lowest grade dyslexic. The kitchen was far away, but somehow I could smell the delicious aroma wafting from there, stimulating my empty stomach all the more. Until I finished up here, I could not get any soup, full of soup. I just had to prepare myself. Several portraits were hung in the reception hall. One of those portraits was thought amongst the servants to hold a special meaning. It's my goat, Beatrice! Or as they say in the game, Beatrice. Beatrice? It was the portrait of the witch. That wasn't its true name, but everyone in the mansion called it that. The name of the woman with the elegant blonde hair drawn as the subject of that portrait was Beatrice. It was whispered that she might be the former mistress of the family head, Kinzo. And also that she was the great witch who had given Kinzo his legendary gold. The witch Beatrice, master of the night on Rokenjima. She was gracious to those who respected her, but she would always curse those who made light of her. It was in Shannon's character not to neglect rules and beliefs such as those. So she thought of the portrait of her other master as that person herself, and always treated it carefully, treasuring it. And it had become part of her daily routine to talk, inside her own head, to the witch who only existed inside the portrait. She was furniture. Furniture doesn't complain. Cannot complain. She had no right to speak her mind about her difficult days, no right to open her mouth and say those words. So she at least spoke her mind inside her heart. Those words she couldn't say aloud, she spoke inside her heart and protested to the formless witch. Of course the witch didn't answer. She never consoled and she never laughed it off. Shannon could only interpret that silence as she liked, as though the witch was at least listening attentively. Beatrice, please listen to me, worthless as I am. As Shannon wiped the dust from the witch's portrait, she spoke inside her heart. Just as Ava says, I truly am incompetent and uncultured furniture. I am not a person. And maybe I have no right to love. But in that case, why was I given a heart which can know love? Shannon paused there and held back her tears for a time. The sound of the rain which had started falling, along with the chill in the air of the reception hall, made her feel as though her shabbiness had increased another level. Real furniture doesn't have a silly thing like a heart, so they don't have to love people, right? So they don't feel pain. If I'm just another piece of furniture, why do I have a heart? If it's going to be this hard and this painful, I wish I'd never been given this stupid heart. I see. You have given a heart to furniture. Amusing games that one plays sometimes. The witch who never answered or laughed, answered and laughed. My imagination? Hearing things? No. After all, the next words became a voice, so I could hear them, not with my heart, but with my ears. Humans have been continually searching for the elements that make up the world since before the Christian era. It is said that the ancient Greeks tried explaining the world with the 4 elements of air, fire, water, and earth. True. And after that, over several millennia, humans added several elements to those 4, trying to explain the world with a host of interpretations. The 5 elements, the 6 elements, the 7, the 8, the 12. But they could never explain the one true single element. However, a single man appeared by the guidance of a star, and finally explained the single element that makes up the world. Do you know what it is? Yeah, who? Shannon fearfully turned around. Oh! Right there, she existed. Not as an illusion, in reality. The contrast made by the lighting made it clear that this was not just a daydream. It is love. Damn, okay, so Beatrice is a big fan of Interstellar. Good to know. The witch of the portrait elegantly held a golden pipe to her mouth and giggled. She laughed at the ignorance which caused mankind's thoughts to stray far from the most simple answer. That man explained everything in the world with love. That is the single element. With the smallest possible number, that man fully explained how the world was constructed. How simple and clear, how splendid, exhilarating, pleasant and thrilling. The year that man was born eventually came to be known as Anno Domini. Shannon lost any words to speak. She thought that when the first... sometimes I read it and I'm like, that doesn't sound like English, but then... She thought that when first meeting an unknown guest, her first words, Jesus. Rewinding the tape, restarting this thing. Hey guys, we were reading this line for the first time. Shannon lost any words to speak. She thought that when first meeting an unknown guest, her first words should ask that person's name. But without saying anything, Shannon knew this person's name, so she refrained. No. Surely as a person of this island, asking this person for her name would be the greatest disrespect, because she was the other master of this island in addition to Kinzo. But Beatrice. Indeed, I am Beatrice. The face people make when they first see me hasn't changed after 1,000 years. God, Beatrice is a baddie, bro. No comment. Okay, I'm looking here. We have space for more characters. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, potentially 6, okay? So, as we slowly wait for like 6 more characters to get introduced. The witch giggled at how Shannon's reaction didn't betray her expectations. Shannon realized that she had met with a being that mustn't be met with, and she took a step backwards. That's where the wall and the portrait were, so even as she gazed at the witch, she supported the witch's portrait on her back. Your worries are due to love, which is the single element of the world. In other words, everything of this world. When that is not whole, it means the world is not whole. It is like continually scooping water into a flask with a hole in it. Even if you scoop and scoop, it is never filled, an eternal desert of the heart. The original sin that humans are founded upon and everything is made of. Understand? What Adam and Eve learned when they put the fruit of knowledge to their lips was love. Because of that, humans were chased out of paradise and became human. Which means that what makes one human is knowing love and suffering. Okay, I don't know if this is like going to be super important, but I will put this in the thing. Okay. Girl of kind heart, you should be proud. Now that you have known it, you are no longer furniture. Now you are human. I recognize that upon my name. It is hard for an inferior being to understand. Or is it hard, sorry? Oh well. Forgive me. It has been a long time since I have spoken with a human. I shall apologize for my talkativeness. Without expecting a reply from Shannon, Beatrice laughed pleasantly for a while. I'm not sure that this is sufficient for an apology, but I can use my power to grant a desire of yours if you'd like. Okay, so just putting here that she offers to grant her wish in the reception hall, likely the pretense for what we saw at the end of the prologue with Shannon at the shrine breaking the mirror. I imagine that her powers are much like a monkey's paw. It can grant your wish, but never in the form that you thought it would, or with baggage attached to it that is so much worse than the wish being granted that you'd rather have not had it in the first place, is going to be my guess. I'll also say here, okay. Huh? The meaning of those words surprised Shannon even more than the witch's sudden appearance. I am offering to bring you and the one you love together. Normally I would demand something of equal value in return. Equal value. Wait, pause, okay. Sorry, I hate to do a bunch of random notes. Okay. So she has like an equivalence that she requires. I'm in a good mood and you have never failed to pay your respects to me in the past. That is something worth rewarding. Do you really mean it? Normally Shannon would have been shocked by this guest who lacked realism and wouldn't have been able to speak. However, as though she had already been caught in the witch's trap, Shannon responded to the witch. With my magic, it is no trouble at all to arrange for a pair of people with feelings for each other to be joined. You do mean it, don't you? Those words almost escaped Shannon's lips, but she held herself back with her final reserves of reason. A witch is a witch, a sinister being. The witch Beatrice is clearly trying to slip in through the cracks in my heart and take me prisoner. That sort of temptation which so many fairy tale picture books had warned me about when I was young was right in front of me now. Fear too is a form of respect. It may be pleasant for me, but we will make no progress that way. Or this way. Fucking, all of a sudden Beatrice is gonna start, like, quoting the prince to me. She's gonna be like, oh yes, well, do you know that for a leader there are two qualities. One can be loved and one can be feared, and I would rather be feared than to be loved. It's like, okay, thank you. Thank you, Beatrice. I did in fact read the prince. 1 second. Checking the hockey games again. Apologies. Capitals up 2-0. Jets and Blues are tied 1-1. Okay. That may be no different from the image of a detestable witch that you humans hold in your minds. However, I respond with goodwill to those who respect me. Aren't humans the same? Although I doubt any human would respond with goodwill to a hostile attitude like that. My apologies. I didn't mean... I also will put this down, which we kind of knew this already. Ooh, I just skipped a line. Beatrice says that she responds in goodwill to those who treat her with the same goodwill. Which I don't... We kind of already knew this, but just to hear her say it, we'll put it down. We missed a line here, which was Shannon finally realized that her hostility was rude to this guest. And she finally digested the words that had been spoken to her a short while ago. You are no longer furniture. Now you are human. The more she reflected upon those words, the more Shannon felt as though Beatrice could understand all of her suffering. You said something, about a reward. What did you mean? I say that I can arrange for you to be bound to the man who has captured your heart. You can think of it as a form of gratitude for diligently polishing my portrait all the time. Calm yourself. I ask for nothing in return. I am generous. However, though I ask for nothing in return, I do have a request. Look, here it comes. The other Shannon inside her heart sent her a warning. This is what she had been so often warned of in all those scary picture books she had read when she was little. Do you know of the small Taurian shrine that had been constructed on a reef in the ocean very near this island? Shannon immediately remembered it. When you reach Rokenjiman by boat, there was a Taurian shrine on a reef which was too small to even be called an islet. She had the feeling that Kumasal had told her its history, but she couldn't remember that very well. A traveling mountaineering ascetic or something had built it, or prayed at it, or something. Yes, I know about it, but what is that? I will not explain everything from square one to a person who does not know of demons. To make a long story short, it is causing problems for me. There is actually a certain mirror kept inside that shrine. I want you to break it. So she made her do a task, which probably allowed her to have more of like a grip of control around the island. It was a very suspicious request. Shannon didn't know its history, but anything that might be stored inside a shrine would have to be something sacred. And she wants me to break it? Why would someone as powerful as a witch be unable to do that herself and be asking a human for help? There was no need for Shannon to speak her thoughts aloud. Beatrice started talking about this reasonable question before Shannon could give her answer. The magic power of that mirror opposes my own. I cannot explain it well with human words, but, way of example, let us speak of the differences between utensils. That mirror is a fork, and my power is soup. You cannot drink soup with a fork, correct? So she's saying that this thing is like stopping her from accessing her full power. If the only imposition of the mirror were gone, I could prepare a spoon perfect for drinking soup. If only I had that, I could drink soup or even dig my way out of a rocky prison. I could even scoop my eyeballs out. Thank you, Rika. We said that earlier. Is that what it was? I don't know what you're talking about. If that is because I am uncultured, I apologize. It comes down to this. If you spare the effort to break the most vexing of mirrors for me, as a reward I will grant you your wish. I am in a very good mood today. If you desire, you may change your wish, and I can give you all of the gold I bestowed upon Kinzo. I will have to decline. What did you say? When she heard Shannon's words, Beatrice realized for the first time that her expectations had been betrayed. If there is a reason, tell me. If there is a misunderstanding, I shall resolve it. I don't really know the reason, but until today the island has been at peace, and nothing bad has happened. So even if I don't break the mirror, the peace that has existed until today should continue into the future. I see. That is quite right. It's just as you say. If you don't break it, the same unbreakable days that have passed until today will continue into tomorrow and the day after. Why don't I give you an absolute guarantee? Upon my name as Beatrice, or of Beatrice, I say to you, the same unbreakable days that have passed until today will continue into tomorrow and the day after, and so forever in perpetuity. Shannon was seized by an eerie illusion. The mirror was most likely something to restrain the witch, yes, which we could have figured. So breaking the mirror should have been something done for the witch's sake. And yet it felt as though Shannon had to do it for her own sake. Well, yes, because she tied your own wishes with her own wishes. So, yes, she coupled them together, yes. It felt like some premise had been switched. I have done nothing more than give you the opportunity to have your feelings fulfilled as a reward. It's up to you whether you break it or not. If you break it, I will grant your wish. If you do not break it, but tomorrow's up until today will continue for all time. Your wish will not be granted for all eternity. Do you understand? What I am saying? What I am saying? Makes sense. Dude, Beatrice is a baddie, man. The witch was telling her, she was pressing her, saying to break the mirror if she wanted to be joined with George. And she was declaring that if she didn't break it, then her feelings would definitely never be fulfilled. Please stop it. I don't want to hear something like that. To cause you pain was not what I wanted. Well, feeling madness from love is the best thing about humans. You should enjoy that emotion to your heart's content. However, if you wish to borrow my power, you can break that mirror at any time. And you can yell my name and awaken me. I will definitely keep my promise. This way you should have no complaints, right? I won't force you to decide right now. I take it that it is easier for you. Was this deal ultimately something she could feel at ease with? Definitely not. To Shannon, who was burning with love, tormented by passion, being tempted forever by a way of escape was far too cruel a trial. I won't set a time limit on that promise, but there is a time limit on the magic that can grant that wish. That limit is not mine to determine. It will be determined by your loved one himself. Do you understand what I mean? What she's trying to say, I think, is that there is like an amount of time that he is open that he will potentially be willing to love her back, probably prior to whenever he gets married off, and so she would have to do it before that happens. I don't know. Limit is the time your loved one chooses the person he should pledge his love to. I am a witch, but I am not a demon. I possess no spell which can tear apart two who love each other, you see. Ooh! Pause, wait, okay. First of all, no time. Just interesting note, like again, it may not be very consistent because it may not be her that's technically doing the tearing, you know? But it's just interesting, whenever I see like the overlap of word usage, I'm always going to point it out with this because it will probably become important to some degree. I hear that your loved one will soon be attending a marriage meeting. You may have stronger feelings for that man than anyone else in the world. However, that doesn't mean that you are the most appropriate for him, does it? I know who we will be having the marriage meeting with. That girl is the most suitable for Ushumira George in the entire world. She came from a good school, achieved good grades, and has composure and prudence. She is more beautiful than you, wiser than you, more suitable than you. Why would an ignorant, incompetent, uncultured girl like you be suitable? This is, again, weird. I'm writing notes. Beatrice berates Shannon in a similar tone that Ava would use. Try and goad Shannon into destroying the mirror, trying to implant the idea into her mind that that if there is a point at which I don't even know how to word this in a correct way. Alright, I didn't have my notes up. Okay. You know better than anyone. You are the most unsuitable. Even imagining that you and Ushurmiya George could be joined is sinful and foolish. Foolish, foolish. Know your place. Have you forgotten to be grateful for your schooling? Know your place. Echoing the same words as Ava. George is the eldest grandson carrying father's blood. He's a person who may bear the burden of the Ushurmiya family someday in the future. According to that expectation, he has studied tirelessly. Okay, yes, we read this already. Stop it. Don't bully Shannon. Who the hell are you? At that time, as Shannon held her head, trying to protect her heart from the blade of Beatrice's words, Cannon ran in front of her. Cannon didn't care who this woman was. As long as he knew she was an enemy tormenting Shannon, who he loved and respected as a sister, nothing else mattered. Cannon, stay back. This person is... It seemed that Canon also realized that the being standing before him was the witch of the portrait, and also that she was a terrifying being. I just wanted to make Shannon take her reward, but it seems I said too much and ended up tormenting her. I shall apologize. But I will leave that promise as a reward to you. If you need my power, call me at any time. I've already told you how. Well then, with that, let us disperse for tonight. Hostile gazes may be pleasant, but they are bad for the figure, you see. Beat it. I don't know who you are, but you're threatening Shannon. Don't ever show yourself again. Seemed that Cannon's words made the witch horribly displeased. So, you do not choose your words carefully, Lowborn. I am gracious to those who respect me, but brutal to those who do not. While she still smiled, the witch's expression began to warp, and an oppressive feeling that couldn't be described with any of the 5 senses gradually filled the room. It was actually umami. Even though they couldn't comprehend what it was, they immediately realized it to be something terrifying. If you were swimming in the ocean and something large went by in the water beneath you, you would want to escape to the land even before you learned what it was. This was the same as that. Please stop, Beatrice. Cannon is still a child. I apologize for his language. Cannon blocked the way to Shannon at the risk of his life. There was tense sweat on his forehead. In that moment, the witch certainly had Cannon's fate in her clutches. She didn't even need to move a finger. She had Cannon's fate so readily in her grasp that she could crush it completely with a single twist of her own smile. Cannon also understood that, which is why he was sweating, and his knees felt weak. However, Beatrice abruptly released that feeling of tension and laughed. Very well. At your request, I will grant him special pardon. Cannon, is it? In deference to her, I shall forgive you tonight and send you off. Be thankful. Well then, we will disperse for tonight. In parting, I shall leave a single souvenir. Hold out the palms of your left hands, you two. Beatrice grinned broadly and snapped her fingers, whereupon their left hands stretched out in front of them and their palms opened against their wills. It was a strange sensation, as though only their left hand had become someone else's. Wait, can I predict what it is? And I'm gonna prove it right now before I look. Never mind. Unless it's using their other models. I was gonna say that she was gonna give them the little brooches that they wear. But, I feel like their left hands alone had become puppets, pulled by strings hanging down from the ceiling, because they had the same color, but yeah, I mean, he already has it on his model. What do you think you're doing? Cannon resisted, but he couldn't take back the freedom of his left hand. Don't struggle. It will not take long. Beatrice held her pipe aloft, and from inside the smoke, gold-colored sparkling dust hovered in the air. The glitter eventually became several gold butterflies. The beautiful butterflies danced freely throughout the reception hall, creating a fantastical and beautiful world. And 2 of those butterflies alighted on the palms of Shannon and Cannon's hands. Huh? Ouch! There was a sharp pain as though they had been burned. When the 2 of them tried to examine their palms, there was no trace of that inability to move their bodies which had been there until a second ago. Ah, a bruise? What is... On the palm of her hand, a small burn mark had been made, the size of a pea. Furthermore, it was shaped like a butterfly. What is this supposed to be? Apparently Cannon had the same bruise on his hand. He stared at the witch hatefully. It is a simple greeting. I have no hidden motive. It is nothing more than a bruise, so it will heal in just a few days. It requires no treatment. That is a mark so that tomorrow you will not forget that I truly was here, and that I made a promise with you. The impact of a meeting with me is strong. Sometimes the next morning people try to think of their meeting with me as a dream or an illusion. You should think slowly and carefully, Shannon, and you should probably take a good rest. Look at my mark tomorrow morning and try thinking again. I shall not force you into anything. You should freely decide your future by your own will. However, to think that the object of your desire can be granted for such meager compensation, it would annoy the great artists who write plays about blighted love to no end. It's a very interesting... Shall not force you into anything. You should be freely decide your future by your own will. However, to think the object of your desire can be granted for such meager compensation... Oh, I see what she's saying. Sorry, I misread that. I thought she was saying like, oh, it's not actually going to be that light, but no, she was saying that the fact that it could be given for so little would piss off the people who write plays of people who do so much for love. It truly was entertaining to have a conversation again after so much time. Farewell, furniture. Okay, of course this will be as she Thanos snaps herself out of existence. Okay. Beatrice's body crumbled like smoke and blew away. It was golden smoke. No, a flight of golden butterflies. They scattered in all directions inside the reception hall, leaving a golden mist behind as they disappeared into thin air. After that, only the cold silence was left. The extreme silence was enough to make both of them think that they might have been daydreaming until just a moment ago, which is why the witch had left it. She had left a mark to make it impossible for them to think that it was a daydream. As Shannon and Cannon thought back on the butterfly bruises on their hands, and the pain they had felt when those had been left, they stood there for some time, stunned and motionless. And from that day on, Shannon was tormented by days of suffering and conflict. Oh, the filigree, it's back! Also put that in the notes. Says, after the meeting of Shannon with Beatrice, her days were tormented by suffering and hardship, I think it said. What was the exact verbiage? Conflict. Okay. I go to the washroom real quick. You can enjoy the beautiful music. I'll be like 2-3 minutes, maybe not even that long. Be right back. Okay, I'm back, sorry. So, let's continue. Yeah, I did get rid of the text, okay. What do you mean separate rooms? And Shannon, you and George stayed in different rooms on purpose? Yes. Was that a strange thing to do? Since Jessica's cheeks had been stuffed with chocolate-coated chinsukuo. I don't know how you say that. Shinsuko? I don't fucking know. Biscuit that Shannon had brought as a souvenir from Okinawa. Okay, so yes, so this is after now. So we have gone through... We have gone from, basically, like, if we look at the timeline, it was Prologue, then it was Chapter 1, then it was End of Prologue, and then it's now. As a souvenir from Okinawa, it all flew out at Shannon when Jessica cried out. Shannon, why did you even go on a trip up to Okinawa then? And even alone with George? Because, I mean, since there's a very big aquarium in Okinawa, I was invited to go, and I like fish and stuff. No, I mean, like, this is a young couple going on an overnight trip, right? And you're saying there weren't even any hugs and kisses? To say nothing of the fact that a guy and a girl were staying in different rooms. As for kisses, no comment. But we did hug, though. George's chest was warm. That's not the point. Ah, jeez. Why do couples like this exist? Ah, jeez. It's so damn irritating. From Shannon's perspective, a lot of things had happened, and it seemed to have been a very happy trip. But it looked like the missed opportunity had left Jessica feeling greatly unfulfilled. For a while, Jessica chewed on her souvenir, writhing on her bed as she complained about their romance. Shannon and George had chosen to go to Okinawa because there was a huge aquarium there. That was because their first meeting had revolved around an aquarium. Since they had started at an aquarium, having their first overnight trip also be an aquarium must have held some commemorative value. This was your special commemorative trip, your turning point, your first overnight trip! Shouldn't there have been all kinds of progress? And yet, separate rooms for the girl and the guy? A couple taking 2 single rooms? Ah, jeez, really, what's wrong with you? But we're both single. George says that respecting boundaries is good manners between men and women. For hell's sake, the overnight trip was so you could overcome that, wasn't it? You're not at the stage of mere hugs and kisses anymore. Milady, I don't know what you mean by that, but George was a real gentleman with me until the end. That is, I mean, I also wondered if those things would happen, you know? But we may be going out, but... I mean, it's not as if we are married or anything. The kind of things you seem to be expecting, milady. I mean, we must do so only after we properly make a vow in front of God, and, Jesus Christ. We mustn't... Shannon's face was bright red. She was restlessly fidgeting, making a circle with both hands, then a chain link, continually intertwining, separating, and making heart shapes with them. Apparently the dramatic progress Jessica had looked forward to hadn't happened, but it seemed that it had been a very important experience for Shannon in her own way. So in the end, no matter how much Jessica envied Shannon, oh god, what the fuck did I just drop, or made fun of her for, it didn't change the fact that Shannon had a huge lead on her. Ah, I want a boyfriend too. I can't believe you beat me to it. We promised we'd get boyfriends at the same time, but you snuck ahead and beat me. Milady, you are a wonderful person, so I'm sure you'll find someone even more wonderful than I did before long. Don't try to console me. Shannon, you traitor, get out of here, you suck. Threw several cushions at her, but midway she had an asthma attack and started to cough pretty badly. Shannon hurriedly ran over to her and took a look on top of the nearby table. An adorable basket was placed there, and inside of it was Jessica's inhaler. Shannon picked it up and handed it over to Jessica. Don't give that to me, you bitch! Jessica's asthma attacks always came suddenly. Because of this, she had to carry the medicine around with her at all times. I'm just waiting for, like, the one, like, endgame moment where it's, like, Jessica versus, and it's, like, the final battle, and she's like, oh, God, where's my inhaler? Just waiting for that to happen. She breathed in the medicine, and after some time spent holding back her coughing, her asthma finally settled down. Shannon thought this was a good chance to leave, bowed courteously, and made to exit the room. As she did, one more small cushion came flying and hit Shannon on the head. She looked around and saw that Jessica was on the verge of crying, half of her face buried in her last and favorite cushion. That face was red and meek. Milady? Shannon, be honest with me. Is my hairdo and stuff strange? What are you saying? I think that your hair is very beautiful. Then are my eyes strange, or maybe my nose? Or is it the way I talk after all? Is that why I can't get a boyfriend? Of course not. Milady, you are wonderful enough as you are, and I think that your charm will keep on increasing more and more. But it's only me who can't get a boyfriend. Saku and Hina finally managed to get one. Find one, I'm just adding words, it doesn't matter. But I can't. I'm the only one. Is it because I don't have any charm after all? You know, everyone's gonna be bringing their boyfriends along to the cultural festival. I was so sure I'd have a boyfriend by then. I've been grandstanding about it. But I can't have a boyfriend I can't get a boyfriend to save my life. I'm the only one. The only one. Before she realized that Jessica was shedding huge tears. Jessica hadn't really planned on crying, and of course, she felt like supporting Shannon's progress and love as a friend. However, as she had made fun of Shannon, her true feelings had suddenly gotten mixed in, and the tears had just poured out on their own. Shannon understood Jessica's innocent and easily injured heart. Jessica's usual rough style of speech was all just an attempt to protect her own easily injured heart. As a daughter and successor to the Ushirimiya family, and as a girl isolated on Rokkenjima, the only person she could expose her true feelings to was Shannon. Shannon understood that, so she strongly regretted feeling a little too self-satisfied. Sorry. Crying like this, I'm weird. Sorry. You're a wonderful person, milady. There is no way that a nice man won't appear for you. Just Shannon, it's about time for you, right? If you don't go soon, Genji and Mom are gonna yell at you. It's totally fine, so get going. Sorry for crying like this. I'm such a moron. Jessica faced away as if to show she wasn't looking for attention, and waved her hand as though to drive Shannon away. Shannon took that as a sign that she didn't want to be badgered anymore, bowed her head and left the room. Okay. When her footsteps disappeared into the distance, Jessica lay down on her bed, still hugging the cushion. Her expression was still a little meek, with tears in her eyes. For the first time in a long time, she had a very, very quiet and honest conversation with her heart. I also want to fall in love. Okay. Okay. As Shannon watered the flower beds in the garden in high spirits, she sensed someone's presence. She turned around thinking that if one of the family had come to visit, she must greet them. And what she saw was that witch. But Beatrice, it's been quite some time. How are you? Has your relationship with your special person progressed since last time? As Beatrice sat on the rose arch, she happily blew on her pipe. Sitting in a place like that would crush the roses, and it might have been dangerous if you fell off the arch, but after all, this was a witch. That was surely an unnecessary concern. Yes, thanks to you it's going smoothly. Naturally, my magic is instantaneous. You may even be feeling as if your meeting was a predetermined fate. Okay. Just, a little thing. Beatrice says her magic is instantaneous. But that isn't correct. Don't think for a moment this has anything to do with fate. I understand that. Dude, why are you constantly trying to knock her down a peg? Is she really just trying to get her to be a lackey for her? The witch was calling attention to something. Two things, actually. That originally her relationship with George had been completely impossible, and that her magic power was so great it could manipulate that fate. Shannon had become swept up in these sweet days, and had started to fall under the illusion that all fate was revolving around her. See, this adds an interesting wrinkle to the first part, because the statue, the Torii shrine was gone already in the first thing, so I'll assume that this same event happened, because it's still prior to everybody showing up. I assume that so far everything we've played is consistent with the first chapter. So then the better question of this becomes, if Shannon was in such a... How do I word this? If Shannon was in the good graces of Beatrice, what changed such that she ended up being chosen by the key in the very first set of murders? It's interesting, but I'm assuming we'll find out. But the witch's words made her remember. Her relationship with George had originally been impossible. No, might also be impossible in the future as well. Sorry. It's just like a doctor. Even though you rely on them when you worry about your health, after you're healed you forget even to thank them. I think what Beatrice is trying to do right now is she's going to try and hold this over Shannon's head to make her do her dirty work. Witches have never known thanks, so I couldn't help acting a little rudely. Forgive me. I've never forgotten my feelings of gratitude. I was able to achieve happiness thanks to your power, Beatrice. And without that power, George and I would have had no fate together. I have never forgotten that. Sorry. This was not my intent. I didn't come here to bully you. Talking rudely is just my personality. Do forgive me. More importantly, I heard it through the grapevine. You two went on a little private trip. I'm sure it was quite fun. Yes, see, this is another thing too. When she says she heard it through the grapevine, it makes me wonder if she doesn't actually have the extent to see beyond the island. We know she has like rule over this domain, but I wonder if that truly means that it only stretches through this area. Yes, it was very, fun. Shannon's face suddenly grew bright. The witch laughed lightly, as though that transformation was worth money. Already the person of your thoughts is no longer an object of one-sided love. You are a pair of lovers now. To a pair filled with love, that alone is all they need in the world. A wonderful, ideal world, so to speak. Even witches would be jealous. Beatrice laughed pleasantly. That smile was without a trace of malice, making her look as though she blessed the lover's secret meeting from the bottom of her heart. After that day, Beatrice had shown herself before Shannon every once in a while. Even now, Shannon still thought of her as a creepy being. However, she was also hugely indebted to this person for bestowing the magic that had given her the relationship she had with George. But Shannon was trying with all her might not to be surprised or scared. Oh yes. Beatrice, I bought some confectionery as a souvenir from our trip. Would you, like some? Oh, a souvenir for a witch. It seemed that even the witch who boasted of living for 1,000 years hadn't been able to predict that she would receive a souvenir from a pair of sweet lovers. When she saw that surprised expression, Shannon thought of the witch as a friend for the first time. Aww. Shut up, Beatrice, even though you're probably, like, wickedly evil in some way, but you seem kinda nice for the time being. Oh ho, oriental cookies made from wheat flour and lard. To wrap that in chocolate in the Western fashion is truly a blending of Japanese and Western style. The Silk Road of confectionery. What? What's so funny? Nothing. My apologies. This mysterious witch, who surely held a terrifying power, was chomping down on the treats one after the other, making a sound like a squirrel stuffing walnuts into its mouth. Jesus. After a while, Shannon couldn't conceal her laughter. A fine treat. I should serve you some Dolce Vita from Nero one of these days. Fucking like, are we talking like Roman Emperor? Roses are the symbol of eternal love. I believe a rose dolce would be appropriate for you now. The witch was in a great mood, having enjoyed the modern treats to the full. Here. I truly can't thank you enough. I believe you have done more than enough for me already, so I'm returning this. The thing that Shannon had softly set on the table was a gold-colored butterfly brooch. Oh! I was right? There's no need to return it. If you continue holding that, your relationship... Well, a gold-colored butterfly brooch, but that's not the one around her neck. Not really the same thing. If you continue holding that, your relationship should remain firm in perpetuity. I may have been given the chance to meet him through the power of magic, but I think the effort that will make that encounter eternal should come from the two of us cooperating together. So love too is like a rose. Too much fertilizer causes the roots to rot. Some flowers cannot be raised without hard work. In that case, do as you wish. You may keep it in a box rather than on your person. That is my goodwill given to you. It would not please me to have it returned. My apologies. That's not what I... Cackle. I want to see what this sounds like. No harm has been done. That brooch is already yours. If you treasure that as proof of our friendship, that would comfort me a little. 1 second. We're gonna find out what she sounds like. I think I already know, but I think I had... No, I don't think I know. Oh my god. That is not what I thought her voice was going to sound like. I thought it was going to be much higher pitched. We can also hear... No, she does say Castle. Of course, we can't hear it over the fucking music. Both of you, chill for a second. Saying something, no majo, probably just saying witch. Okay, wonderful. Turn these back off. I will say, I don't really know how this is like a verbiage that, if this verbiage even makes sense. But Beatrice has an attractive voice, and I'll just leave it, present it without further comment. You may hold on to it and gain its benefits. You may also keep it in a box. If you wish, you are even free to give it to another who is worrying about love, but you should regard it as important. It would certainly pain my heart if you did not take care of it. According to Beatrice, she had appeared several times in the past in response to a person's summon so that she could give them an item imbued with some kind of magical power. However, most of them, after they used that power to resolve their worries, would quickly come to think of that power as creepy, and forgetting their feelings of thanks, they would throw away the items they had been given with disgust. Okay, interesting. trying to think how to word this in my brain. I would say like narrator. Yeah, her VA is very good. I know that it wouldn't. I'm sure there actually probably is people that did like. I don't know. I just wish I understood Japanese. I guess auditorily, although it wouldn't really make a difference for streaming because I'd still have to read it out loud. But she definitely has a good voice. Jesus, hit the wrong fucking bracket every single time. Okay. Which is why I haven't often received thanks for my goodwill. Let's see, this is the first time. The witch laughed heartily, but it looked like a sad laugh to Shannon's eyes. She herself had been like that in the past. No, maybe she was still like that now. Beatrice was definitely a witch, with a strange and terrifying power. Most likely no one would go along with her if they couldn't help it, or if they could help it. And even though on occasion they had relied on her strange power, it had undoubtedly resulted in fear more often than gratitude. It must have deeply hurt the witch when that repeated over and over. See, this is a very weird thing now too, where, and again, of course, I know you wouldn't say anything, but it more and more it starts to feel like, because in Higurashi we had like this bait and switch for the whole game up until basically chapter 7. Where you get the confirmation that like there still pretty much is like the whole events of the game are not supernatural, but there's like an outside like third-party influence with Hanyu and with the time looping and etc. And it's more, I don't know, I don't want to say if it's more interesting or if it's just different, but in this game they've kind of introduced that element like instantly. And now I'm kind of like, I don't want to say confused. I'm not confused, but my brain is like warring over the extent of its realness. Because still to this point, the only thing is canon did see her too. I don't know. I think this game might challenge me a lot more with the how much is real, how much is supernatural. I think with Higurashi, for me, I was very much in like the everything is physical, everything is real, these are all human actions that have like a supernatural explanation. This time I'm not so sure. And it also makes me wonder because Beatrice gets talked about. I mean, you look at like you looked at the last thing. Or the last thing, but the last thing I mean the last episode. And the ending was very gruesome and brutal. But maybe I'm crazy, but I don't really get that vibe from Beatrice. Maybe she's only this way with Shannon and she's not this way with other people, but she doesn't necessarily seem evil. But again, we will see. It could very well be that she's just playing Shannon right now, so. From that moment that she realized this, Shannon decided to stop being frightened of Beatrice. That had surely tormented her for over 1,000 years. Maybe she really liked the treats. Beatrice, who normally spoke abusively, praised the black tea that Shannon served her and looked to be in remarkably high spirits. On such terms, the witch and the servant grew animated talking about the trip with George. Shannon didn't know much about Beatrice. First off, she was a ghost-like being who appeared in unexpected places at unexpected times. And this is the other thing too, she can interact with the physical world. That was the one thing with Hanyu, is that my understanding with Hanyu, and maybe it was different, I'd probably have to go like rewatch or replay the later episodes. Yeah, it's just like, it's a very different dynamic. I have like this weird thing, because I'm trying to think back to Higurashi, and as far as I remember, Hanyu didn't have much ability to interact with the physical world. She was kind of almost just like a spirit that was attached to Rika. And even though Hanyu had the power, as I recall it, Hanyu was actually the one that had the rewind power. It was based off of Rika in some way, and that's why it got weaker and weaker as Rika grew more bored and more detached and more like hopeless as the situation continued on, thinking that there was going to be no way out of the problem that she had found herself in. It's interesting this time now that yeah, I don't know. I'm hesitant about the amount of supernatural influence in this game, and it's starting to make me wonder if maybe, and again, this is sort of at this point in time, and it could be shown very differently, and Beatrice does seem to have a little bit of a mean streak, even just with the way she talks and stuff, but I'm starting to wonder if more so whatever the contract, because I was thinking about this the other night. I think I even put it, I don't know if maybe I'll say this at the end of the stream, or because it'll probably be a long thing, or maybe I said it another one of them, but I had sort of a feeling that maybe this contract only existed on Kinzo's wish. Not so much just to, like, revive Beatrice, but more so that it was the only way that Kinzo could do something such that he could keep the fortune in his family, even if it would come at great risk. Even though it's posited that he gets to see Beatrice again, it's sort of like a win-win for him either way. It's either that he does the ritual and it fails and he gets to see Beatrice, or he does the ritual, it succeeds, and by succeeds I mean that, like, somebody solves the riddle and whatnot, and there's like a good chance he probably dies in that process anyways, or dies shortly after anyways and is reunited with Beatrice, and then he's also found somebody that he deems a worthy successor to his family. Because currently we know that he has like a not very good opinion of the people of his family. We know that he doesn't really like pretty much any of his children or grandchildren, and the only people who he has like any trust in are the servants, and that's part of the reason why the epitaph is open to everybody. So it's sort of like a double-edged sword where he wins no matter what edge ends up landing. He either gets the benefit that, like, he gets to see Beatrice, or the benefit that there's somebody who finally proves that they actually are worthy of succeeding the family. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a weird thing right now that I'm starting to wonder if, like, the malice of the witch is maybe more so from the people themselves that are, like, contracting out the witch's power, and that maybe Beatrice is kind of just like, oh my god, what fucking show or movie is it? There's like a... I'll put out like the archetype that I'm thinking of as like a character. But there's certain characters that I would say are more like jester type characters, where they don't necessarily care about which way things go, they just want to be entertained. Like Rika was kind of talking about that, right? Like she just doesn't want to be bored. She doesn't necessarily care, like, or I should say Miss fucking Burncastle, or Burncastle, however you want to say it. She seems like she just wants to be entertained to some degree. She just it's like an added bonus if maybe we break and like beat Beatrice and like break the game or whatever. Because she kept calling her the Endless Witch, which is another very interesting thing, which obviously we'll find more about later. But I don't know, I just start to wonder more and more if like the bad nature and like the evil dark nature of the game isn't necessarily Beatrice's doing, but this is something that somebody else like used her powers to do because that was more of their wish. But regardless, I don't want to ramble and yamble too long about random shit when we have like pretty much nothing to go off of, but I just think that there's more to it, which of course there will be. We're literally like barely over an eighth of the way through the game. First off, she was a ghost-like being who appeared in unexpected places at unexpected times, and it seemed that not everyone could perceive that she was there. It seemed that each person had something called a wavelength, and that there was a great amount of individual variation in people's ability to perceive the witch. Yes, we went over this already in the last episode. Only Shannon and Cannon could interact with her enough to exchange words like this. Okay, so that's important to put down, at least that we know of. Shannon and Cannon are the only two with a sixth sense. I'm assuming Maria can as well. Also, probably Maria. But Maria, depending on how long ago this was, she might be kind of young, or not introduced. Or sorry. Which makes it even more so confusing that Cannon in the first episode would attack Beatrice. Then there's also like another weird question, like, why does Kinzo care to like give a material form to Beatrice? Well, I guess it's because he doesn't have the born spirit sense to see her. Never mind, that sort of answers my own question. Let me cover that. There were a few people who could sense her presence, but most people couldn't feel even that much. From what Beatrice said, Kraus and his wife in particular had zero magical talent. Okay, so this is another important thing, because this is actually interesting. Oh, sorry, I was pressing the wrong keybind to show my notes. Because this also explains why, in the first chapter, Kraus was not killed with a spike or anything. With a stake, I should say, rather. And why Natsuhi wasn't either. Natsuhi was killed with the duel with the bullet. Because she probably can't kill them that way. And his wife in particular, blah blah blah, and no matter how much she followed them around, they would never notice her. Previously, when Shannon had messed up and Natsuhi had gotten really mad at her, Beatrice had started playing around, hitting Natsuhi on the head with her pipe. Indeed, Natsuhi seemed completely oblivious. But Shannon, watching that, had burst out laughing without thinking and had gotten scolded even more. Then, what about the Master? I hear that he has been doing research in magic, so I'm sure he would be able to notice you, Beatrice. Kinzo is the same. There is no one with a more pitiful... Okay, so that explains it even more so. Kinzo also apparently has an entire lack of magical talent. So now this makes even more sense, because why would he go... The reason why he would want her to have a physical body is because he doesn't have the ability to just interact with her as Shannon do. So the only way that he would be able to have that interaction with Beatrice again is for her to have a physical form again. It's the blood. He has so little talent, he is worthy of sympathy. As soon as they started talking about Kinzo, it felt like the atmosphere around Beatrice changed. She had spoken about Kraus and the rest lack of magic talent as though she looked down on them, but she spoke of Kinzo in a different way. Anyone connected to the Ushiramiya family would know about Kinzo's legend of the gold. According to the legend, Kinzo had summoned the witch Beatrice and had been conferred gold. In short, that implied she had some kind of relationship with Kinzo. So you see, he attained that level despite not having a single scrap of talent. It was through frenzied solitary study that he reached the tier of mage. That's something really incredible, right? The witch, who usually looked down on people, was unexpectedly praising someone. I should say at least by birth. Sorry, I'll just show so you... Just to add that addendum. While she lambasted Kinzo, calling him talentless, she praised his efforts. And then the master summoned you with the power of magic. Well, I only answered the summons on a whim. In this period where magic has long been denied, there I saw a being without a scrap of talent giving it his all. It was just my luck that I decided to come and laugh at him. Interesting. The words "just my luck" showed that this had been a disaster for her. Shannon hesitated over whether it would be alright to encourage her to continue, but Beatrice continued on her own, ignoring Shannon. The format and rules were all there at least. He'd mixed up a few of the procedures, but, well, in deference to his enthusiasm, I generously responded to his contract. Okay, so we get the terms of the contract here, maybe. I'm just going to be typing this as we go, but just so you know, I'm probably not going to flick the notes on and off, Gave him an amount of gold. Then the master used that gold and succeeded in business and grew his wealth into what it is today. His talent in magic was nothing, but it seems he had talent in business and gambling. Or was it because of his bravery and madness to stake everything on irrational bets? Madness sometimes brings about magic. Yes, if I look at it that way, maybe I can't really say that Kinzo had absolutely no magical talent. Shannon felt like she was daydreaming. While everyone in the Ushiramiya family knew of the story that Kinzo had delved into sorcery, summoned a witch, and been given gold, in actuality it was all rambling that no one believed in. Now the witch herself was telling her that it was true. Shannon felt a little flustered at this insane secret that only she knew. Then Kinzo, who had obtained a vast fortune, satisfied his every dream that could be granted in the human world. And finally, he sought the truth of the world. The truth of the world? The single element that makes up the world. Love. Kinzo, who had achieved everything one can obtain in the human world, wanted that. The final desire humans seek. Because they already said that I think he had got arranged marriage to what they call grandmother in the game, what would have been his wife. So he probably didn't have any, love in, the OG sense that we would think about. When Beatrice saw Shannon trying to remember what that was, she smiled awkwardly, waving her hand and saying there was no need to remember. I underestimated Kinzo a trifle. I truly hadn't thought that he would display such power. And thanks to that, I'm in this state. I've been sewn in place up to this island for several decades now without even a friend to drink tea with. Ooh, so she's kind of... due to the contract outlined with Kinzo, Beatrice is trapped / bound to Rokenjima. Huh. So that makes it even more sense. Sorry, we're gonna go back up here. Whoa. To eternally rest because she's been called and she's been forced to stay here. So whether she wants to or not, she's also kind of trapped here. So now this also gives us a little bit of a motive for Beatrice as well. That if we think that Beatrice, let's imagine that in the last chapter we were talking about oh my god, why would the epitaph want to continue? Why wouldn't Beatrice just AFK? Well, maybe Beatrice just wants to back the fuck out, But And thanks to that, I'm in this state. I've been sewn in place on this island for several decades now, without even a friend to drink tea with. My voice reaches none I call out to, and I cannot go anywhere. Such boring decades. As she laughed in self-derision, she tapped her teacup with her finger. It made the clear sound of porcelain. Shannon didn't know whether the word self-derision was really an accurate expression to describe the look on the witch's face. Shannon didn't understand everything, but she could more or less figure out the situation. And it was surely a topic that she should not press the witch on lightly unless the witch started talking about it herself. To sum up everything she had set up until now, Beatrice, who had been summoned by Kinzo's magic, could not leave this island for some reason. I will say, I do think that... I also realized I didn't get rid of the notes, but it's okay. I must have accidentally pressed the button. I think the terms of the contract are going to be very important in the future. As mentioned, I think the ritual may have more of a dirty secret than just Kinzo wanting to see Beatrice again. Although, I won't be surprised. I'm gonna do like the enlightened centrist take here. I won't be surprised if it happens either way. If that is the only motivation. Oops, spelled that wrong. There we go, now it's gone. Beatrice, who had been summoned by Kinzo's magic, could not... I know actually why it popped back up, because I clicked into my fucking OBS and I hit space and it re-enabled it. By Kinzo's magic, could not leave this island for some reason, and she had lost her power and her form, living her days in boredom. During that time, her words had reached Shannon, who'd never forgot to strongly respect the witch. And she had made Shannon's help... Oh, you know what it is? Because it probably has to do with the shrine. See, and this is where you realize, like, the maybe more conniving and evil nature of Beatrice. That she, like I said, she's coupling their wants together. Where she's going to Shannon and she's saying, hey, like, a part of the contract or whatever, like, he bound me here, he built this shrine to this thing, this binding ritual or whatever. But in reality, she's not using Shannon out of, like, the goodwill because, oh, I need a friend, oh, I'm so bored. It's that she wants Shannon to help her get her former power back. So. And she had made Shannon help her to regain her power, even if only a little bit of it. As a result, she had become able to drink tea with Shannon like this. So they're saying that she got more of her power back by destroying the thing, which allowed her to become more of a material form. Beatrice, what in the world was that mirror you told me to break? Ah, that topic. Seems that a lot of things happened on the islands around this area in the distant past. Bad things gathered due to that, attracting bad distortions. Seems that a traveling eastern mage or someone built a shrine for the repose of souls and sealed them in there. That in itself had nothing to do with me, but unfortunately the foundation of that magical power was different. It created a strong interference with my own magic and was extremely bothersome. Is that how it was? I just assumed that it had been sealing you, Beatrice. That's what I was thinking. I was not its target, but it was a divine mirror. As a result, my power was sealed away. If I were to use food as an example, maybe it would go something like this. Let's say that I have ordered some Western cuisine, which is being made in the kitchen. However, when it comes time for it to be served, the seating is in Japanese style, and Japanese tableware has been laid out. So the kitchen is unable to take out the plate, the kitchen is unable to take out the plate, which would be out of place, and no matter how long I wait, my Western food won't arrive. Something like that. Oh, I see what they're saying, because they have to plate the food, but... Okay, yes. So I had you destroy that Japanese-style seating and return the area to a blank slate for a time. Thanks to that, the meal I had ordered was finally delivered and my power came back, you could say. However, so far, only aperitif has arrived. It will still be quite some time before the main dish. As I am now, I'm even more faint than a fairy in a shoe store. I see, so maybe the ritual is also to restore Beatrice's power as well. So let me also... Sounds like the ritual slash epitaph. There's also a way to restore... Also, notice the seagull's crying. Okay. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? Nothing. I was just thinking witches' analogies are so interesting. I never thought you could use food as an analogy to talk about magic. I had thought it to be a skillful description if I do say so myself, and I certainly did not imagine it would be laughed at. I feel a little offended. A slightly sulky expression rose to the witch's face. It would not have been a strange expression at all to appear on the face of two friends as they enjoyed their tea. Although I may not look it, I was known for doing extremely brutal things in the past. I've gotten soft. Now I can even have a foolish discussion while drinking tea with a human. She was probably talking to herself. As Beatrice gazed at the seabirds tracing the horizon, she put her tea to her lips again. The clouds have come out. When the ocean loses its brilliance, it's nothing more than a gray puddle. You think so? I think the ocean is a beautiful deep blue even if it gets cloudy. Maybe the witch had noticed the deep meaning behind Shannon's words. She laughed lightly and set down her empty teacup. It seemed that those things buried in your eyes aren't black pebbles anymore. So, do you understand the feeling of furniture being reborn as human? Yes. I didn't know that the world was this kind. Since her relationship with George had begun, Shannon's face had grown brighter more often. Her smile had made everything go smoothly and had even changed her luck. Shannon made fewer mistakes in her work than she had before, and the family members' opinion of her was starting to change slightly. Just the other day, Krause, who rarely exchanged words with her, had suddenly started talking to her, surprising her. You've been making a good smile more often lately, haven't you? Has something good happened? No, but every day is fun, yes. Isn't that good to hear? Coffee is obviously more delicious if it's poured with a smile. Could I ask for another cup with that smile again? Aww, Krause is actually kind of a nice guy at heart. That had become a chance for Shannon to gain confidence in herself. Of course, it didn't go beyond her own heart, and it wasn't so big a change that everyone could see it, but she had begun to change bit by bit. Shannon understood it clearly. To know love was to gain a soul, and therefore to be born again from furniture to a human. There was absolutely nothing mistaken in Beatrice's words. By knowing love, Shannon had learned what it was to be human. These had been unusual snacks. It was time well spent. It's probably about time for you to return to your work. Let us end our tea party now. After all, it seems there are some who dislike your drinking tea with me, you see. Is Cannon gonna be standing there like... Arr, arr. The witch gripped a teaspoon and flipped it with her fingers, sending it up in the air. When it landed, it pointed at something. Then it was flicked by the fingers of some invisible person in empty space and flew straight into a bush close nearby. The bush moved violently and Cannon came out. It seemed that he had been there for some time and had been watching their tea party. The spoon was gripped in his hand. If he had not been able to catch it by reflex, it might have hit him hard in the forehead and caused him to start oozing blood. Calm yourself. Our tea party is over now, Cannon. How long were you there? If you'd called to us, I would have poured you some tea too. I imagine that you didn't want to interrupt a pair of women talking, right? Ha 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 ha. I can't do her laugh, I'm sorry. Cannon kept silent, but it seemed there was a slightly hostile look in his eyes. On the outside, he acted respectfully, but unlike Shannon, Cannon did not trust the witch. Beatrice rapped the table with her pipe, and the tea set turned into gold butterflies which flew upwards in unison. They scattered in every direction, and the cleanup was already done. It was fun, Shannon. Let us meet again if the chance arises. My magical power is still quite lacking. It's tiring even to show myself. If it tires you that much, never peer again. Dude, Cannon's a little bit of a hater, bro. Cannon had said it in a small voice, but it seemed the witch had heard it perfectly. She giggled, but did not reply. Shannon, tell me more about George at our next tea party. There are no snacks sweeter than a person's love life. I bid you farewell. Thanos snap. Beatrice's body also became gold butterflies, which scattered in all... That didn't look like gold butterflies, in all directions and disappeared. It was a very fantastical and beautiful scene, like a blizzard of gold leaf. For a while, Shannon quietly watched the witch's exit. Cannon approached her from behind and spoke with a very different expression on his face than his sister's. Nason, didn't I tell you that you shouldn't hang around with her? Beatrice isn't that bad of a person. Yes, she might be a little strange, but the fact that only we can see her is suspicious enough. She isn't human. Who knows what she's planning? Cannon, I think that's a little rude. Cannon spoke seriously, which was unusual for her. To Cannon, who knew her well, it must have seemed extremely serious. Cannon showed almost excessive surprise at Shannon's style of speech and remained silent. It's true that Beatrice is different from humans. She has a terrifying power, so I think she is to be feared and respected, but I think it's really rude to loathe her just for the single reason that she's different from a human. I know what you're trying to say, Nason. You've changed since she gave you that brooch. It's like you're the witch's prisoner. She mediated your relationship with George, and now you're indebted to her. Yeah, see, this is kind of what I was saying earlier, that like, because what she can also do is she can hold this over Shannon in the future. She can say, hey girl, at any given time I can just go like, boom, that brooch is gone, your marriage falls apart. So I'm gonna have to keep you by my side, and you're gonna have to keep listening to me, and you're gonna have to keep doing all the things that I want you to do to help me restore my power. Sorry, one sec, my girlfriend's messaging me. Don't say things like that. She isn't human. We don't know what she's thinking. You mustn't trust her. And we aren't humans either, Nason. Shannon's words became more serious. Those words probably gouged at Shannon's heart. Shannon bit her lower lip and hung her head. We are furniture. Even if we receive names and are treated as humans, that won't change how we were born. You are no longer furniture. Those words Beatrice had given her, which had made her happiest of all, floated through Shannon's mind. I am not furniture. No, you are. We are less than human. Nason, you're acting like you've forgotten that, and you're just pretending to be human. You should understand that yourself. I'm not furniture. I'm human. No, you aren't human. From the beginning, we have been unqualified to love or be loved. It seemed that Cannon's criticism had shifted focus from Shannon's interactions with the witch. Shannon also noticed that quickly. I heard from Milady. Seriously, what were you thinking? I can't believe that you would go on a trip with George. You've forgotten your place as furniture. You've just been tempted by that witch and mistakenly believed that you became human. Listen, Cannon. We certainly are furniture, lesser beings inferior to humans. But if we were to gain the missing remainder, wouldn't that mean we'd have become human? That couldn't happen. No, it could. So instead of Detroit become human, we get the sequel, Furniture become human. No, it could. If we gain that, we won't be furniture. We can become human. Ridiculous. As if we could. Cannon spat that out, but weakly, and turned away. That was probably resignation. The baptism of days upon days of suffering being furniture had firmly sealed his heart. You can too, Cannon. You can become a normal human. Stop it. That's the witch talking. That's right. Beatrice taught me. By gaining the single element of the world, we can become human. No, nobody's human without that. That's why people spend their entire lives trying to gain that single element. I have no idea what you're talking about, Nason. I don't want to listen to rambling. Then I'll teach you in a way you can understand. Look, see what I'm pointing at? Shannon pointed straight at the sea at the horizon. Shannon didn't understand what she was actually pointing at, and couldn't do anything except look between the horizon and Shannon's expression, which looked like it was posing a riddle. The ocean. Shannon, what color does that ocean look to you? It was an all too simple question. Cannon tried to guess the meaning behind the question for a while, but since he couldn't think of anything, he gave his answer straightforwardly. It's an uninspiring dark gray. Is it supposed to show, like, the difference between... Because Beatrice also said, like, oh, it's just a gray puddle. So what? Objectively speaking, the sea, laid out beneath a cloudy sky, could probably be best described, or described best by Cannon's words. But as Shannon closed her eyes and smiled, she shook her head slightly. It looks deep blue to me. Is that what you mean? Like using the word ow for a green traffic light? Again, Japanese meme, I guess? No. The ocean is deep blue. If I can see that, and you can't, then that's exactly the reason. Cannon bit his lower lip and was silent for a while. I can't see it. Cannon, stick out your hand. As Cannon stood bewildered, unable to understand what she was saying, she took his arm and opened the palm of his hand. She's gonna give the brooch that Thing gave to her. Cannon softly said something there. It was that magic brooch, which she had received from Beatrice. The magic charm, shaped like a gold butterfly, which could fulfill love. This is her... No, this is mine. So think of it as me, and treat it with respect, okay? After being told that, he couldn't just throw it away. Cannon didn't know what he should do, and he stood there confused for a while, the brooch still on the palm of his hand. Shannon put the palm of her hand on top of Cannon's, and the brooch was warmed by both of their hands. This charm holds true magical power. I'm sure that it will teach you an important emotion, Cannon. There is nothing her magic can teach me. No, there is. So wear it. But that's embarrassing. I hear it's okay if you just hide it in your pocket. Ridiculous. As if I'd be led astray by her magic. If I'd be led astray. Even as he said that, Cannon couldn't be cold-hearted towards something Shannon was pressing on him. In the end, Cannon agreed to reluctantly to take it. Saying he'd prove that he wouldn't surrender to the witch's power. Shannon smiled and nodded back. I'm sure you can learn something important from it, and I'm sure you can become human, and when you do, I'm sure that this ocean will look a beautiful blue to you as well. Gray is gray no matter how many times you look. That's wrong, Canon. It only looks like that because you have no... love, I'm guessing? Huh? Because of the howling wind, he hadn't been able to catch the critical part of what she just said. So Shannon said it once more. The single element of the world. She spoke once more of a world full of that element where the sea was deep blue. I'm sure you'll be able to see a deep blue ocean, after all. Without love, it cannot be seen. That's a very interesting thing. I'm gonna pause. There's something that's interesting about that. Just of note, okay? If it requires love, that one element, to be able to see it, it's interesting that Beatrice does not possess it, you know? Holy fuck, apparently Montreal tied the game. 1 second. Checking the scores. Ooh, it's going overtime. Looks like the Jets are about to beat the Blues again, too. Hide this. Who is there? It is Canon, my lord. It was rare for Kinzo to leave his study. However, that in itself didn't mean his noble research had been suspended. He may have left the study for a change of mood, but the thoughts filling his head were no different from those he had inside the study. So Canon knew that no matter what the time, speaking to Kinzo when he didn't want to be spoken to would always be a disturbance to his research. The weather is heavy. Will it get worse? Yes. According to the weather report, it could rain at any time. Shall I bring you an umbrella, my lord? That won't be necessary. You should leave me alone for a while. If my children ask, say that you do not know where I am. I'm busy on a journey through my own thoughts. Certainly. Then if you would excuse me. During the time that Canon bowed to him, Kinzo had already returned to his own world and had forgotten that Canon was there. And once again he began rambling to himself. Amidst those words, the name of that witch was repeated many times. Oh, Beatrice, my hand does not reach your smile. What should I do to revive you? What should I do so that you may smile at me once again? What is lacking? My research? My materials? A catalyst? Or is it the magical power? Or luck or an oracle? Oh, Beatrice, what must I do to see your face one more time? Oh. I guess it also provides an incentive for Beatrice to not show herself to Kinzo, because if Kinzo is going to complete a ritual to restore Beatrice's power, like why the fuck would she show her face to him? So she can first get her power before showing her face to him. As Canon listened to his master's weeping voice over his shoulder, he turned around just once. When he did, right behind his isolated master, was the silhouette of a person that shouldn't have been there. It was the witch. At once, Canon, thinking that the witch must be plotting to do Kinzo some harm, quickly ran back to Kinzo, trying to become a shield himself. When he saw the expression on the witch's face, the emotion of his vanished, because Beatrice's expression was one of sorrow, or maybe pity. You fool, Kinzo. I am right here. Can you not see me? Right behind Kinzo, as he repeated the witch's name over and over, desiring to be reunited with her more than anything else, was the witch herself. And yet Kinzo couldn't notice a thing. Even when Beatrice tried to rest her hand on his shoulder, he didn't notice a thing. Why? Why does my hand not reach Beatrice's smile? Is it the phase of the moon? The period of the comets? The alignment of the planets? What is lacking? What? What? It's useless, Kinzo. Without love, it cannot be seen. Canon took the brooch he received from Shannon out of his pocket. Could he learn something that would enable him too to see what he currently could not? Without love, it cannot be seen. We're just going to put that in the notes as well, just very broadly. Without love, it cannot be seen. It's repeated many times. Beatrice says this when Kinzo is wailing about not being able to see her anymore. Of note, as I'm sure this will come back. I know you can't see me typing the notes, but it's okay. I just said it out loud as I typed it. He looked at Kinzo's back once more. The witch was no longer there. Oh, the filigree. I call it the filigree. I know it's technically like plants and shit, but I don't know. It looked like cute little adornments earlier. So I'm gonna keep calling it that. Fucking deal with it. What chapter are we on? I think this is 3. Yeah. School Culture Festival. Uh-oh. Sorry, Jessica. The biggest event for the Ushirimiya family in fall was the family conference in October, but for Jessica, there was another one before that, the School Cultural Festival. Jessica liked school. To her, it was a place where she could let out some stress she'd built up during the rigid lifestyle she was forced to lead at home. For the cultural festival today, she had formed a group with her friends, and would be performing casual pop rock on a temporary stage. Okay, I see you. She had kept on preparing and practicing for that, and was really looking forward to today, but there was one thing that had been worrying her. She looked at the clock. There was still a little time, but she was uneasy. Would he really come? As she was about to breathe out a stress-relieving sigh, her heart jumped as all her friends suddenly started speaking in shrill voices. No way, Hina's boyfriend's a total stud. He totally is, right? He totally is, right? Rin, your boyfriend looks hella smart. So the guy's a hard S with glasses? Like, for real? Ryuji, is that you? No way, no way. My man's... I don't even know how to say that. It's not necessarily the case that all girls are like this, but at Jessica's school, at least, the cultural festival was really a boyfriend exhibition. Okay, I see you. Jessica didn't have a boyfriend. She had many friends of the opposite sex, but no special one. But Jessica was a little famous around the school, and everyone naturally expected that she had a fitting partner. Furthermore, her pride had caused her to act like that was the case. Though such acting and dodging of questions, she had somehow managed to keep up the bluff until this year. And we already know that Canon is the one that they're talking about. Not only does it weave into the fact with the brooch that... excuse me. that Shannon gave him, but we also heard in the end of the last episode that that was the connection. But for various reasons, she hadn't been able to escape this year's cultural festival. Jessie, is your boyfriend here? What? No, looks like he's not here. Why? That is a terrible school uniform thing. Is it gonna show us new characters? Oh, so interesting. It updates by chapter. Huh. So this is a Jessica only chapter, which makes me think because maybe it's in the past. I don't know. No, it looks like he's not here yet. Maybe he's busy with work. What kind of guy is your boyfriend, Jesse? At least give us a hint. What type is he? What type is he? Awesome, he's a working man, right? Is he gonna come in a suit? Of course he's gonna be sporting glasses, right? Yeah! Hey, but you don't really have one, do you? If you come clean now, I'll let you join me. Let's both flood this cultural festival with tears. No, I do. I'm telling you, I really do. Ahahaha. Jessica laughed awkwardly, covered with cold sweat. It was extremely doubtful whether she really had deceived her sharp-witted friends. Yeah, they definitely seem like they're very sharp-witted. I'm gonna save my notes real quick. I get worried because we've had like random power outages and I'll be like fucking pissed if I lose my notes. Sorry, I just had to save it real quick. Yes. And how about making a fake boyfriend and taking him with you? Fake? Who? I can't think of anyone. Shannon's ridiculous plan surprised Jessica wildly. Now this is interesting. Is this gonna update now? Huh, maybe it depends on if they're on the island or not. Because now we're on the island again and it shows everybody. It's also interesting they added Beatrice. Interesting. Okay, sorry, just... Shannon's ridiculous plan surprised Jessica wildly. We're metagaming, okay? Even so, it was a little more realistic than the unrealistic method running through her head of getting a boyfriend in a huge hurry before the day of the cultural festival. For example, what about Canon? Canon? No way. No way. And anyway, I'm sure Canon will have work on the day of the festival. I don't want to bother him and stuff. Of course, I've already checked the schedule. Canon has that day off. Why are you always so clever at times like this? No, wait. It'd be even worse if he's off. I can't pull him away from his precious break just for my own vanity. If Canon isn't pulled away, he'll always be shut away by himself. So I think forcibly dragging him around a bit would be perfect. You think so? No, but I'd feel bad for Canon. And I think you're out of options. How about meekly confessing to everyone that you don't have a boyfriend? Oh, sure, that may well cause you to experience some shame, but you would only have to endure for the short and yet oh so long time before graduation. For those couples in love, there's no sweeter honey than the face of a single person with an inferiority complex. Jesus, Shannon. Shannon! You aren't really worrying for my sake, are you? You're teasing me! And then they beat the shit out of each other. Jessica wrestled about with Shannon, her eyes teary, but Shannon was unconcerned, laughing with her usual smile. Yes, this is to get you back for making fun of me and George all the time. At that comeback of Shannon's, the likes of which didn't happen even once a year, Jessica rolled around on her bed, hugging her cushion, writhing and suffering. Shannon's triumphant smile was unbearably frustrating, but right now, she was the only person Jessica could talk with. She could wait until later to suffocate her with a cushion. Why not, milady? It's a cultural festival, but it's also a chance for you to have fun with Canon. Well, yeah, but... No. Jessica buried her head in her favorite cushion to hide the fact that her face had grown bright red, and she bit away at her thumbnail. It really was a reaction to be appreciated. Shannon and Jessica were about the same age, of the same sex, and they were also friends. And they were both right in the middle of puberty. They could never talk enough about things related to love. That's why they were able to be open with each other about these topics. So Jessica had heard in detail about how Shannon and George's love was progressing. And on the other side, Shannon had heard the details of what type Jessica liked and what kind of man she might be interested in. Judging by Jessica's reaction, it would probably be crude to talk about that in detail. But we won't get anywhere with Jessica just rolling around on the bed forever, so to be blunt, Jessica had been thinking about Kennen ever since he had first appeared. There were almost no young men on Rokkenjima, so maybe it was natural that Jessica, as a girl in puberty, had become interested in Kennen. But if anyone said that, it would destroy the romance of a maiden's pure heart and of love at first sight. Jesus. Shannon had been with Kennen the whole time at the Welfare Institute, so she had known him before they had started working. So Jessica had asked persistently about what kind of person he was, what his hobbies were, what his favorite foods were, what type of girl he liked. Even Shannon could clearly tell that Jessica was infatuated with Kennen. Come on, isn't that a good chance to take Kennen on a date? But Kennen might also have someone he likes. Wouldn't he take it badly if I made him go with me just to show off? People who aren't honest about their feelings, such as you, milady. What was that word? Again, I learned it from George. That's right, they call them Sundora. Apparently they will be quite popular a few decades from now, you know? Wow, George sure is incredible. But he's capable of foreseeing future trends now, is he? Awesome. No, wait. You're saying I'm living in the wrong time period? I'm doomed. Banging pots and pans, apparently. Ultimately, Jessica wasted several days before finally agreeing to the plan of having Kennen pretend to be her boyfriend. Yes, milady. Did you call me? Jessica realized that she had called him at a bad time and immediately regretted it. Kennen always had a sour look, but even so, he had some good days and some bad days. Unfortunately, this reaction was the latter. No, all that confidence and effort she had amassed by practicing in front of a mirror all night was wiped out in about 5 seconds. Jessica turned bright red and hung her head. Watching her, Kennen sighed. Jessica thought he was getting fed up with her, and her face went pale. I heard from Shannon. Is this about me accompanying you to the school cultural festival, milady? Nice, Shannon. I mean, yeah, that's right, but, do you have any plans that day? I was strictly ordered by Shannon to work specifically for you on that day, milady. I have never been to high school, so I don't really understand. But I hear it's a place where girls feel very ashamed if they don't have a boy with them. And I was particularly ordered to see to it that the daughter of the Ushirimiya family is in no way inferior to the common people. Well, Shannon, I'll beat you to death later. Jessica kept yelling with a strange voice, a broken smile, and steam pouring from her head as if she were a boiler. As Kennen watched this, he sighed again. Kennen wasn't an idiot either. He fully understood what Jessica intended by inviting him. However, in truth, he found it nothing but bothersome to go along with this lady's game of love. But Shannon had spoken to him persistently about it. He was very indebted to her for many things, so he couldn't refuse. And in his pocket was the brooch. Couldn't this strange turn of events also have been brought about by the magic power residing in this brooch? Ridiculous. But those words of Shannon's came to mind. What did Shannon see that I cannot? I don't understand Shannon's feelings. We are furniture. As if we could become something more than that. Jessica still rambling on in a strange voice, and Kennen sighing deeply were a truly odd combination. Ow. Jessie, someone's here for you. Didn't you hear? Huh? Sorry. Who? As my friends all gathered together, they were looking this way with hard-to-describe expressions, whispering to each other in low voices that couldn't be called low. Even I felt kind of shameless. Did I just say sorry who? Like I don't know who's shown up? Crap, my mind is blank. Oh my god, what the fuck is this straitjacket, or not straitjacket, this trench coat, brother? Oh my god, that's Jessie's boyfriend? He's so cute. She really had a boyfriend? No fake? Serious? For real? Fucking Ryuji's back again. Jessica, you traitor! He's so fine. Okay. When did they do the translation of this? There is no chance they're saying so fine if this wasn't translated in like the last 10 years at least. He's younger? I never heard he was younger. Where's Jessie's boyfriend? Oh my god, fucking Nazi, calm down. She really does like young. Okay, that's crazy. She really does like young boys. A crazy statement. We're not talking about George here, okay? He definitely likes young girls. Hey, you took a while. I didn't know where the entrance was. I apologize for being late. Right, that outfit suits you, doesn't it? Shannon said my normal clothes wouldn't do, so we went and bought this yesterday. It probably doesn't fit me. That's not true. Shannon, when I get back, you're getting a posthumous 2-rank promotion. This place is kind of filled with girls. It's uncomfortable. Yeah, isn't it? Come on, let's not hang around here. Let's go to the stage, alright? Because it'll be our turn really soon. Come on, come on, come on. It seemed that Jessica was just as uncomfortable. It looked like she was finding it difficult to cope with while bathed in everyone's interested gaze. When he saw Jessica's appearance, Cannon thought that he might have made things difficult for her by coming. I get the feeling that I'm getting in the way. Am I a burden? No, not at all, seriously. If I'm in the way, please tell me at any time. Okay, this is a Japanese language meme, but you aren't a burden, Cannon. She calls her boyfriend Kun. What should I do, milady? Oh my god, she makes him call her milady like a butler? Oh my god. No, don't call me milady today. Really? Understood, Jessica. Yeah, he's trained to call her Sama. Sorry, Cannon, just for 3 seconds, could you close your eyes? Yeah, a kiss, it's a kiss, she's gonna kiss him. Okay, here goes. Bang, thunk, bam bam, slam, crash. When Cannon opened his eyes, for some reason there was a horrible tragedy in the room. Everyone had been driven into the walls, their arms and legs outstretched. Jessica put her brass knuckles in her— Okay, damn bro. Hey, brass knuckles are illegal here. Anyway, let's go over to the stage. Our turn is coming up soon, so wait in a seat for a bit. Because we have to go get ready. If you go straight to the end here, there will be a temporary stage, so you'll know where to go. Just wait there. Cannon seemed to be having a hard time adjusting. Pushing him in the back, Jessica sent him out into the corridor. Even though Cannon was confused by Jessica's attitude and show of agitation, which he had never seen before, he followed her instructions and headed in the direction she had indicated. After seeing him off with an awkward smile, Jessica slammed the door shut and yelled loudly. There you go, you saw, right? You saw. Happy now? Sucks for you. Ugh, I lost the bet. I was so sure that Jessie didn't have a boyfriend. It wasn't a boyfriend, right? She's just harassing one of her servants, right? Wow, Jessie's boyfriend's incredible. Shut up. Let's get ready. Move it. Move it. Damn, bro. We're part of the Madagascar movies now, too. Jessica took the brass knuckles out of her pocket again, and everyone energetically returned to their tasks. Okay. Meanwhile, Cannon's gonna be out here like fucking waxing philosophical. Cannon went down the corridor as Jessica had told him to, and found a temporary stage set up where the vending machines should have been. It was probably being shared in time slots between the individual groups and clubs. The student group was singing, and the place was already fired up. Disliking that ruckus, he found a dark wall to lean against alone. So this is what they call high school. Bro, I can picture in my head what he looks like with that fucking trench coat leaned up against the wall. Like, calm down there, bro. My god. It sure is noisy, Cannon thought. Then he remembered Jessica just now, acting in a way that he'd never seen before. Honestly, she was in such high spirits that alcohol might have been involved. To him, the greatest virtue for a person was to always be composed and intellectual. In that sense, it was very hard for him to get used to the atmosphere in a school cultural festival. He had the responsibility of reporting everything he saw or heard to the master. So he would also have to report about Jessica's unrestrained behavior earlier. At the very least, it was not fitting for a daughter of the Ushir main family. The master, Kraus, and especially Natsuhi would probably be angry. If I were to report it in a way that protects milady, should I blame it on inappropriate school friends? What was all that? So stupid. Ken thought back on how Jessica had acted earlier and sighed again. He could understand Natsuhi's headache a little now. Come to think of it, Natsuhi, as the president of the PTA, should have gone straight to a social after attending the ceremony in the gymnasium. Hadn't she said that she wouldn't be there to see milady's event? That was probably for the best. The crowds are unpleasant. What in the world do they want? Several female students kept glancing at me. It seemed they were all whispering the same sort of thing that milady's school friends had said, and it was really unpleasant. Come to think of it, didn't Shannon warn me that if I was going to walk around a school festival on my own, I had better watch out because a lot of strange people would come and talk to me. Hello, are you by yourself? Just as expected, a group of girls I'd never met started talking to me. Their stares started to make my back tingle. Didn't she tell me some magic words that could chase them off in times like this? It's gonna go, sorry, I have a girlfriend. Sorry. Oh my dude, I thought I was about to be a fucking prophet. Sorry, I'm with someone. Oh, really? I'm sorry. It worked. Instant reaction. Well, that's got them to go away, but it hasn't really changed the number of people staring at me. No, it's that kid, Jesse's boyfriend. No way, that kid? I can't believe it. I was sure he was fake. He's so cute. Is he younger than her? I'm so jealous. They're literally like the same age. Ha. No way I'm ever coming back to a place like this again. Ken sighed for about the 100th time that day. So it's more like a As he did, the lighting changed and the standing audience started cheering. Looking around, I realized that there were suddenly a large number of people here. And unlike earlier, they were all guys. With this huge crowd, I couldn't even see the stage. Fortunately, there was a fallen beer case. Oh my god, the guy literally had to use a step stool. And I noticed there was now a new group on the stage. She's got the Union Jack? What the fuck? I mean, that's what it looks like, at least. The leader was Milady. She had changed into stage clothes and was even holding a guitar. I didn't know she could play. No, maybe she could. I had seen her practicing air guitar before. Yeah. Natsuhi wouldn't approve of any hobbies outside of study. Maybe she was always practicing in secret. Come to think of it, she's been returning really late from school recently, hasn't she? Maybe she's been practicing at school far away from Natsuhi's prying eyes. It really is for the best that Natsuhi didn't come. If Milady were to get scolded by Natsuhi after putting so many hours of practice in, she would probably be very dejected. Jesse! Oh my god, the music just super cranked up. Holy fuck. Everyone, thanks for gathering here today. I could hear Jessica's forceful voice through the speakers. Jessie-sama? Maybe that's her nickname at school? The students in the audience kept calling out that name. I was a little aggravated by that inferior name, which was inappropriate for Milady. Jessica was in great spirits as they kept calling her Jessie-sama. They were probably all her fans. With her mic performance, it's definitely not how you short form Mike. Unless she also has a dual identity as a person named Mike, but hey. She was responding to that and firing that place up. It was almost like a song performance on TV. At first I had thought all this was frivolous, but that feeling now changed into appreciation. This was pretty incredible in its own way. Ken had never listened to music of his own free will, but he had often heard the kind of music that people of the Ushirimiya family liked, which is probably going to be like boring-ass classical music. Bruh, give me my fucking flowers right now. It's just how it fits, but since I was almost all classical music, Canon had naturally started liking classical music too. So to Canon, the songs Jessica and the others were singing were, how should you say it? Uncultured, of a lower class. Very modern. In any case, he thought that if Natsuhi heard it, she would probably faint. Interesting, we're having a MV. Also, it sounds like the person they had for a voice actress for her, at least there, and this is my total uninitiated, knowing literally nothing about Japanese. Sounded like a fluent English speaker, but what do I know? But everyone looked like they were having a really good time. The diehard fans, who had even brought pen lights, sang along. At least when she was talking, it sounded like she had an English-Japanese accent, if that makes sense. Dancing crazily, or I should say more so, like an American, or North American accent. Dancing crazily with the exact same movements, almost as though it had been planned ahead. On the stage, Jessica also sang enthusiastically, dripping with sweat. He couldn't find a single element that was appropriate for a daughter of the Ushirimiya family, but it looked like she was having a lot of fun. Jessie-sama, Jessie, Jessie. Thank you. Okay, next up we got a brand new one for you. Don't call me an ordinary magician. Okay. I couldn't keep up with the atmosphere, but anyway, Milady was full of life and looked like she was having a great time. As I looked at Milady having a great time, I thought, isn't this what Ushirimiya Jessica is really like? Don't I know better than anyone just how badly life on Rokkenjima kills your own sense of self? Then the time she spends, not as Milady, the successor of the Ushirimiya family, but as a single girl called Jessica, living life to the fullest must be very important to her. I worked close to Milady, saw her in all seasons, and I thought I knew everything about her. But that was only a single limited side of her, Milady of Rokkenjima. We are furniture. We serve on Rokkenjima, and end our lives on Rokkenjima. So I had come to think that Rokkenjima itself was our whole world, as though, just like in the old geocentric theories, the ocean spiraled off the end of the world into an abyss, or spilled. But as I looked at Milady like this, I realized that this was a horribly narrow outlook. I still couldn't keep up with the excitement of the crowd, but I felt like I had seen something that cannot be seen on Rokkenjima. Although I don't know if that was the unseeable thing Shannon was talking about, I still can't see the ocean as blue. Okay. Back on a beach somewhere? Wasn't today the cultural festival at Jessica's school? Has the principal been doing well? Yes, he seemed to be in good health. Oh, that's right. Miss Takamiya was also there. She was particularly insistent that I give you her regards. Busy as usual? It appeared so. She's a very energetic person. Oh yes, there was also President Enomoto. Naturally, the topic of Jessica's cultural festival came up at dinner. School events often became social gatherings for influential people. It was the same for the Ushirimiya family, who were big names around this area. As Natsuhi remembered the names of the important people at the social, she updated Kraus on the news concerning them. Jessica didn't really have any interest in that discussion, and rudely slurped her pumpkin soup. Milady, I would hesitate to call those appropriate manners. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that, Dr. Temma. Jessica, I'm always telling you to do something about your speech. Yes, Jessica answered, discouraged. When he saw that, Kraus smiled a little and interrupted his conversation with Natsuhi. How was the festival for you, Jessica? Well, okay. I was watching. You did a good job. Huh? Yeah, I guess. Jessica's face turned bright red. She probably hadn't thought that Natsuhi would actually come to see her on stage. She felt a mix of happiness and embarrassment. Actually, she hadn't wanted her mother to watch because she didn't want to be told that her music was inappropriate for the Ushirimiya family. But it wasn't as though it didn't make her happy to hear her parents say that she did a good job after watching her try her best. It's a very, I don't know the proper linguistic term for it, but there's a lot of just it's probably just because of the double negative. It wasn't as though it didn't make her happy. It makes it more of a confusing statement. You probably gotta read it. I don't want to be the critic of the writing, but you could probably write it a little bit of a different way. But it's okay. It's okay. You appeared with both composure and dignity, fitting behavior for the student's representative. Oh, yeah. The smile that had been there a second ago crumbled like sand. Jessica immediately realized that she was talking about something different. Jessica was also the school's student president. She had no interest in something so annoying, but her parents had been pushy, so she had grudgingly accepted. Fortunately, she was popular in school, so she had won the election easily. When Natsuhi was praising her for the ceremony organized by the student council at the beginning of the cultural festival. Actually, she had just carried out that out half-heartedly. She had immediately met up with her friends and held a stage rehearsal for the rest of the time. The experience of standing above people and bearing responsibility will definitely be useful in the future. It will surely help you mature as a member of the Ushirimiya family. You spoke at the greeting a little quickly. You passed on content, but your fast style of speech dilutes it. It would be good if you developed a habit of taking a breath every once in a while. Bro, she's gonna shit talk me for fucking fumbling words because I talk too fast. Okay, man? Chill on me. Chill on me! Ow. What the hell? Okay, sorry, I was reading something. Yeah. After she finished eating, Jessica didn't feel like going straight to her room. You could say that her room was the place where her parents had specified her to be. So maybe you could say that for Jessica, choosing not to return to her own room and instead disappearing to an unknown location in this large mansion was a meager form of resistance. Jessica felt that even being in the mansion made it hard to breathe, so she went outside to the rose garden. Well, even if she had come, she'd just have said something about how it wasn't appropriate for the successor of the Ushirimiya family anyway. So what the hell's my problem? Jessica laughed at what she was sulking over, laughed at what kind of words she would have had to receive to be satisfied. Ridiculous. In the end, I'm just a spoiled little kid. I can't believe myself. It's almost funny. Milady. What? Cannon? Don't scare me like that. Cannon had suddenly started talking to her just as she had tried to force a laugh, so she choked. What? Something to say? Yeah. Jessica's expression had become the one Cannon always saw. The listless Jessica from a second ago was gone. If he still only knew Jessica as a successor to the Ushirimiya family as he did until today, he would have mistakenly thought that Jessica's mood had sprung back to normal. But that was wrong. He now knew a part of her that he could not see until today, so he understood that there was no way that on the inside Jessica was just as she appeared. About today's cultural festival. Well, thanks for coming with me so I could show off. You really helped. Your singing. It was good. What? Really? I'm embarrassed. Even though she had heard the words she had most wanted to hear, Jessica became shy and couldn't accept them frankly. Who's Frank? I cannot sing, and I don't know how to play any instrument other than the harmonica and the recorder, which I learned in elementary school. Hey, me too, bro, except I don't know if you really need to learn the harmonica and the recorder. I mean, hey, you see me out there with hot cross buns, bro? You do not want to be matched across from me, I'll tell you that. Well, I had just assumed that you were the same, milady. Canon hadn't been consciously looking down on Jessica to that degree, but people playing unique instruments were always on the other side of the brawn tubes in the TV. He got it into his head that it would be impossible for Jessica, at least. I am furniture, so I didn't believe there was any need to sing or play instruments. But I'm not sure anymore. Canon, seriously, enough with that phrase, I am furniture. That's some kind of servant's mentality, right? The servants should be living furniture thing? Genji says it a lot. It isn't the mentality. We really are furniture. I know the kids from the Gospel House receive assistance from grandfather in various ways, and I realize you feel gratitude for that. But that doesn't mean you should call yourself furniture. Aren't you a human like us? I think I'm trying to get to the source of what the word furniture would mean in this context. There's a two-pronged thing of it. One, I would say furniture because the best of them are used to decorate the home of the Ushiromiyas. In that sense, they're furniture. And then furniture in the sense that they are to be at the disposal and to be used by the Ushiramiya family for however they view it, whether it's convenient, whether it's for leisure, for comfort, or whatever. But again, I'm sure we'll find some lore at some point about what the actual meaning behind it is. Canon, when you saw me singing, what did you think? It looked like you were having a lot of fun. That's probably not it. Huh? It wasn't that I looked like I was having fun. You were jealous, weren't you? Even Canon himself probably hadn't noticed that emotion. Canon had seen something he had never seen before, never known of before, and had probably become jealous. And to trick himself about that emotion, he had called himself furniture over and over. I know I'm the successor to the Ushiramiya family or something, and well, I'm sure there'll be a lot of annoying stuff to do in the future too. As far as that goes, I've just got to resign myself to it. I was born under an unlucky star. Probably just like you had to live at the Gospel House, neither of us have a choice. We couldn't choose the stars we were born under. That may be true. But there's one part where you and me are completely different. Know what that is? I am furniture and you are not. He was about to say that, but he stopped. I don't know. Canon, you think that your own fate is everything about you, and you gave up. You think that your own fate is everything about you. And you gave up. I can't accept this kind of fate, so I decided to do the best I can. So as well as my normal constrained self, who has to act as the daughter of the Ushiramiya family, I've created another self who pours all her heart into the things she likes. Another self. Yeah. Canon, you've been telling yourself, I am furniture. I'm sure there's been many tough things that have forced you to tell yourself that. I think that's really unfortunate. But for that to determine your entire life, that feels so sad to me. You know, people can always make another self inside themselves that they can really grow to like. This isn't escaping from reality, okay? When I'm that other part of myself, I can really feel like I'm living a great life. So no matter how constrained and boring everyday life is, I can definitely live without suffocating. You have asthma, girl. You can't live without suffocating, okay? You go up the flight of stairs too quick, you're trolled. Make another self that you can really grow to like inside yourself. Make another me which isn't furniture. Through her relationship with George, had Shannon given birth to a part of herself that isn't furniture? Furniture, because I can't speak furniture. And did this other Shannon see something that cannot be seen by furniture? Yeah. Well, I don't know anything about your private life, Canon, but I can sort of guess. Your private life is probably nothing at all. Bullseye? Canon couldn't reply, but that was answer enough. He had no concept of a private life, so Canon would always be Canon. Furniture would always be furniture. Canon, that Canon isn't your real name, right? The Gospel House gave new students new families and a new life, so it also made a point of giving each of them a new name. In his case, that was Canon. Certainly. That name of mine may be a temporary thing. He thought that he wasn't anyone other than Canon, but he remembered. There definitely had been a part of himself that wasn't Canon, but that was far, far away, beyond the distant fog of oblivion. Hey, the remaster's coming out soon, man. So even for you, it should be alright to have times when you're Canon and times when you aren't. Maybe that Canon you are when you act as a servant calls himself furniture and strictly limits his own will. But when you aren't Canon, I think it's alright to live much, much more freely. Those words definitely weren't just lip service. Jessica had also been like this in the past. She had cursed her own birth into an environment different from all of her friends at school. She had been the only one in a heavily constricted environment forced to learn various things, and she had even received words about the friends she played with. Though she had been sad about that, she had given up, thinking that she had just been born under that kind of star. But one day Jessica had stopped giving up and surrendering. She fought back! Fight back! Stuff like the Ushiromiya family customs and pressure, those didn't matter. She created a real Jessica inside herself, who could do what she really wanted to do. You know, I'm called by this nickname Jessie in school. So when I'm Jessie, I live life honestly and to the fullest. And because of that, I can do my best when I'm Jessica too. Maybe you too can have times when you're canon, and times when you're, your real name, and live a different way in each. When you aren't canon, can't you try being another self, who you can grow to like? When I am not canon. He had thought that his real name didn't matter at all. So he had thought that canon was all he was. And now Jessica was saying that he should create a new existence, another self that wasn't canon. Canon, if you don't mind, tell me, what's your real name? He was silent for quite some time. Maybe his real name had risen to the tip of his tongue. After hesitating for a long time over whether he should say it, in the end, he swallowed it back down. I forgot. My name doesn't matter anymore. Those words signified a slight rejection. No matter what kind of real name I had, the only truth now is that here, I am canon. Past has nothing to do with anything. Just as it does not matter the name of the tree from whose trunk a piece of furniture was originally made. From whose trunk? I said stop that. You aren't furniture, you're human, you know? I am not human. Canon clearly spoke his refusal. It was with a rage that he normally didn't show. Jessica couldn't say anything back and was struck silent. You are human, milady, so you are free to live any way you like, and any kind of future is possible for you. It's almost like you have wings and can dance through the sky like a bird. One-winged eagle reference, one-winged eagle reference. But I am not like that. Even if you see me as a bird, I am nothing more than a domestic duck. They may have wings, but they can't fly. To speak of that dream of flight despite that, that's just too cruel. Furniture, ducks, what the hell is all this? I don't understand hypotheticals. I don't understand allegories. I don't understand analogous situations. No. Jessica had unconsciously gone along with Canon's forceful manner of speaking, but she realized that she shouldn't fire back and swallowed her words. I don't know anything about you. I don't even know your upbringing, and I don't know the hardships you've been through. I can't even imagine why you started calling yourself furniture. But know this. You aren't furniture or a duck. You're a real human. If you want to say that Canon working as a servant is furniture, that's alright. But in that case, don't you think you can make another self for when you aren't furniture? When you're human? Only a human like you can embrace that possibility. I am not like that. I have no future, no possibilities, and no dreams I am permitted to see. So, milady, please don't say any more cruel things. Why? Why are you saying that? Because it seems you are mistaking me for a human just like you, milady. We are different beings. I just wanted to make that clear. I heard from Shannon, something about you taking a liking to me. Huh? No. I look almost identical to a human, therefore, like Shannon, maybe I could delude myself that I am human, and for a time pretend to love. But that would surely be fooling myself. No, it would also be fooling you, milady. Shannon and George will definitely fall apart. Shannon herself must understand that day will come, and yet she does this. Stupid. There's nothing stupid about it. Sure, George is a brilliant person, and he's bearing both of his parents' expectations. And yeah, when it comes to marriage, I'm sure Auntie Ava's gonna interfere in a bunch of ways, and I think they've got a really tough road ahead of them, alright? But you know, George isn't the kind of guy who will surrender to all that. He won't turn Shannon into Juliet, he'll definitely make her happy. People in furniture cannot love one another. I'm trying to say that even if you can love furniture, I cannot love you, milady. Those words of Canon's crushed all of Jessica's bittersweet feelings from today. There was no way she would have anticipated or could have anticipated the emotions of such a blunt rejection. In an instant, she lost the willpower that had crushed her to try and unravel something stubborn in Canon's heart. And before she knew it, she was just standing there in shock. Milady, if your feelings for me are due to my conceit, then I beg for your forgiveness. No. Well, I won't deny it. Thank you very much. Huh? For thinking of me as a human. Thank you very much. Just those feelings truly make me happy. and anything more would be too cruel. So... No, that's enough. Sorry. Jessica scratched at her head as she spoke and tried to force her voice to sound bright. I just kinda ran on ahead by myself and caused you trouble. I'm honestly sorry. I'm really sorry for using up your whole day off. No. I was also happy that I could see you having fun. Then, let's be done for the night. If I don't go back to my room and turn off the lights, Mom will get mad at me again. Haha. That would probably be most appropriate. I wish you a good night, milady. Yeah. Good night. Jessica turned her back to him and slowly trotted away, looking disheartened. But suddenly she started dashing pell-mell. I don't know what the fuck that... and disappeared in the direction of the mansion. As he watched her go for just an instant, Cannon was tormented by the feeling that he should have just... that he had just made a huge mistake. But no. He thought this had not been a mistake at all. It was for her sake that he'd been forced to refuse her now, while her pain was still at its smallest. Nice going. Making a woman cry like that. I fucking knew it was Beatrice, bro. I was like, ain't no way he's saying that to himself. Come on, man. He don't give a fuck. He don't give a fuck. I didn't expect you to refuse her that strongly. Had you answered normally, another pair of lovers would have been born with my magic. Is the brooch gonna, like, lose its power now? Imagine Beatrice, I'm calling an early prediction. Do you think that Beatrice is gonna say that the power that's from the magical amulet or whatever that she has, right? It's what allowed Shannon and her relationship glasses, and I'm kind of afraid Luke, I don't wanna like roll over them. But they're definitely like somewhere at my feet. One second. Pop them in my lap. Where'd they go? Wait, they're actually gone. What the fuck? Wait, one second, I have to stand up. Wait, actually, where did they go? What the fuck? Okay, I guess it doesn't matter. Forgot that my headphone cable is only so long. What I was gonna say is, I won't be surprised here if Cannon almost gets, like, strong-armed by Beatrice, in the sense that he has the brooch now, and we know that what she was saying earlier is that people eventually, like, disregard her blessing, right? They, like, shit on it once it's served its purpose, and then after it's served its purpose, it's kind of, like, gone. And then once it's gone, you're kind of in, like, a real shitty position where she kind of, like, recollects, I don't want to say, on, like, all the good that she's done for you. But because Shannon entrusted this to Cannon, I wonder if his failure could make the brooch, like, lose its magic power, and then furthermore, by that token, also cause Shannon's relationship to fall apart. And then, because of that, Beatrice could use that to say, hey, Cannon, you have to actually go through with being in love with Jessica, or at least, like, not doubting my magic and not doubting the benefit and the boon that I'm giving you through this brooch, because if you do, you're gonna hurt Shannon. And then he's gonna be like, no, I can't hurt Shannon. And then we're gonna see that. Early prediction, okay? Early prediction that Beatrice is going to strong-arm them somehow using their love. How long have you been there? You're just horrible. When he turned around, the witch was suddenly there. My throat has been so scratchy today, I don't know why. It doesn't hurt, but I can feel it when I'm speaking. It looked like she had been there the whole time, enjoying the performance as if it were a play. I shall forgive your reckless words towards me just this once in deference to that pleasant show. Even after 1,000 years, no more interesting show exists than complications between men and women. To me, it's an addictive pleasure, sweeter than any other. Cannon pulled the butterfly brooch out of his pocket. It was the crystallization of the great magic that the witch had bestowed. Without hesitation, Cannon flung it hard onto the ground and stomped on it. Oh, what is the meaning of this, when you know that something was given by me? Just now I figured it out. What you are doing isn't as tasteful as being the Cupid of love. You are just a demon who enjoys showing love to those who can never be joined and deceiving them. You are free to think that. Most humans I have lent my power to have said the same thing. Don't play dumb. You didn't lend Shannon your power because you felt sorry for her. You took advantage of a weak point in Shannon's heart as it burned with love and made her break the mirror that sealed you. And that's not all. You're toying with her, when you know very well how it's all going to end. Am I wrong? Furniture is a thoroughly pitiful existence. So you have no dreams, no future, and even no love. Good, good. There's nothing better than knowing your place. Just as you suspected, there was a faint love growing in Jessica's heart. You are under the impression that you have snipped it out, harvested it. But did you know, trees grow thicker branches if you thin them out instead of letting them grow rampant. A girl who loves furniture? Interesting. Truly interesting. Shannon and George will also eventually reach a stalemate with their unfillable love, and will bear just the kind of large fruit I like. However, to my regret, they've been getting on so well that it just isn't interesting, you see. In that respect, I like to think you two shall entertain me greatly. The witch laughed. Even though she had known that the two could not be joined, she had lent magic to join them together. However, they couldn't escape the fate that made it impossible for them to be joined. The witch knew that. Even if they were joined, the relationship of Shannon and George, Cannon and Jessica, would fail for certain. And as they wandered through that eternal desert in the hell of love, they would be tormented by eternal thirst. So it sounds like the way that he's trying to phrase it and the way that she said it is she wants to build up a better and better and better love, a bigger and greater love, to then tear it all down, because the fruit and the conflict in this case, like the conflict and the drama between men and women, that's what she wants. And I think what Canon is trying to say here, if I understand it, is that there is no way that a furniture and a human can be in love with each other or could have a relationship with each other. And so, because of that, she is purposely nurturing this, like she's watering a plant. She's letting the plant grow and grow and grow and grow, and then once the plant produces like the most ripe fruit possible, she's going to pluck it and enjoy it at its most possible enjoyable state. At least that is her current thing, for her own entertainment, but... Did you think I would lend them that power without any compensation? I'll lend a hand in love, and my compensation shall be one ticket to watch the cruel fate that the two of them will eventually meet. Yes, so... Even after 1,000 years, no better show exists. Just look at Kinzo. See how he ended up? An old, pitiful man who knew the taste of love and was thrown out of paradise. Look at how he lives, like a dead man who can't fully die. You really are a witch. Get out of my sight, you demon. I shall disappear regardless. My power still hasn't returned, you see. It is still tiring to continue showing myself. I overdid it when I gave you lovers my power. As I am now, it will not be easy to maintain that power without the brooch as a catalyst. And it ground his foot even more into the stop brooch. He felt it break under his foot. Then it dissolved as if into water, and changed into butterflies that sparkled gold which flustered away from beneath Cannon's foot. I also find it a little difficult to continue preserving this form. As you ask, I will hide myself for a brief period. Just as there is no tide that does not rise, and no moon that does not wax, my magical power will surely become whole again. And there will surely come a time that it is appropriate for my revival. I cannot imagine whether that will be tomorrow, next year, or even 100 or 1,000 years into the future. But as long as there are those that entertain me, I will surely gain power and revive. I will disappear for a short while, until that time comes. The bruise on the palm of your hand is already gone, so if you wish, tomorrow morning, you can let my existence disappear like an illusion or a dream. There is nothing more saddening for me than to be forgotten. However, I will definitely be revived. Make sure that you won't regret that day's coming at any time. I will surely have my second coming, and control everything as this island's true master. And at that time, the door to the Golden Land will be opened again. The covetous and the greedy shall call me forth without fail. Enough! Disappear now, Golden Witch. Leaving behind a mocking laugh, the witch turned into a flight of gold butterflies and scattered away. The whole area sparkled like a gold blizzard in a snow globe. It was a fleeting, fantastical scene that had disappeared in a heartbeat. The witch could no longer be seen. However, Cannon felt like he could still hear that shrill, unpleasant laugh. Ah, how entertaining, how entertaining! Why is the human world so entertaining after such a long absence? Go insane with love. Go insane with gold. Those that don't go insane from those are not human. I see. Then the word furniture is fitting indeed. Furniture is created to serve humans, and I toy with them, and I toy with and tyrannize those humans to ease my 1,000 years of boredom. What a truly entertaining rock, paper, scissors situation that I cannot control furniture. Kinzo, your enterprises are truly interesting. Furniture, try and see if you can hunt me. Tonight, 2 seeds of love have been sown, including the one already sown. That makes 3. Including the one already sown. Huh. Oh, I see. I think she means it in the sense that 2 seeds of love have been sown in both Jessica and in canon. Not that, like, I was thinking of it in pairs. Because Shannon already began to love George, so she put the seed of love into his heart, I would imagine. But Beatrice, why did you leave me alone in this painful world? I detest you. You are yearned after this much, and yet make no attempt to answer. I will detest you for all eternity. My lord, drinking any more will be damaging for your health. Haven't you also been warned by Dr. Nanjo? Be silent, Genji. You do not understand. You do not understand my grief and sadness. Even though I believe that as my oldest friend, at least you would understand my pain. Unless she meant that Kinzo was one of them, but... Why is it so incomprehensible to you? Oh, Beatrice. Why did you leave me alone? What the hell is all that furniture stuff? What is all that crap? Yeah, I think she was implying that Kinzo was one of them. Oh, how heartrending, Jessica. Even though her crying voice that I can hear from her room tells me of the situation, there is nothing I can do. This is all a tragedy due to people who are too young getting too close when the positions of their birth are too distant. I can do nothing but understand my lady's feelings and walk away quietly with silent feet. Little gosper, little... Flashbang, okay. What the fuck? Where are we now? No, we're still in chapter 2. Interesting. This is so odd. What? What do you mean by that, George? I mean what I said. I still haven't built up my castle. Once I have, I'll be able to think of myself as an adult for the first time. When that happens, I want to marry you. That's, but my heart won't let me do that just that anymore. So I want to give you an engagement ring. An engagement? You say. But, I am... furniture. Right? And furniture has to listen to what people say. I'm currently having a ring made that's worthy to be a gift for you. I think I'll probably be able to bring it to the family conference coming up soon. I'll give it to you then, so please, I want you to let me hear your answer. If you accept my engagement proposal, I will proclaim right there, to all of the relatives, including grandfather, my engagement to you. George. I'm sure some people won't approve of our relationship, but there's no need to look at their faces, because you only have to fill your eyes with me. I will definitely make you happy. That I promise you. Definitely. We don't know how well that's gonna go anymore now. Jesus. I look forward to seeing how it will ripen. The gold butterflies do not swoop upon the juice of overripe and rotting fruit. I cannot wait for the day of harvest to come. Is the time of the banquet here yet? Ha ha la 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 la. Oh no. Oh, we're finally here. The first day. Hey guys, it's a family conference. We're done with the prologue, which was 3 chapters long. Now the real question is, are we going to switch back to being Battler? We'll see. I'm going to wager no, actually. They had eaten breakfast at a coffee shop in the station building. By chance, the inside of the shop had been decorated with Halloween colors since it was October. It seemed that Maria had really taken a liking to that. Ever since, she had been making a fuss inside the train about wanting to have a Halloween festival without caring that she was attracting the attention of others. Halloween is popular in Europe and America, but people are hardly familiar with it at all in Japan. The shopping district was colorfully decorated with orange pumpkins, but the costume parades of children demanding sweets and saying trick or treat were nowhere in sight. Ugh. I want a Halloween festival. I don't want to wear these clothes. I want to look like a witch. Ugh. The family conference isn't for playing. We're going to meet grandfather, so you have to dress up nicely. While it wasn't completely full inside the train, there were enough people here that almost all of the seats were occupied. Among them, Maria was making a fuss, kicking her feet back and forth in her seat while Rosa scowled at her. Rosa had told her many times in a low voice to stop, and Maria was taking no notice whatsoever. Once Maria gets this way, no matter how much you try to explain the situation or calm her, she doesn't listen. In the past, Rosa used to pamper Maria and give in to her at times like this, but that had probably been the problem. Almost certainly, the young Maria had formed the wrong impression that if she kept complaining noisily, her mother would give in and listen to her. That error had been brought to Rosa's attention through an educational book, and since then, she had hardened her heart so as to not pamper her beloved daughter. But Rosa could manage less and less mutual understanding with Maria, and had become more and more common that she felt discouraged by her own powerlessness. Halloween, Halloween, trick or treat, ugh. I'm not giving you any sweets, you just ate breakfast. Trick or treat, ugh. As Maria kicked her feet, a stout old woman sitting in the seat across from Maria picked a candy out of her handbag and gave it to her. Ooh, got a treat, look, mama. Mama, happy Halloween. Maria, you can't just accept sweets from strangers, remember? Return it. It's alright, ho 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 ho. She's a lovely young lady. How old is she? There may not have been any malice in those words from the old woman, but it seemed that Rosa had taken that in an extremely humiliating way. Maria, I'm always telling you not to accept sweets from strangers. This one's mine. No, it's mine. And Rosa started beating the shit out of her in public. Let go of it. Don't I always tell you to listen to what Mama says? It's mine. And they're going, lady, it's not that serious, man. Just let her have it. It's one fucking candy. It's individually wrapped. More one of these. Fucking. Maria! Enough! I told you, stop making that childish whining noise. Rosa reflexively hit Maria violently on her cheek. In a flash, Maria started crying loudly. Rosa immediately snatched the candy from Maria's hand and stuck it out towards the dumbfounded old woman sitting next to them. Please, do not give sweets to my daughter. I'm very sorry. Breathing heavily, Rosa once again held the candy out to the old woman. The woman looked confused for a moment about what she should say, but then understood that perhaps her actions may have caused trouble for this parent and child, and she accepted the candy back, apologizing. Then Rosa finally took notice of her surroundings. Her daughter's clothes were all messed up, she was crying and shouting with her nose dripping, and there were many dumbfounded passengers watching them. Except for the sound of the train running, the railcar was completely silent. Fortunately, that pitiful silence didn't last more than a short while. However, in its place came an even more painful atmosphere as everyone whispered. Maria shouted, cried, kicked, and stomped her feet as usual, paying no heed to the people sitting around her. Impulsively, Rosa tried to slap her again, but she noticed the cold eyes of people in the train and couldn't do that anymore. I'll have to beat you twice as hard once we're out of here. When the train stopped, Rosa got off, forcibly pulling Maria by the arm and almost dragging her along the ground. As usual, Maria didn't stop crying. Rosa took her to the end of the platform and hit her cheek again. At the moment she was hit, Maria stopped crying for an instant. Before long, she shouted and cried even more than before. Rosa, whose emotions had exploded, grabbed Maria by her collar and pulled her hair as if to rip it out. Mama, it hurts. Mama, it hurts. Ooh. Can't you hear me? I'm telling you to shut up. That oohing of yours. I'm telling you to stop it. That's the reason you can't make friends in class. Don't you get it? Get a hold of yourself. Why are you always a kindergartner inside your head? Why can't you do what Mama says? Why? Why? Along with those severe words, Rosa hit Maria's head over and over again. The more Maria cried and shouted, the more Rosa hit her. And the more Maria was hit, the more intensely she cried and shouted. Mama, it hurts. Mama, it hurts. Mama, save me. Mama, save me. Why can't you stop that whining? Because you're like this that you can't make friends. It's because you're like this that Papa never comes back from his business trip. I swear, he's just getting the milk. He'll be back soon. It's because you're like this that I... Excuse me, madam. Is something the matter? Is there something that you want? The one who timidly called to her was the station attendant. Rosa glared at him with a look that said, don't cut into the problems of a mother and child, stranger. The station attendant surely hadn't wanted to talk to her. However, Rosa had been yelling on the platform for a much longer time than she had imagined. Her emotional scolding had caused the passengers on the platform to advise the station attendant that it would be a good idea to speak to her. Rosa yelled at the station attendant that they would get on the next train and not to bother them anymore. And then finally, or maybe we should say for the second time, she noticed the passengers on the platform staring at her from the distance. Rosa sweated slightly. She felt the wind chill the sweat tormenting her. I feel like you would say Rosa was sweating slightly, Jesus. Maria was still crying, shielding her own head. No, unless this beating stopped, she would probably keep crying forever. Okay. I've done it again. As Rosa recovered from the evil heat inside her head, she knew she had surrendered her soul to something bad again. Mama, 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 come back. Rosa fell to her knees and hugged Maria, whose face was all soggy with tears and mucus. Maria, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. You know, they continually keep showing these, like, these behavioral flips of Rosa, and I'm starting to think, and as such, we will consult the notebook. For some reason, my key binding was not working, but now it is. Sorry, okay, back to this. Mama, Mama, welcome back, welcome back. Because when she says, like, welcome back, that's like a very... like, enters like a trance. Maria realized that her mother had turned back to being her mother. Then she clung to her mother's body and cried, burying her face in her mother's chest. Forgive your bad mama. Forgive your bad mama. I'm so sorry. Please don't hate your mama. I'm perfectly fine. Won't hate mama. Mama was just being possessed by an evil witch again. You fucker, you said it literally right after I fucking wrote it down. I'll even put this as a separate point. Mama, you're being possessed by an evil witch. Maria, shut up! Fucking... my mama came back, so it's okay. Yeah, Mama was being possessed by an evil witch again. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. For a long time, the two of them hugged each other, asking for forgiveness and sending words of forgiveness back. Meanwhile, everyone's like, Jesus, what the fuck up with this lady? After a while, the two of them gradually calmed down and naturally drew their faces apart. Maria's face, Rosa's face, both were deep red after crying their eyes out, and Maria's was also black and blue from having the absolute snot beaten out of her. You want to have a Halloween festival, Maria? Yeah, I wanted to show the pumpkin marshmallow to George and Jessica. Aw. There was a suite which had been alongside the cash register at the shop where they'd eaten breakfast. It was a fancy suite that had a big orange marshmallow in the shape of a jack-o'-lantern stuck at the end of a stick. Maria had wanted that and had insistently pestered for it. Rosa had disallowed it, saying there was no way she would buy such a suite right after they had breakfast. Okay then, Maria. I don't know if they sell those in the town or not, or in this town or not, but let's get off and try searching for one, okay? Yeah. Love you, Mama. Love you so much. Thank you. I beat the fucking piss out of my kid and then I buy her something and we're all chill after. I love you too, Maria. The truth was that they had no time to waste loitering around at a stopover station. If they missed the airplane, they would fall half a day behind schedule. She should have left home with more time to spare, but she had ended up leaving late after spending too long choosing Maria's clothes. Because of that, Rosa had been a bit impatient since this morning. She looked at the clock. They should be getting on the next train immediately. But her daughter had firmly joined hands with her to go buy the sweets together, and that hand was warm. For Rosa right now, it was more important to regrow her bonds with Maria. Maria was not only Rosa's beloved daughter, she was everything that Rosa had. I can't... Dude, where did my glasses fucking vanish to, man? Fortunately, she could see there was a big supermarket right in front of the station. Maybe she would be able to find a suite exactly like that one, but Maria would probably accept something similar. Besides, Rosa couldn't show up with a face swelled from crying. She would have to fix her makeup. We might not find a marshmallow exactly like that one, but I hope we can find a sweet that's similar. And let's surprise all your cousins with it. Yeah, if it's a sweet I bought together with Mama, anything is fine. The two left the turnstiles of the station in this unknown town. Maria walked across the pedestrian crossing together with her mother, feeling very pleased, as though she was walking in an amusement park. Both faces were still deep red, but warmth could be seen between the two of them, mother and child, as they smiled at each other awkwardly. I have no fucking clue where my glasses vanished. I'm like beside myself. Okay, we're back on the island. Dear, what are you doing in a place like this? Oh, it's you. It's nothing. It's just that this was a pleasant place to think. I finished all the preparations for today. For now, shall we relax and wait while drinking some tea? Sorry. I'm always pushing all my problems on you. Please. Can't you rely on me more? I am your wife. Naturally. I'm grateful for you always coming to my aid. For that very reason, I am able to devote myself to my work. I understand that. About your work. And the topic of father's inheritance, right? That has nothing to do with you. It's nothing more than my greedy siblings scavenging for rotten meat. It's alright, dear. Everything will work out. Your work has never once turned out badly. Natsuhi softly cuddled close to Krause's shoulder. She spoke words to reward Krause for the difficulties of his work, but Natsuhi was herself the one who knew best that it wasn't going well. Krause's enterprises were something like a seesaw where large amounts of money swung. A big investment leads to a large return, but the swaying of a large-scale seesaw is large yet sluggish, and not something which shows immediate results. At times he would make more investments so that the seesaw inclined faster towards the good side. Naturally, he did that because he had the confidence that, in a not-so-distant future, he would be able to recover all the investments made. However, the seesaw Krause chose never turned out as he would have liked them to. His foresight wasn't wrong, but times were slow. They never caught up with him. For example, think of a literal seesaw placed in a park. Due to its great popularity, there was always someone playing on it, so if he wanted to play, he would have to wait a long time for his turn. And then one day, he found that seesaw vacant, straddled it, realizing he was the first to arrive and had it all to himself. However, nobody got on the opposite side of the seesaw, so he couldn't play on it. No matter how much time passed, nobody came to the opposite side of the seesaw. The seesaw is a popular piece of playground equipment, so if you waited, another person would definitely show up. Krause noticed. The weather looked like it was getting worse. That's why nobody was coming outside to play. But the seesaw is a popular piece of playground equipment, so someone would definitely come. If he vacated his place because the weather seemed to be getting worse, someone would definitely snatch his place away. And he would end up only longingly gazing from a distance at someone else having fun playing on the seesaw again. This guy is literally doing the fucking sunk cost fallacy. If I can just sink more into it, surely it'll get better. Hey bro, where did my glasses go? I set them in my lap while I was like, oh, my eyes are kind of sore, like, off, and like, they actually just vanished. They're gone. Beatrice fucking vaporized them into butterflies. I have no clue where they went. Not in my seat. I don't know. I'm fucking smoking crack. I have no clue where they went. On one side of the seesaw, he continued to wait patiently all alone. That was Krause's current enterprise and situation. If only I'd had a bit more courage and the self-confidence to believe in my own foresight, I'd never once have failed. Yes, that's true. Your foresight is never wrong. You are the only one who inherited father's gift. You inherited an innate disposition that none of the other siblings did. Yet I was unable to believe in it. Okay, so let's we'll get a little note taken on this one. Yet I was unable to believe in it. I always close my own projects like a coward. Why can't I trust myself? Who would trust a man who can't trust himself? Nobody. I'm always sitting myself down in the seats where the losers must sit. My father, my mother, And my siblings, all of them sneer at me. How long before I am set free of this complex? How long? Only Natsuhi knew. She knew of Krause's anguish. As the eldest son of the Ushirimiya family, who would have to shoulder a big responsibility, he couldn't open his pained heart to anyone and would always be compared to his father's great enterprises. I have finished all the preparations so you can devote yourself to the family conference. All of them. Sorry. Will there be any problems with father? No. Genji and Dr. Nanjo are on our side. I'll never allow those greedy siblings to meet father. Hello, Goda here. I died very early in the last episode. Do you remember me? Yes, please leave it to me. I'm anxious to put my skills to work for the big annual job. Ingredients of varied colors had been gathered in the kitchen, and the preliminary arrangements had already been started. Even though it was still morning, the ingredients for dinner were already in saucepans and steaming. Normally he had to deal with several assorted matters other than cooking, but on the day of the family conference, he could devote himself to it entirely. To Goda, who was originally a chef, this was surely the greatest gala occasion of the whole year. Yes, dinner will be an excellent calf steak. A wonderful cut of meat is already in the refrigerator, anxiously waiting for tonight. Please let the other servants know to look forward to tonight. I will not disappoint them either. It was rare for Goda to be in this good of a mood towards his fellow servants. To Goda, who boasted about being a chef who worked exclusively for the Ushirimiya family, being given the right to show off his cooking at the family conference was the greatest honor. Okay, I'm leaving it in your hands. Also, is Kumasawa there? Kumasawa, I happened to see her earlier, but she is not here. I wonder if she went to make preparations at the guest house. So she's loafing around again. No, that's fine. Alright then, I'm counting on you. Yes, leave everything to me. Genji placed the telephone back on the receiver, sighing lightly. Thinking of Kumasawa, who was no doubt hiding and slacking off. Oh my god, wait, call this back, boom, pull up the notes. Let's see, who did Connor say was the envy of, or who was the avatar of sloth? As a guess. Oh. Let's go. That's all. I wonder if we'll ever get... I'm sure, like, you could probably search up the names of the, like, the devils. One sec, sorry, my girlfriend is messaging me. I'm sorry if you hear bumps or anything, too. I've said this many times before in the recordings, but my roommates, it's one of two things. Either my roommates are, like, the heaviest-footed people on the planet, or they're not the heaviest-footed people on the planet, and rather this is just, like, the thinnest walls and floors. But basically every time I walk upstairs or drop anything or set anything down upstairs, you can hear it down here. Sometimes it comes through the mic, so if you ever do hear the bumping, that's probably what it is. It's probably not you. Hey, I gotta find my glasses too. This is actually crazy. One sec. I'm stepping up. I'm standing up for it. Pause and act. And I don't get it. Like, they're not in my chair. I'm getting on my knees. 1 second. Okay? I'm begging. Oh. Actually, criminal. I have no fucking clue. Oh well. Actually, I'm so confused though. I had them. I was wearing them earlier. Oh, wait. I thought I just felt them, but I didn't. I'm going crazy. They're not in my pocket. I don't know why they would be there anyways. Oh, this is like impressive actually, but it's okay. Look, we don't care. I can't believe the game is actually silent right now too. This is very odd. Losing my shit. I would have sworn they would have been like right at my feet. I sat them in my lap. Interesting. Popped out of existence apparently. They quantum tunneled something. This is why, okay? This is why you never buy glasses that are clear framed, okay? I do have another pair here, but I just don't want to clean them again. It took too long to clean the other ones. I don't know how I always end up touching the lenses, but apparently I do. Okay, whatever. Thinking of Kumasawa, who was no doubt hiding and slacking off even though things were this busy, and the ostentatious Goda, who only felt like doing anything on a day where he could show off, Genji sighed once again. Excuse me. All the rooms in the guest house have been prepared. We received instructions from Milady to make preparations for 4 people so that the children can stay there. What shall we do? I hear Battler is coming this year, for the first time in 6 years. I guess Milady wants to stay up late with the other 3 cousins. Get them ready. No need to tell, madam. I see. Certainly. So tonight we'll have the late night shift, followed immediately by the morning shift tomorrow. It looks like these 2 days will be tiresome. Speaking of that, the weather forecast is saying a typhoon will strike right over here. Will that be alright? Unless the typhoon diverts greatly, it may affect the family's boat trip back, depending on circumstances. The family conference schedule may drag on until about Monday or Tuesday. It will probably be a long haul, but I ask you both to be careful not to make any blunders. Shannon, relax and don't panic. Ganon, be sure to greet them with courtesy. Yes, I'll be careful. I'll be careful. They will be entertaining a very important guest. Make extra sure that everything goes smoothly. I understand fully. Any guest who visits here is important. Canon. We welcome today an important guest in the truest sense. Make sure you're prepared. Yes. Shannon, what's wrong? You've been looking restless. Did you promise to be somewhere? Huh? No, it's nothing. My apologies. Nei-san, an important guest will be arriving today. Detach yourself from your private life. I don't know what you mean by private life. As Shannon blushed just a bit, she turned her gaze away from the clock. Was it about that time for the airplane carrying the family to arrive at Nijima? She had thought she had been hiding the fact that her long-awaited reunion with George was making her heart palpitate, but Canon, who stood at her side, understood her perfectly. Okay. Shannon, please accept this from me without a word. Inside a bathroom stall, George was practicing something over and over, taking out a small velvet box hidden in his pocket like a quick-draw desert gunman. That's not it. Shannon likes a man with traction. It must have a more powerful feel to it. Shannon, put this on your ring finger. That's an order, okay? If I don't say properly that it's on the left hand, maybe she'll put it on the right hand. No, Shannon isn't that ignorant. But if there's no free will, that'd be a little, As he crossed his arms, moaning and groaning, someone knocked on the door. George, is everything alright in there? George was startled back to reality. Hey, George, you alright? Got a stomachache or something? Uncle Rudolph. It's alright, I'm fine. No need to worry. You sure? Okay then. Don't strain too much. Your ass will burst. You'll get hemorrhoids. Rudolph washed his hands, laughing cheerfully, and left. George knew that the most embarrassing part hadn't been overheard, and he patted his chest in relief. Kiri, isn't Rosa here yet? Not yet. Okay, I said Kiri, and then Siri said, hey, I'm Siri. I'm gonna interrupt you. Shut up, Siri. Not yet. She's pretty late. It's a good thing the weather's delaying our flight. If the schedule had been like normal, she'd miss the plane by now. What would she have done then? Rosa's an adult now. She'd manage it somehow. No matter how old they get, older brothers always treat their younger sisters like children. Dad's always a kid no matter how old he gets. What'd you say? If I'm a kid, that makes you a baby. Come on, Battler. Up you go. Stop it, that tickles. Stop. You two look more like a couple of naughty kids than a father and son. Look, she's here. Oh, if it isn't Rosa. Maria, long time no see. Long time no see. Ooh. Maria, shouldn't that be it's good to see you again? Now I'm having like fucking flashbacks because we're redoing the same conversations. Greet your uncle properly. It's good to see you again. There you go. Well said. How about some candy as a reward? Oh, huh? Where'd I put him? Rosa, it's good to see you again. It's good to see you too, Maria. It's been too long, Kiri, Hideyoshi. And, oh my, Battler. Look how big you've gotten. Come on. It's embarrassing hearing that from every person I meet. Hey, Rosa, you're late. If the plane was on time, you'd barely have made it. I'm sorry. We've had some trouble making our train connection, so we're waiting on the weather yet again? Oh, don't complain. I much prefer the 30-minute plane trip to spending 6 hours bouncing about on a boat. I'm reading lines I've already read, man. Even if we're kept waiting here for an hour, it's still much faster overall. Is that Maria? She sure has gotten big. She's at that growing age. You last met her 6 years ago. Of course she'd change. Women are creatures who can be born anew in a single day, and all it takes is a change of heart. Maria noticed a big man who she didn't remember mixed among the relatives, and hid behind Rose's back, glaring at Badler. Hey Badler, say hi. The last time you met her, she was just 3 years old, so this might as well be the first time. Yeah, I guess she wouldn't remember if she was 3. Hey Maria, long time no see. You sure have gotten big. Maria, this is Badler, Uncle Rudolph's son. Understand? Uncle's the son. Huh? Ugh. She was obviously on her guard. She must have found it frightening for a large guy like Badler to suddenly start speaking frankly to her. Badler noticed that as well, and thought of various ways he might approach her. Then he noticed the sweet she had in her hand. It was the jack-o'-lantern sweet that Rosa had bought for her. Okay, so this is slightly different. Oh right, it's October, so that must be for Halloween. Haha, trick or treat. You try to take a treat away from a small child, normally you'd expect them to cry and start a fuss. The adults thought that method wasn't good, but surprisingly Maria looked pleased, her face splitting into a wide grin. Halloween, Halloween. See, Mama? Badler knows about Halloween too. See? See? Hey, call him Badler. Oni-chan? Sorry, Badler. No, I don't care. Call me Badler. And I'll call you Maria too. Come on, Maria, it's Halloween. Trick or treat. Trick or treat. From inside her handbag, Maria picked out a jack-o'-lantern sweet identical to the one she had in her hand and presented it to Badler. It seemed that Badler accepting it was enough to confirm their friendship. The adults felt admiration at how children have their own ways of communicating. To Maria, who had been complaining that she wanted to have a Halloween festival, it must have felt like Badler was a friend since he knew about trick-or-treat. Her defensive posture from before was completely gone. Now she was all merry, as though they had been friends for decades. Yeah, Halloween's a minor event in Japan, isn't it? You often see people parading around in costume on the news over there, but I've never seen it in Japan. I wanted to wear a costume too. Wanted to do trick-or-treat with all the cousins wearing costumes. Yeah, I bet you did. Let us do it together sometime. What would you want to go around as? A witch. Beatrice. This is the first time that Beatrice she definitely didn't get mentioned that time. Okay. Oh, milady, what are you doing in such a place? Madam was looking for you. I'm here because I don't want to be found. I bet she only wants to nag at me anyway. All that crap like, is your appearance alright, and mind how you speak? Oh ho ho ho. Without a doubt. You know, when the day of the family conference comes, for some reason, I start getting weird feelings about this witch. Oh? Why ever do you say that? The family conference is the day when everyone related to grandfather gathers. Like, I hear Badler's coming for the first time in 6 years this year. Same kind of thing. I always wonder whether some relative who hasn't shown themselves for several decades might suddenly turn up. Oh ho ho! Could a relative like that exist? I'm talking about that Beatrice. Nobody knows her background. Could she be grandfather's mistress from long ago? Maybe one of her descendants will suddenly show up and tell us to give back the gold we were granted or something, you know? Oh ho ho ho! Kraus and the others will probably have a discussion about the problem of Master's inheritance this year too. With such excitement abound over talk of the witch's gold, I don't suppose it would be strange at all if the witch herself, who granted that gold, finally made her appearance. Kumasawa, you know, sure you're always quitting one moment and working the next, but you've been here as long as Genji, right? You know more about Beatrice, don't you? Well, I wonder. Ho 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 ho. Even if I try to remember, this old woman here can't recall what she had for breakfast this morning. Kumasawa, you're always escaping with those excuses, but you know something, right? Sometimes I feel a kind of devious atmosphere about you, like you know something and you're laughing behind our backs. Ho ho ho, how harsh. I don't have any secrets. The only thing I can say is that Beatrice is the Golden Witch, and that she is the other master who controls the night on this island, That's secondhand talk from grandfather. Even though you get paid, it must be a pain to go along with grandfather's tales. But I can say this much. What? In ancient times, Rokenjima was feared and called Azuki Bean Island. The story told among the fishermen is that Azuki was a mispronounced form of Akujiki. I don't know how the fuck you would mispronounce that. And in fact, it was called Akujikijima, Evil Appetite Island. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the notes because this is probably in ancient, I don't know if she said, did she say in ancient times? Sorry. Why is it not bringing up the log, bro? Yes, in ancient times is what she said. Okay, there we go. That's what it was. I don't know why that wasn't working. It was so weird. Okay. In ancient times, the village, name was misheard. Sorry, translated to Evil Appetite Island? Okay. I've heard this before. It's a story about how, because of all the sunken rocks and shipwrecks around here, the fishermen got afraid and stayed away as much as they could, right? Evil spirits had settled down in Akujikijima, devouring human souls from time immemorial. Should put that. There were all too many people who got involved with this island and were dispossessed of their lives. Disposed of, Jesus. And it all settled down when a traveling mountain ascetic or someone built that shrine and laid those souls to rest, right? What a shady story. They say that shrine was destroyed by an eerie violet thunderbolt this summer, which tore through the darkness of the night. Okay, let's... Oops. Okay. Kumasawa, you really like those stories, don't you? Sure, it'd be pretty creepy if a thunderbolt wiped out the shrine keeping the dead at peace, but, well, it was all worn out from the start. I bet it just got carried away by some large wave. Ha 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 ha. The evil spirits of Kujikijima woke up from their sleep and summoned Beatrice. So if Beatrice ever happens to come for the family conference, then... Kumasawa kept silent for a moment there. Jessica, who wanted her to keep going, found that silence very eerie. Once Kumasawa was satisfied that she had spooked Jessica, just the right amount, she grinned broadly. Well, now I wonder what would happen. Oh. Okay. Whoa, that sounds wonderful. It does, doesn't it? Isn't it useful for your work to enrich your heart and have an elegant time every once in a while? I think so. The heart and the wallet must be rich. Got it. I'll keep that day open. Please, make the reservations. Will do. No backing out. Yeah, let's make it happen. I love you, Kiri. After kissing the receiver, Rudolph hung up. In front of his seat, there were many executives with their sleeves rolled up, eagerly awaiting the end of that phone call. Sorry about the wait. Have we had contact from America? Yes. It's from our lawyer Dale Watanabe on the external line. Dale. Crazy. Low tier god. Get that ass sued. I'll transfer it. Overall, how do you feel about the situation? Well, I'm afraid. It seems it is not all that favorable. Seems they have no plans of withdrawing from the trial. Looks like we can't fool them after all. Ha 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 ha. Please transfer it here. Very well. Right away. The executive ordered the secretarial office to connect him to the external line. I'm going to put some things here about this. Rudolph planned vacation or date of some kind with Kiri. They were going to book time off for it. Immediately, the telephone in front of Rudolph started ringing. Hello? Hello. Apologies for the wait. Ushirimiya speaking. Good day. How is it going over there? Hello, President Ushirimiya. Let's skip the greetings and get right down to business. I have good news and bad news. Which one shall we start with? The bad news can go first. I can't fight if there's no dessert. Very well. The bad news is that they have started preparing to prosecute us. Just a few days ago, a verdict was handed down in a similar trial, overwhelmingly in favor of the plaintiff. The defendants were also making roughly the same arguments as us, but they were rejected in everything. I'm afraid to say it, but if we face the courtroom as we are now, the probability that our argument will be rejected in its entirety is extremely high. So the other trial was a disaster. And I was thinking their conditions were more favorable than ours. It's tough. Then what about the good news? I managed to get in contact with their executives, I explained our situation to them, explained that we have no intention of tarnishing their brand image, and I managed to get their understanding. They will offer us conditions in a few days, and if these are carried out, they promise to withdraw from prosecution. This comes straight from the number 2 man on their board of directors. Your impression? Honestly, I expect the conditions will be extremely severe. I would assume that changing the company name and the brand name will be inevitable. Okay, so this is in Rudolph's lawsuit. In America, at the very least, this company will have to change their name. And their brand will have to change their name as well. Okay. Where we do have margin in the negotiations is the amount of settlement money, the appearance of a public apology in a major newspaper, and the amount of time needed to carry out those things. Why don't they just come straight out with it and tell us to go bankrupt? They changed to their second president only a couple of years ago, and the new president doesn't have a firm foothold on the position yet. If we resist until the bitter end, they fear that the forces who want to go against the current president wouldn't hesitate to do some work in favor of the enemy. Hence it seems the big shots over there want to settle this matter as fast as possible too. Therefore, for the sake of a quick settlement, we may still have enough leeway to pull for some mitigation of the conditions. At any rate, an absurd amount of money will be necessary, I guess. You need to be prepared for that. And even so, I believe it will be much cheaper than disciplinary compensation. Thank you very much. If there's any more progress, please contact me. You bill highly, so I can't even chat around idly with you. Haha. Thank you, goodbye. Rudolph hung up the phone. It seemed that the executives sitting in the reception seats could guess what had been said. You get all that, you reprobates? Well, to sum up, if we can just pay them off, they're gonna let it slide. All we have to do now is turn our focus on the how much. But, President, the sum that Mr. Watanabe has estimated for that settlement is too much. We don't have that much of a margin. If we'd have known this was going to happen, we should have never started diversifying. The calculations were that we could escape the capital crisis if we were able to endure for 3 years. To be stabbed at this juncture is just incredibly unfortunate. I guess we tripped and fell at the step of the hop, step, jump. I could cry. We have no choice but to draw the money from the main bank. Banks are no good. They only bet their money on winning horses. The situation is getting better, but we can't show weakness to the banks. President, do you have any funds which are unaccounted for? Funds that we aren't aware of? Stop that. Do I look like that kind of man? The contents of my wallet are all exposed to you guys, alright? The account books over there show all that our company has. In that case, we need to raise money. We need a sponsor who can draw several $1 million for us as soon as possible. President, couldn't something be worked out with one of your associates? President! Calm down, you bastards. I'll find a way to raise the money. You guys just maintain the business and try not to fall to pieces. They're saying they'll forgive us so long as we hand over the money. We already have thick pipelines in Asia. This will probably have consequences all over the place, but we can still maintain our deals. The point is, this is a problem that can be entirely resolved just by handing over money. Just watch. I'll settle everything. I won't let you out in the cold. Start feeling like you're in good hands. When this is all over, I'll be rewarding all of you guys with a champagne tower. I promise. So just shut up and follow me. Alright? The airplane suddenly shook, probably because of turbulence. The shaking roused Rudolph from his sleep. He'd woken up early that morning and had ended up drifting off to sleep while resting in his seat. Are you alright? Still very drowsy, aren't you? You've been so busy with work lately. It's a damn good thing I am busy with work. If I suddenly find myself with nothing to do, well, I'll be out in the cold starting the next day. You're right. The battlers come back now, so I'm afraid we can't just go around begging if things get rough. Yeah. We finally got our whole family back after 6 years. The man of the house is gonna have to give his best so we can all spend some family time together. When he looked outside the window, he saw the airplane was already starting to drop in altitude considerably. The fishing boats, which had only looked like black grains until a short while ago, had become clearly visible. If I could prostrate myself before Dad and borrow 10 mil in exchange for a punch to the head, I'd take at least a dozen, but failing that, he'd better hurry and give up the ghost. I've mooched off him so much over the years, and now I'm going for the inheritance. I'm going to hell. It won't surprise me a bit if he doesn't want to see me. Mm-mm-mm. Could it be that you don't plan on appearing at the family conference this year either? Nanjo looked at Kinzo's face, sighing. Kinzo's eyes remained rooted to those strange magic books. I have no intention of joining those vultures in their discussion. They can discuss how they will suck my bones as they wish. They're not worth a moment of my time. My. How troublesome. Nanjo shook his head slightly. To him, children and grandchildren were to be adored. He believed that their growth was the only enjoyment for old men. He found Kinzo's words to be a very sad thing. If the time comes when I must leave this room, I will show myself then. Just as that one does not show itself. Kinzo raised his face, and in the direction of his gaze was the portrait of the witch respectfully displayed on the wall. Inside Kinzo's head there was no conception of today being the day of the family conference, the day when all his dear family would gather together. It was only the face of the witch in the oil painting, who never smiled outside her portrait. Everybody knew that when Kinzo talked about Beatrice, unnecessarily cutting in would instigate his wrath. Today I will perform a certain ritual. Oh, and what would that be? It would be more accurate to call it a gamble. After all, no miracles dwell in magic without the risk. Nanjo had already heard this countless times. You could call it Kinzo's favorite phrase. It seemed that Kinzo believed in magic, and miracles arising through betting his own fate with a certain kind of risky probability and beating the odds. Kinzo. You may once have been called the Golden Gambler, but I cannot imagine what kind of gamble you will take on with that aged body when you could go to the other world at any time. I guess this will be worth seeing. I see. So if it were up to you, unversed in magic, even this secret ritual I have thoroughly researched would be branded as a gamble. So be it. If it is I, a believer in miracles, who wins, you will be able to understand clearly that all my research, which probably only appears as vagary in your eyes, did bear fruit on this day. If you win, it will all end as, just as you observed, nothing more than the vagary of an old man who could go to the other world at any time. Oh, I wonder what on earth is this gamble you will start. As your friend, I only pray that you come out from that bet. No, was it a ritual? I only pray from the bottom of my heart that you can come out from that ritual victorious. I thank you. Speaking of that, Kinzo, I hear the long-awaited guest will be present at the family conference this year. What? Kinzo reacted in an unusual way to Nanjo's words and turned around. You know, Battler from Rudolph's family. I hear he will be coming for the first time in 6 years. I'm sure he has become a splendid boy. Oh, Battler. I wouldn't describe a guest who has been away a scant 6 years as long-awaited. Yeah, see, the thing is, I mean, there's definitely, like, a guest that they're waiting for, and, like, it's definitely, like, insinuating that Beatrice, that she's gonna be present for... But... I don't know. Of course Beatrice would be present. It seems weird that they would say that a special guest is gonna be around, but... Upon hearing Battler's name, he showed an ill-humored expression, as though he had been let down, and turned his back to Nanjo. I guess these 6 years went by in the blink of an eye to you. Excuse me. Sunk in your research in this room. Perhaps a truly long-awaited guest will pay us a visit. Everything depends on the result of the roulette. The roulette is already starting to revolve. Rouge or noir? Tonight, let us enjoy ourselves as we see what kind of miracle the roulette will show us. The payoffs are large, and I don't feel like losing. Beatrice, you shall accept my bet. Just then the telephone on the table rang. The piercing noise seemed to displease Kinzo, and he picked up the receiver in order to preserve the silence as much as he could. What is it? I'm busy. It is Genji. The family has arrived. And what does that have to do with me? You can serve them some tea or something. Certainly. I will see to it. Kinzo hung up the phone rudely. Watching him, Nanjo sighed yet again and shifted his attention outside the window. As he was now, Kinzo would probably show no interest in any kind of guest. Was there any guest who could make Kinzo agree to come out when he should? He had one person in mind, but that guest was one who could not possibly appear. After a glance at the witch of the portrait, and her candid expression which he could not place as happy or sad, Nanjo gazed up at the leaden sky. Her making her little doodle bob ass laughs. Whoa. The fuck? Now then, are all the pieces lined up? All lined up. Let us start a new game, with the pieces all lined up once more. Are there any problems? Nope. The witch looked at him in challenge while elegantly smoking her pipe. And Battler? He just slovenly shrugged his shoulders as though she wasn't worth his time. He wouldn't look her in the eyes. But that didn't mean he was going to play. It signified his plain determination to never be taken in by the artifices of this being he faced. It was an expression of his powerful determination to fight. Don't tell me you don't have a plan. I don't know what you're gonna play, so no, I don't have a plan. Feel free to take the first move. Naturally, I intend to. In what way shall I destroy your defense? And how many moves will I checkmate you? That is how I will display my skill. Whatever moves you to come at me with, I will never believe in you. As long as I stand my ground on that one point, I won't lose. And what that means is this. The way this game is made, you cannot win. Maybe you're right. However, I shall decide how many times we repeat this game. It will be repeated over and over again until I win and you admit defeat. In other words, this is torment. Eternal torment that will continue until you surrender to me. Continuing eternally until you acknowledge me and the existence of witches. In that case, I'll go along with you endlessly, any number of times until you run out of patience. I've never lost in such a battle of wills. Did some witch or other suggest that to you? That's just fine. I'm tired of listening to your rambling. Come on, get this started. Come, let us begin. I already know your moves far too well. The defense doesn't amount to much if the plan behind it is known. Don't think you'll be able to define me with the same moves. Beatrice, I have only one thing to tell you before we start. What is it? You're free to say anything, but when it comes to whether I believe or not, that is always for me to decide. No matter how great your magic is, my soul won't yield to you. You think this will be torture for me? You're wrong. Then what would you call it? This is torture for you. Someday, you will yield to me and give up. Until then, you'll be tortured over and over again. How amusing. A fine metaphor re-fantasia. Torture where we torment each other. How truly amusing. Come, we shall begin that torture. Ushur me a battler! As she screams. Oh, the filigree. Guest of honor? Oh my. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I will be right back. Let me put my... Getting drink. Be right back. Let me see if I can find my glasses too. So one sec. Be right back. Okay, my apologies, I'm back. I have no clue where my glasses went. I actually am legit, like, flabbergasted? I don't get it. I don't know, I'll have to look more thoroughly later, I suppose. Because they have somehow evaded my gaze. But we will continue here. On chapter 5, we're at Guest of Honor. I'm still not guaranteed that that person is Battler, but again, it's going to be like the enlightened centrist meme where I can just say that, like, if it is Battler, I'm not surprised, but if it isn't him, I'm also not surprised. So sorry, I'm finishing eating a little snack I got. The game is doing a little bit of like a Higurashi thing, where it's repeating a lot of stuff that we did, but it's giving more context, which Higurashi did as well. I'll say that this one, to be fair, this is only the first time that it's done it. This one doesn't feel as, I don't want to say repetitive, but okay. Ugh. Okay. And we're off. Every year, the relatives who visit Rokenjima let out a sigh of admiration at the rose garden which first greets them. Stood there talking with each other about the rose's beauty and the state of their blooming this year. There was a single unhealthy rose among them, and Maria became overwhelmed with dejection at its state. George used his quick wits, saying she should look after it, if she felt that sorry for it. He marked it with a candy wrapper and immediately restored Maria's good mood. And once Battler, with whom she had been getting along with so well, raised the subject of Halloween that Maria loved so much, she began playing around energetically again. To Maria, those marshmallow jack-o'-lantern candies that her mother had bought for her were probably a treasure greater than any other. It seemed that several of them had been bought for her, and she demanded trick-or-treat from every person she met, giving them candy instead of the other way around. I wonder why Maria likes Halloween so much. I thought that event was pretty difficult for Japanese people to get used to. Isn't that because it's a kids' festival where they get to parade around in costumes? It's fun to play around in an outfit that's different than usual. No, I think there's probably a slightly deeper reason. After all, she is Maria, the witch. Come to think of it, when we were at the airport, didn't Maria say that she was going to wear a costume? It could be a witch, or it would be a witch, if she was going to. Does Maria like witches? Yes, she loves them. So much that it becomes a problem. Well, admiring fantastical stuff like that is to be expected at that age. If she'd at least chosen the heroine of some TV or anime to admire, that would have been cute. Judging by Rose's reaction, it seemed that as a mother, she did not find her daughter's love for witches pleasant. Seemingly all cousins other than Battler were able to understand this, and they shrugged their shoulders, smiling awkwardly. Jesus. So if you like witches, you also like Halloween. Is that how it works? I guess I should just ask her myself if I don't know. Hey Maria, what kind of relationship do Halloween and witches have with each other? As Battler asked that, George and Jessica let out a small noise. It seemed they were too late. It almost looked as though Maria had been waiting for that question. After looking happy for an instant, her expression turned a little mean, as if to say, "You don't know anything, do you?" It was the expression of an enthusiast who had been enraged by the ignorant statement of an outsider with a wrong impression. Ooh. The Celts thought of the changing strength of the sun over the course of a year. As its birth, its growing up period, its aging and death, and then its revival. I get it. The sun, weak and warm in the spring, starts to grow up and becomes hot. Then it gradually gets weaker and worn out. Yeah, I can see how you can think of that as passing of the sun's life. Yep. But they thought that at the end of October, the sun died, rested its body in the land of the dead, and then revived again at the winter solstice. And so they celebrated the day that the sun ends its 1-year lifespan and dies, calling it New Year's Eve, or Samhain. Samhain? That way of thinking is very interesting, to say that the sun is revived on the day of the winter solstice when the daylight hours start to grow longer again. An episode that makes you understand how much ancient people deified the sun. I see. And what do witches have to do with this? It seemed that my casual urging forward had slightly infuriated Maria. She glared at me with eyes that told me to let her explain without interrupting. Maria looked like she was having fun telling me, so I decided not to interrupt. In the interval between October and November, life and death become the closest they ever will. The Celts believed that this was the time when the world of the living was at its closest to that of the dead and those not of this world, and when they would be visited by many inhabitants of the other world. It was like the Bon Festival in Japan. Okay. At the time, the people believed that the souls returning to the physical world would go into people's houses or possess people to do bad things. Okay, so we're gonna write this down because we gotta remember this game is in October. Okay. In order to avoid, I know my notes are still up on screen by the way. In order to avoid harm from them, the people invented protective rituals. One of those was to imitate creepy monsters and scare the souls instead, which was apparently a way to avoid being possessed. That part became a festival, which turned into a costume parade. Maria's really knowledgeable. Ain't it the truth? Even I never knew Halloween had such a history. But where did the whole trick-or-treat thing come from? Her knowledge was so extensive that the adults had started listening in too at some point. Maria, who was normally always treated like the youngest, puffed out her chest in pride. Rosa tried to say this was just a kid's story, and that she wanted to quickly break up the circle and set the luggage down in the guest house. But nobody else agreed, and she let out a heavy sigh. Ooh, trick-or-treat is just for fun. It has nothing to do with what was originally a Celtic ceremony. That was created later when Christian customs were mixed in, but I think that Halloween should be that way. According to Maria, the souls of the dead weren't the only ones who visited from the world of the non-human. There were also spirits that had an intimate connection to how people lived. It was because humans received favors of these spirits that they were able to earn a wonderful blessing. I need to set another keybind here in my settings. Where is it here? Okay. It was because humans received the favors of those spirits they were able to earn a wonderful blessing, and a year's worth of good crops. So in other words, Halloween was also a bit of a harvest festival. I see. Now you mention it, I get the feeling that October is a turning point in various ways, seasonally too. I mean, it's exactly on the other side of the year to Japan's April. Yeah, that might be a good place to mark it. Ooh. And you know, the witches, they held a coven during that time, called a sabbat. The witches would thank the spirits that gave out blessings of prosperity and reward them. Okay. Halloween costumes are an imitation of the visitors from the other side, so then the reason we give candy to them must be because of a feeling that they should be thanked for the yearly harvest. Ooh, just like George says. Halloween is a time when this world and that world intermingle, so in other words, it's a precious opportunity for witches to interact with visitors from that world. Is that what you want to say? Ooh, just like Battler says. So you know what? October is the time when the power of witches and demons is at its most vigorous and prosperous. I'm sure Beatrice will come too. And then we'll eat the marshmallow candies together and she'll take me to the Golden Land with her. We'll sing magical songs together, learn magic spells together, learn how to draw magic circles together. And then I'm gonna learn the secrets of runes and become a great witch really, really quickly. My, isn't that wonderful? It's best for kids to have dreams. By the way, Rosa, how old did Maria turn this year again? Oh god, here comes Ava trying to knock somebody down a peg. Maria, that's enough of that topic. Don't worry about it, Rosa. It's a dream that any girl has at one time or another. Hey, thank you very much, but Maria has already outgrown that age. Hey, I'm telling you to stop. Rosa scolded Maria, trying to shut her up before her cheery discussion about black magic earned her the snickers of the relatives. Wow, it's a pretty large-scale dream. By the way, who was Beatrice again? What was it? I've heard that before. Battler had been gone for 6 years and had completely forgotten about the legend of the Rokenjima witch. However, when he said that he didn't know Beatrice's name, Maria's mood, which had been so bright until just now, became sour in an instant. Oh, I'm sorry, fuck, I didn't mean to do that. I put my mute key on the same key that I have it on Discord because I'm sniffling and I don't want you to hear it. 1 second, let me switch it because that's not a good key because it's the fast forward button. We'll do this one. Okay, sorry, 1 sec. When he saw that, Battler immediately remembered that it was the name of the witch on this island, but the damage had been done. Until Maria's mood improved, many mysterious and fabulous episodes regarding the Golden Witch were drilled into his brain. That is enough, Maria. Thank you, Battler, for going along with her stories. Cannon, don't you have work to do? Oh my god, 1 sec, my girlfriend's messaging me now. I always have this joke that whenever I stream, it's like everybody starts to get to me, or start to message me and needs me for something. Okay. Oh, 1 second, I'm sorry for the pause in content. Okay, apologies, we're back. No more discussions, no more distractions, let's go. Cannon, don't you have work to do? Please leave now. Goda, I think everyone wants to set down their bags for the time being. Sorry, but could you guide everyone to the guest house? Certainly. Well then, everyone, I will guide you to the guest house. Then if you will excuse me. Led by Goda, the relatives headed off in the direction of the guest house. Their minds on setting down their luggage and taking a quick rest. They didn't notice that Rosa and Maria had stayed in the same spot. Oh, she's gonna beat the fucking snot out of her again. After watching them leave towards the guest house, Rosa's features changed suddenly. She let go with the hand that had been gripping Maria's arm the whole time. There was a bright red mark there, making it clear how much excessive force she had been gripping Maria's slender arm with. The hand then smacked Maria all over the head and pulled her left ear up into the air, pinching it sharply. I'm always telling you not to talk about witches. Haven't I always said that was our promise together? Mama, it hurts. Mama, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Halloween. Halloween. Do you ever stop? A witch festival? Who cares about the Celts? Who cares about black magic? Are you an idiot? You are 9 years old. 9. Because you made that ruckus in the train, I had to go to all the trouble of getting off and buying you those disgusting monster marshmallows that look like they have fluorescent paint on them. We were even late because I bought them for you. How much more will you have to embarrass me before you're satisfied? As Rosa cursed, she twisted Maria's ear up, making it seem like it was going to snap off. An expression of anguish spread across Maria's face, and she stood on her tiptoes as though her life depended on it, trying to soften the pain on her ear that was being pulled up. On the ear. Rosa suddenly stole the candy that Maria had been holding in her hand. She then threw it on the ground and stepped on it over and over. To Maria, it was supposed to be proof of her memory of the span of time, however brief, when she had enjoyed going shopping with her mother. But it was being trampled by that very same mother. It was as though a brand was being pushed against Maria's eyes, leaving a mark that couldn't be erased. Who cares about this disgusting candy? Disgusting, disgusting. This is why, you see. This is why. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. She struck Maria's head over and over again with her palm as she spoke. She didn't hit Maria's face, because the red swelling would stand out. Okay, damn, she's on that experienced DV shit. On that, it's not DV if it don't leave a mark. Okay, Rosa? Maria closed her eyes tightly, patiently bearing her mother's violence. No, that wasn't quite it. Come back, Mama. Come back, Mama. Save me, Mama. Save me, Mama. Beat the bad witch. She kept bearing it, muttering that over and over. And then she knocked Maria's head off her shoulders. Will you listen? I told you to stop saying witch. You little. You. Rosa's shoulders shook as she breathed, tired from hitting. Maria grasped her hands together, withstanding it, hoping her mother would come back quickly. Mama, Mama, come back quickly. Save me, Mama. Finish off the bad witch. Why don't you just stay there doing that forever? And then you can just stand there mumbling about witches and Halloween forever. After throwing those words at Maria, Rosa went off towards the guest house, leaving Maria behind. Maria, unable even to remember that it was alright to cry, kept staring down at the trampled, unrecognizable jack-o'-lantern candy. Yeah, man, Rosa's kind of off it. She's off one, man. She's beating the fuck out of Maria at like every opportunity in this one. My god. Oh, Rosa, where did you go? I'm sorry. The roses were so wonderful I got a bit carried away. Rosa, go set your luggage down quickly. We're going to greet Aniki. What happened to Maria? Is she still by the flower beds? Yes. It looks like there was a rose she liked and she said she wanted to look after it and wouldn't listen. I decided to let her do what she wants for a while. We sometimes forget that girls have their own little world. Sometimes we have to respect that, right? That's right. Thank you for caring, Kiri. Goda, where's our room? I will guide you. This way. Allow me to hold your luggage. It's fine. I can carry it myself, thank you. Rosa went into the room that Goda had guided her to. Closing the door somewhat violently, she threw her luggage on top of the bed. She got down on her knees in front of the bed and buried her face in it. For a while, Rosa made as if to shed the sheets with her fingernails, sobbing continually. Maria, are you alright? Cannon, who had been hiding behind the thicket, appeared after watching Rosa leave. Hee. I'm fine. Maria laughed unpleasantly, but to Cannon, who had seen the whole thing, it looked like she was enduring as best as she could. She's a horrible person. I can't believe that was a mother. It can't be helped. Such pitiful things enter such pitiful vessels. I am just fine. Cannon got down on his knees and picked up the trampled candy. It was tragic just looking at it. He thought about dusting it off and returning it to her, but really couldn't do so with it in that condition. He was at a loss at what to do. As he was at a loss at what to do, his eyes met with Maria. No, they didn't meet. Maria was looking at the candy that Cannon had picked up. Right now Maria's heart was surely the same as that trampled candy which had been crushed into a pulp. Cannon realized this, but he didn't know what he should do. I know. I'll exchange it for the one I received earlier. Ken remembered that an identical candy which he received from Maria was in his pocket. Maria stuck out her hand. Cannon thought she was trying to accept it, so he held out the candy, but Maria didn't try to grasp it. Then Cannon realized she was asking him to give it back. No matter how tragic it was, the trampled candy was Maria's. Her mother had bought it for her. No matter how tragic, it had to be this candy. If only it could be made pretty again by dusting it off. Cannon hung his head. I can't do anything except dust it off. Sorry. Cannon held out the miserable candy she wanted. Maria took it and spoke. Thank you. A human can't do anything except dust it off, but a witch can repair it to how it was. It would be easy for Beatrice. Maria, do you know about Beatrice? There couldn't be anyone related to the Ushirimiya family who didn't know Beatrice's name, with Battler as an exception. But just now Maria had told Battler about her proudly. She had spoken almost as though she had been meeting with Beatrice regularly. The inside of the fist Cannon made with his left hand hurt sharply. In the past, a witch called Beatrice had appeared and had tempted him and Shannon. He had always tried to make himself think it had been a bad dream. However, Shannon insisted that it had definitely been a real witch. And then this summer, the shrine to the local Shinto god had been hit by lightning and had disappeared without a trace in the span of a single night. He had known that Shannon had broken the mirror, and he remembered too that upon the witch's departure, she had left him with the words that she would eventually be revived. And now, this girl, who had no end of faith in Beatrice, spoke as though she had met her. Cannon couldn't suppress a sense of something ominous welling up in his heart. For a while Maria remained silent, as though she could see into Cannon's heart, as though she was waiting for his memory of Beatrice to come back to him. Then she spoke matter-of-factly. Hee. You know, I am friends with Beatrice. I'm meeting her today too, to play. But play? Yep, play. We're gonna study magic together. The face of the witch, who Cannon had tried to pretend was a bad dream, began to slowly creep into the back of his mind. Okay. Okay. Father said he was extremely busy with his research. He said that unfortunately he will be unable to make an appearance. Sorry, what chapter? Is it 5 or 6 again? I think it's 5, right? Yeah, okay. Come on. We put this conference in our schedules and come all the way out to Rokenjima during the very busy fall season. I wish Dad would act a little more sociable. So true. Dr. Nanjo, is it really a problem with his research and his mood? He isn't already bedridden and unable to get up, right? Well, I wonder. There is not much I can say. Nanjo glanced at Natsuhi, as though he wasn't qualified to disregard Natsuhi when he spoke on this topic. Father is healthier than ever. Calling him bedridden is the height of rudeness. But he only has 3 months left to live, right? Normally wouldn't that mean that he'd be wasting away, unable to get out of his bed? Dr. Nanjo? Right, Dr. Nanjo? For a normal patient, that would probably be the case, but Kenzo has extraordinary willpower. The force of his will may have even the Grim Reaper too terrified to approach. If he's that energetic, then we can be at least a little reassured, right? Though if he's that energetic, I wish he'd at least allow us to greet him. Isn't the point of the family conference to come and see Dad's face? Now I don't know why the hell we came. Don't say that. If he were here, you would complain the whole time about how you couldn't relax. I say we should celebrate that all of us siblings are here together as a family again this year. And, as we were the last, without even one of us missing. Wait, that doesn't even... I read that so wrong. I say we should celebrate that all of us siblings are here together as a family again this year. As we were the last, I see. Like, as we were last year. You realize we couldn't meet him at last year's family conference either. I wonder why we can't get him to understand that his children by blood want to see him after 2 years. If you have words of greeting for him, I will tell him for you. Or, Ava, perhaps you had something other than a greeting you want to discuss with Father? Come on, what are you talking about? Sheesh. Give it a rest, Ava. Natsuki, forgive us. Ava's just concerned about Father's condition as his daughter. Please understand her feelings a bit. That's right. Ava, how suddenly you've become respectful to Father since he was told how long he has left. Yes, I can just about understand why you might be desperate to see him. What exactly are you implying? Quit it, Aniki. Why don't we pray that this bad mood, or that his mood, will improve by dinner? And we've just arrived. And anyway, we only came to give a light greeting. We can hold the family conference even without Dad. No, there should even be a few things that we can't talk to him about until we form a unified opinion. Right, Hideyoshi? Yep. Just as Rudolph says, we can only gather our faces here once a year. We've got to value this precious time we've got and talk together frankly. Even though the tea hadn't even come yet, they were very strong-minded. Before that, I wonder if we have enough leeway to enjoy some black tea at our leisure, surrounded by the wonderful furnishings of the mansion's parlor. Kiri's words seemed to hold some slight admonishment towards all of the people gathered in that place. They all understood as they cleared their throats and straightened their neckties. The atmosphere in the room returned to normal for a moment. Excuse me, I have brought some tea. Hey, Shannon, you just keep getting prettier and prettier. Shannon entered the parlor, pushing the serving cart. I guess the interesting thing that we're going to see in this is, like, is the 6 chosen by the key the same 6 every time? I don't think it will be. Everyone decided to slowly enjoy some black tea for the time being. A wonderful aroma began to spread through the parlor. Looking at the scene, it would have been impossible to guess the strained atmosphere which had been there until right before Shannon had entered. Of course, Shannon, who was setting out the tea, probably didn't even notice. Kiri made a gesture that seemed to laugh at everyone's adult appearance. Rudolph didn't like it when Kiri took the initiative and spoke at the family conference. It was his worthless male pride. He probably didn't want to look like a weak man taking his wife's advice. She understood that and was doing her best to refrain from saying anything unnecessary. So she separated herself from the circle of siblings, which was good-natured only in appearance, and slowly enjoyed her tea near the window. Oh, Rosa, I thought all you siblings were having a friendly discussion together? You're joking. Sorry, don't take it the wrong way. I'm just rolling my eyes at my husband. Seeing that Rosa hadn't been able to keep up the charade of amicability, they had come here to fight bloodily and dirtily, each trying to steal the inheritance from the others. They probably didn't want to pretend to be fellow conspirators at this stage. Or maybe she was still much too inexperienced for that. It looks like the wind just started blowing hard out there. The plants are all shaking so much. The typhoon's probably already come fairly close. I wonder if it will rain a lot tonight. Maria really has grown a lot this past year. Does it look that way? She still can't even fold her own clothing yet. Yeah, because she has such an affectionate mother. She'll grow into a girl who's rich in heart. Rosa was silent. I don't know if that's supposed to be like a barbed attack on her. Like, is that supposed to be like, oh, she has such a good mother? Like, yeah, definitely. We will see. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but Rosa was silent. Maybe she was unsure as how Kiri meant that. Me? I'm not fit to be a mother. Children can't choose their parents. That poor girl. Doesn't that go both ways? A parent can't choose what kind of child is born either. Rosa bit her lower lip. It isn't a matter of who's at fault. You just need to have the mindset of going through life together with her and slowly watch over her as she grows up. Rosa, you spend every day with Maria, so you probably don't notice like gradual changes. But the rest of us who have been reunited with her after a year really understand that she's grown up a lot. If you mean that sincerely, then thank you very much. And if you will excuse me, if there's anything you desire, please call for it at any time. Shannon bowed politely and left the room. After Hideyoshi and Rudolph watched her go with turned heads, the atmosphere in the room began to revert back to what it had been right before Shannon had visited. If Father is unable to be here, that in itself opens up the opportunity for some certain topics. Right, Rudolph? Yes, that's right. We didn't come all the way out here just to drink some dusty tea, you know. Very well. Why don't we hear this topic that you're scrambling to get to? My. Those people sure are strong-minded. They really started fast. I must join in as well. If I don't assert myself, they'll quickly forget that there are 4 of us siblings. It can't be easy for you either. Maybe I didn't choose my words well. I'm sorry. No, I don't mind. I'm the one who should be apologizing. We're both mothers with daughters, so really we should have more of these conversations. Huh? Yuri doesn't have a daughter. Or does she mean Ava? But that also, I'm very confused by this statement. But every time we meet, we talk about something strange. I'm gonna put this in the notes. That's just a very weird comment that I don't really understand. Okay. That's the fault of the atmosphere in this mansion. Once we breathe in this air, everyone gets so strained. Just once I want to drink a nice long cup of tea with you, Rosa, when we aren't attending a family conference. There's a wonderful coffee shop in Ginza, which is a favorite of mine. Please let me invite you sometime soon. Thank you, Kiri. That sounds good. How horrible. The sky's suddenly gotten dark. It's almost as though the people in this room have made the weather worse. There's already thunder. Oh. Do I see the first signs of rain? Huh? There really were small splashes of rain on the glass of the parlor window. It seemed that the weather had gotten worse faster than they had expected. Just then, a silent thunderbolt struck inside Rosa's head, and she remembered that her beloved child was in the rose garden. A normal girl would think about going into the house if the weather got bad, but Maria was different. She would sometimes become stubborn and wouldn't move no matter whether rain or even spears fell from the sky. That's right, I told that kid just stay there doing that forever, didn't I? Oh no. Maria. At this small exclamation, everyone turned to look at Rosa. What happened? I'm sorry, I'm going outside for a second. I'll be right back. What's going on with her, seriously? Does it matter? She'll be right back. Why don't we just get started? With our main topic? Good idea. We can move that on even without Rosa. Let's return to the matter at hand. Boring. Rosa dashed from the entrance hall into the rose garden. When she opened the door, the wind that hit her was too strong to be called a breeze, and told her that the typhoon was approaching faster than she had thought. Just as Kiri had said, small droplets of rain were mixed in with the wind. There was also the low rumble of thunder. It could start raining any time. Rosa headed for the rose garden. She headed for the place where she had scolded Maria a short while ago. It was almost lunchtime. The children had been told they could just come to the mansion at lunchtime, so they were probably in the guest house waiting to be called. Even if Maria didn't come, they would surely think that I had taken her to the mansion with me and wouldn't worry much. After all, she was with her mother, so there shouldn't have been anything to worry about. Except I was here, and had thrown my daughter into the worsening weather outside, all alone. Maria, are you here? If you're here, answer me. She's coming out a little bit earlier than she did the last time, right? Because the last time it was already raining. It was really as I'd thought. She was standing there, stock still, exactly the same way she had been in the place where I had scolded her. Held in her hand was the candy that I had bought, given her, and then stepped on and crushed. With that gripped in her hand, she had been standing there as the strong wind whipped her hair about, tormenting her. I'm sorry. Sorry, Maria. Forgive Mama. Mama, welcome back. I waited a long time for you to come back, Mama. Got pinched by the scary witch, but held out and waited for Mama to come back without crying. Maria, forgive Mama. Forgive Mama. It's not your fault, Mama. You were just possessed by a bad witch again. I'm fine. Love you, Mama. I love you. I'm sorry. Mama lost to the bad witch. Forgive me. Rosa buried her face in Maria's small chest, crying and begging forgiveness. And those tears dripped down again as they had countless times before. If only the brilliant sun had been shining on the two of them, all of their cares would have evaporated, and they would have felt like they could begin anew. However, what surrounded the two of them was the worsening weather. The strong winds mixed in with the sound of thunder were saddening. Rosa noticed the sound of Maria sniffling. If she stood exposed to the wind for too long, she would probably catch a cold. So, Maria, it will be lunch very soon. Come back to the mansion with Mama. I'm not coming. Why? Rosa thought that Maria had already forgiven her, so she never imagined she would refuse. But that expression on Maria's face didn't look like that of a child resisting her mother. So Rosa wasn't able to understand why Maria wanted to stand still in the rose garden, pointlessly, as the weather grew even worse. Maria answered that question. It's Beatrice. She'll come really soon, so I'm waiting. Maria. Rosa started to say something, faltered, and then fell silent. They had just gone to great lengths to make up with each other. She chose her words carefully, trying to get Maria to come with her to the mansion without denying the witch outright. Beatrice is... coming? Ooh, really? And instead of waiting here, why don't we wait in the mansion? If you stay in this wind too long, you'll catch a cold. She'll come. Beatrice will come. And when she does, I'll give a candy to her. I'll do trick or treat. I'll give her a jack-o'-lantern marshmallow candy and say, Happy Halloween! Ooh. Maria pulled yet another sweet out of her handbag, moaning, Ooh. Rose was bewildered, not knowing what to do as Maria started being difficult again. Oh, Jesus. I think this means she's entered. Enter Sandman, aka enter Witch Lady? Just then there was a sudden and massive roar of thunder. It was probably a sign that indicated this island had become closed off by the storm and detached from common sense and reality. Therefore, as of this moment, all common sense would no doubt be useless. The wind blew even stronger, and in the middle of a blizzard of scattered rose petals, a figure appeared, leaving Rosa momentarily unable to imagine that this scene was from reality. No, probably. It had to be fantastical, because that figure was shaped like Beatrice. Ooh, she's in like a more formal attire. Beatrice! Maria dashed over to the figure. Normally Rosa would scold her daughter if she dashed over to a complete stranger, but Rosa forgot about that, unable to do anything but stand there shocked. It's been a while. Have you been in good health? Ugh, I'm in good health. Witches don't catch colds. Ugh. Cackle, cackle. Witches make people catch colds with curses, but how foolish would it be if they caught one themselves? You should focus your energies on ensuring that you do not catch a cold yourself. She patted Maria's head as she said this, smiling roguishly. Rosa couldn't have known the name of the woman who was happily spoiling Maria. However, Maria had called to her in the beginning when she had appeared. Therefore, even though Rosa had never met her, and even though she hadn't named herself, Rosa was able to learn her name. However, that name held a special meaning on Rokenjima and in the Ushirimiya family. There's no way something so stupid could... Guess this is an interesting point again. Okay. There's no way something so stupid could... Beatrice, happy Halloween. Look, bought these. You can have one too. Ooh. Happy Halloween. Oh, for me you say? Even the single and only light given to a man lost in the darkness of purgatory, unable to go to heaven or hell, looks truly charming when made into a candy like this. Right now on this island that has been cut off both from the world of humans and the world of non-humans, there may be no sweet more suitable. Maria, what has happened here? The witch noticed the sweet that Maria was grasping. It was Maria's candy, which had been stomped on by Rosa and had taken on a pitiful shape. Ugh, stepped on and smashed. Can you return it to normal, Beato? So interesting that Maria uses the same nickname for Beatrice as... I'm just gonna call her Rika, okay? I mean, like, it's Rika. I'm not calling her Burncastle. Maria deliberately didn't say that it was her mother who had stepped on it. However, when the witch saw the candy, for some reason she looked at Rosa and grinned. A chill went down Rosa's spine, as though she felt that this gaze could see through every part of her. It will be easy. Give it to me. Ugh. Maria held out the candy gleefully. Rosa could do nothing but watch this unfold, stunned. How could this person gloss over the fact that the candy was pitifully trampled in a way that could satisfy Maria? Maria looked as though she believed that it could be fixed as good as new. There's no way that could be done without real magic. My, it is quite crushed, isn't it? Beatrice does have a ring on as well. Come, Maria. Close your eyes and try to remember. Because it really was that wonderful a candy. The candies in our memories are always full and fluffy. You too must close your eyes and try to remember. What kind of candy was it really? Along with those strange words, spoken as though singing an improvised folk song, the witch threw the sweet into the air. Maria had her eyes closed just as the witch had told her, and was focused on remembering the shape that the crushed candy had really been. Therefore, only Rosa saw that scene. The sweet witch had been thrown into the air, burst into a gold color. No, those were golden butterflies. Scattered into several golden butterflies, and they began to assemble in the witch's hand held up to the sky. And when they had, unbelievably, the candy had returned to its beautiful original form, just like the time it had been bought. Only Rosa and the witch had watched that scene. Unable to understand the event that was occurring right in front of her eyes, Rosa stood with her mouth open, forgetting to shut it. You may now open your eyes. Take it. Now your sweet has returned to normal. Ooh, Beatrice, you're always awesome. There was a very bold contrast between Rosa's shocked appearance and Maria's innocently joyful one. Was that what that witch was laughing? Or was that what the witch was laughing at? A smile floated to Beatrice's face, different from the one that she had shown Maria. Does my face look familiar? If you stare so fixedly, you might burn a hole through it. I'm sorry. At those words, it hit Rosa strongly. Rosa knew her face. She knew it from the portrait of the witch. But no, wait, was this mystery woman really... Maria, I will give this to you in exchange for that sweet. Letter? The witch pulled a western envelope from her pocket and gave it to Maria. However, when Maria made to open it, the witch stopped her. You must not. The time will come soon to open it, but until then you must not open it under any circumstances. Take good care of it. It will become an invitation calling you to the Golden Land. The Golden Land! You're finally gonna take me there! Take it and tuck it away safely. You must not show it to anyone. Promise. I always keep my promises with witches. And this is for you. Huh? Me? She probably hadn't imagined that the witch would speak to her too. Rosa was bewildered by the second western envelope which had been thrust before her. She remembered having seen that western envelope before. Okay, now there's two that she's starting with. Interesting. There could be no mistake. It was Kinzo's special envelope, used when he wrote with his own hand, and bearing the Ushiromiya family crest. Moreover, it was sealed with red sealing wax, and further still, it had an imprint which seemed to have been made by the head's ring. In other words, irrespective of what was written inside, this woman, whom Maria called Beatrice, was trusted enough that she was in charge of a personal letter from the current Ushiromiya head. It could have been any of the four siblings. However, the fact that I have met you here probably means that you were chosen by Kinzo's roulette. So take it, and read its contents aloud while seated at the dinner table when all of the siblings are gathered. What did you say? Rosa looked back and forth several times between the witch's face and the envelope she had been handed. Today was the family conference, and the biggest object of discussion was the inheritance problem. So she had joined together with Ava and Rudolph, and they had planned to force certain conditions upon Kraus to extort a prompt payment of several 100 million yen out of him. It was as if the witch could see through all of that. And when all of the siblings are gathered, what is she planning on announcing to us? With a personal envelope that no one but the Ushiromiya head can use. Maria, the weather's getting worse. Return to the guest house and wait for lunchtime. Well then, Rosa, let us meet later. Allow me to name myself there. The witch turned her back to her laughing, and headed off towards the mansion with an air of composure. Maria saw her off with an energetic reply, and then dashed off towards the guest house, leaving Rosa where she was. As though she didn't want to waste a second in informing the other cousins of her good fortune at meeting the witch, ultimately Rosa was left alone in the rose garden as the winds grew stronger, unable to do anything except pray that what had happened was just a daydream. Okay. Apologies for the covering up the screen, but we've all seen this before. I wonder if Beatrice is going to reveal herself this time. When the witch entered the entrance hall, Genji was there. Oh yeah, sorry. With a respectable bow, Genji welcomed the guest who had approached from the entrance hall. We have been awaiting you, Beatrice. It's been a while, Genji. You've gotten old. No matter how old it is, furniture will only carry out its work like furniture until the end. I remember how his wife used to be jealous of you. Is Kinzo well? He is full of life. The witch's laugh was probably because she knew that Kinzo's own doctor had told him that he would not live much longer. However, if anyone actually looked at Kinzo, his energy and vigor, which had made it extremely difficult to imagine that his remaining life was really slim, might make it natural to call him full of life. Maybe the witch had laughed at that. Then let us greet him. It will be good to hurl curses at each other after 30 years. As the witch grinned, she started walking, leaving Genji behind. Her gait was like that of a family member who knew the inside of the mansion well. Genji followed her, as though he served her. This is so fucking weird. At that very moment, Kiri came out of the parlor. She'd probably come out to fix her makeup or something, and when she saw Genji following the witch, she was surprised, although her expression did not change. There was a visitor for Kinzo, whose remaining life was not long, on the day of the family conference when the fate of the inheritance was to be decided. And furthermore, this person was well enough acquainted with the Ushiramiya family that Genji was following behind her. Kiri immediately realized that this person, who she had never met before, was someone deeply important. Kiri met eyes with the witch. Okay, so this is very weird. It seems like... Okay. Because, like... Or, sorry. Okay. Realizing that it would be rude to pretend not to notice, she greeted the witch. Pleased to meet you. Rudolph's second wife. That is correct. This is Kiri, Rudolph's current wife. In this exchange, Kiri realized that this woman was a guest of considerably high rank within the Ushiramiya family. And the fact she was a guest of that level, coupled with the face of an entrance hall portrait behind her, made Kiri's eyes open wide in an instant. Ooh! Portrait just changed, what the fuck? Pleased to meet you. My name is Kiri. I wonder if this is our first meeting. If we did greet each other before, I apologize for forgetting your name. You already have a vague idea, yet you expect me to waste my breath. Kiri had thought she had given her a sociable and humble greeting. Her expression grew slightly cloudy at the openly oppressive response. It didn't seem like this was a person she could grow to like. If Kiri's imagination was correct, this witch likely held a huge key to what her own husband was most interested in, and one that stood a great chance of influencing tonight's family conference. So she did not shoot back a retort and could only watch in silence as the woman went up the stairs to the second floor with Genji following behind. What the fuck is gonna happen to Kinzo when he just sees her, though? So when someone tapped her shoulder from behind, she was surprised. She was so surprised she almost choked. It's canon. Ready? Bet. Oh, it was Natsuhi. Kiri, standing still in a place like this, is something the matter? I'm sorry. I was just a little fascinated by the portrait of the witch. The Golden Witch Beatrice, was it? Something like the revival of the Ushiramiya family to what it is today would never have been possible without the gold she gave. A fantastical story, very much like father. Natsuhi spoke of her in her usual way. She spoke from the position that the idea of a witch was just foolish, and that in the end it was nothing more than Kinzo's ramblings. To be fair, you gotta remember that Natsuhi and Kraus were, like literally zero negative magic affinity. However, for some reason, that no longer felt right to Kiri. Just now, she herself had seen the Golden Witch come in from the entrance hall and climb up the stairs. So Natsuhi's choice of words seemed almost like a refusal to accept her existence, or as if she was leading her to think that she did not exist. I'm sorry. I think I'm feeling a bit of a headache. I think I'll rest for a little while. Oh, is that so? Then I have some good headache medicine. Allow me to prepare it for you. Kiri really got that Karen haircut rockin', you know? The hallway in front of Kinzo's study was filled with the scent of sweet poison particular to that green liquor. Genji, who was completely used to it, did not grimace, and the Golden Witch didn't grimace either. When was the last time he left this room? I believe it has already been several years. He is that intent on making me a bird in a cage? Alas. Now you who made that wish are the bird in a cage. The ghost of the study, are you not? What a pitiful man to not recognize that. So it seems like she's somehow saying that Kinzo has done something to trap her on this island, and that's why he's not leaving. Maybe because he doesn't want to be sacrificed to the game, but yeah, I don't know. He would probably continue his research until the day he could meet you again, even if he literally became a ghost. Is it love or madness or obsession? Is it love or madness? I think it should be, is it love, madness, or obsession? I suppose they too will become magic if well enough developed. You sad mage. The witch grasped the doorknob to the study. Did it burn her? Yep. When she did, there was a sound like that of flesh burning and splitting open. It was the sound of the doorknob literally burning the witch's hand. Beatrice. What is this? A magic ward? That fool. Is he unable to get by without relying on something like this? I have heard that this door is painful for you, Beatrice. Shall I open it? No, it is fine. If he wins, I will be a bird in a cage for all eternity. If he loses, only the life of a laughingstock will be left, the life of a pitiful mage who went mad with love and lost everything. Already Kinzo and even I are nothing more than pieces laid out on the game board. Interesting phrase here. Is there a way? I wish I could just like copy these things. But let's do this. Yeah, I guess I could do that, but it's fine. I mean, it's probably quicker just to do this. Interesting, okay. All that is left is for the result of that roulette to decide who wins and who loses. Until the roulette shows its result, there's no need for me to be reunited with Kinzo. The witch looked at her hand, which although horribly burned, was beginning to heal bit by bit. And so the ward, perhaps. I see, that is also honorable. Now everything is on top of Kinzo's game board. I like it, Kinzo. Allow me to enjoy my game with you. Allow me to enjoy the final gamble and fall of an aged mage who fell in love with me and threw away all his life. Probably do like 1 or 2 more chapters. And then depending on how far we get, and depending on when I wake up and shit, we might be able to just like goon out the rest of the, I don't know how long this is. Chapter 6, ideally we might marathon this tomorrow to make up for the one stream of like kind of not great progress. We'll see. Who is it? Excuse me. I have brought lunch. Enter. Excuse me. I wonder what room she's in. After receiving approval, Canon entered the VIP room, pushing the lunch serving cart. Servants called this room the Witch's VIP room. That was because they had been strictly ordered by Kinzo to always keep it clean so that it could be used at any time. And yet guests were never allowed into this room, no matter who they were. That's why at some point the servants had started calling it the Witch's VIP room. Supposed to be set aside only to welcome the special person Kinzo was waiting for, the witch from that portrait. And today Canon learned that this was entirely correct. Ooh, pretty room. When he entered the room, the witch with golden hair was gazing out the window. Outside, the rain had already started to gather strength. As she looked out at the beautiful rose garden, which had taken several days' work to make ready for today, and saw the winds and rain ravage it, was she lost in some sentimental feeling? Canon was not able to infer anything more from her back that faced him. From her I will prepare your meal, Beatrice. So Canon went out of his way to call out the witch's name because he wanted to make her turn around. Man, this chapter has already really thrown me for a fucking curveball. I really did not expect them just to like reveal Beatrice so much and have her just be like such an integral character. She was so not involved in the first one, like she was but wasn't, and now she's like the fucking centerpiece of this. He wanted to know whether the witch who had tempted him and Shannon in the past really had appeared again. I'm just so surprised that it's... When he did, the witch whose name had been called kept her back to him and laughed. Laughed in a subdued voice. Canon was startled. It was almost as though she had read his mind and knew that he had called her out of a desire to make her turn around. It smells good. It appears that Kraus has employed a good cook. Yes. He is a cook called Goda, who was employed in recent years. There's nothing better than being skilled at cooking. Gourmet food forms one of the 3 pillars of pleasure of life in the human world. The secret to not tiring of 1,000 years is to have it in sufficiency. Canon and the witch's eyes met, and she grinned. There could be no doubt, not even the slightest. This was without a doubt the witch from that day, Beatrice. The witch that was once visible only to him and Shannon now finally held a form, and had arrived openly through the entrance hall as a guest. But Beatrice... It has been a long time. Furniture called Canon. It has been a long time. Canon tried not to forget a modicum of courtesy toward the guest. See, this is the only thing that I don't really understand about the timeline, is that, like, I know she visited them a long time ago, but when she was first falling in love with George and she was going on, like, the trip and stuff, I don't know, it seemed like the trip was, like, not that far from present day, because he was talking about, like, I think in one of the trips, George said, oh, we're going to, actually, no, it might have just been when she granted the initial wish for Shannon, not so much when that event happened. Because I'm pretty sure the date that she had with George was only a few months prior to the conference, because he was talking about at the conference later this year. Because when they were visiting, the adults were talking about the conference later this year, although to be fair, it could have just been the conference of that year and not the conference, so I guess. If they're saying in a few years, I'll probably trust whatever they say here. The dark clouds had begun to enshroud his heart because of the visit of this suspicious witch, and on that day of the family conference at that. It looks to me that you're dying to know my purpose in appearing here. Isn't that so? Canon didn't force himself to answer. This witch probably read minds, so it would be pointless to go to all the trouble of saying it out loud. Of course, even that rebellious spirit of his would be read. So the witch snickered at Canon's childish resistance. I came to resolve my final promise with Kinzo. Your final promise with the Master? I lend Kinzo a mountain of gold. When Kinzo gives that up, it will be returned to me with interest. I came here tonight to receive that. I don't know what you are talking about. However, anxiety began to gather in his heart. The witch never had anything good to say. You are not wrong. Excuse me. Witches have nothing good to say. You are correct. Be that as it may, witches, like blunt scissors, can be put to use. Sometimes there are people like King Solomon who succeed in great exploits. In most cases, one does not meet with a good fate, such as those described in fairy tales, of course. But Kinzo is crafty. He's incorporated even my collection of interest into his own ritual. Is he a tremendous mage, surpassing even me, or else a fool possessed by madness? Interesting. Truly interesting. Canon couldn't guess what the witch was muttering and laughing about. All he knew was, with anything this witch deemed worthy of laughter, must have the exact opposite meaning to the rest of them. And rising to the back of his mind were the horrifying words the witch had spat at him in the past. You think I would lend them that power without any compensation? I'll lend a hand in love, and my compensation shall be one ticket to watch the cruel fate that the two of them will eventually meet. Even after 1,000 years, no better show exists. Could it be you? Behold the sweet fish river, running through my beloved home of old. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The witch suddenly began to recite a bizarre poem. It was something he remembered hearing. Could that be the witch's epitaph? There was no doubt. It was the epitaph accompanying the portrait of the witch that had been hung by Kinzo. The relatives imagined that it almost certainly pointed to the location of the hidden gold, but no one knew what it meant. The witch had suddenly begun reciting the epitaph. Canon, as furniture, you must have heard about this from Kinzo. The day when everything will be returned to the Golden Land has come. Rejoice. The time has finally come for your shameful days as furniture to end. Huh. I believe you've been wanting that for a long time. To furniture whose existence has no value, just existing day to day must be nothing but agony. For those with souls, the world of the living is worth clinging on to, but those without find it to be nothing but suffering. Complicated expressions flitted across Canon's face. It was the day of release that he had been looking forward to. However, the coming of this day had been mercilessly sudden, and the hateful tone of the witch, who had proclaimed this day of rest, made it somehow difficult to accept. Canon wasn't even able to decide what emotion he should feel. Why are you not happy? Could you actually still have some attachment to this world? As furniture? I have no attachment, because I am furniture. You truly are a model piece of furniture. Very good, very good. However, to have no lingering regrets at all, how deeply uninteresting this is. Are you saying that regrets are your pleasures? Precisely. Most witches live for 1,000 years get tired of life. Who live for 1,000 years get tired of life? In order to escape boredom, I adorn people's fates with fruit and brandy and cook them like cakes. I find humans dancing through oppressive fates inside an oven to be so very entertaining. I made somewhat of a name for myself in this field, you know. So much so that unexpected guests occasionally come from afar to witness my culinary skills. Mere furniture can't understand this. I'm wasting my time. So basically she's baking all these cakes, and she's watching them dance and have fun until she turns up the temperature. Canon wasn't able to understand what the witch was saying. However, he realized well enough that this was a terrifying being who treated the fates of humans as a show, and was getting enjoyment out of doing them some kind of harm. However, furniture had no soul or life, much less a fate. Pitiful furniture did nothing but serve until the day they would be released from this world. The furniture like that, the witch who had come to release them from everything, was also a being overflowing with mercy. Even though the day that Canon had been waiting impatiently for had come, he was unable to readily accept it, and this greatly bewildered him. Why was that? The face of Shannon, the person he loved as a sister, rose to his mind. And for some reason, Jessica's face did too. You're falling like right into her trap with this, but Canon bit his lower lip painfully, thinking if Jessica was not permitted for furniture. He had been aware of that, and had found fault with Shannon's relationship, so how could he remember Jessica at a time like this? He felt a little ashamed by how weak he was. And to forget about Jessica, he turned his thoughts to Shannon. Shannon is also furniture. On the day everything returns to nothing, there was no reason she shouldn't be happy. But Shannon, through her relationship with George, had come to know an emotion that shouldn't be known by furniture. Even though she wasn't qualified to be bound with him, she was still wallowing in a dream that she wasn't permitted to have. Could Shannon accept something like this? Now? With open arms? Impossible. Shannon would have lingering regrets. That would probably become a great source of pain and torture for Shannon, and those regrets had been planted by none other than this witch. Why? Just because that would be more interesting? Shannon should have been waiting impatiently for this day, but now she will have emotions that she must not know, and will probably have a very hard time forced upon her. I thank you for gifting us furniture the day of our release. And I hate you for making this day difficult for Shannon to accept. I wanted to make you feel pain from your regrets as well, just like Shannon. However, with stubborn simplicity, you continued to remain furniture and never allowed me to lead you on. However, it looks like you loved Shannon too dearly, didn't you? Shannon's regrets became yours. Will that turn into hatred for me? You want to kill me, you can try. As Kinzo's furniture, you should have that much power at least. However, if you kill me, the day of your rest for your furniture will not come for all eternity, so it's just like a damned if you do, damned if you don't. You kill her, you don't get released from like your internal servitude that you have, and if she does kill you, you suffer. Could you withstand that? Can you really reject your release by me? Kneel. What? Kneel and kiss my shoes. Otherwise I will leave this place. I will go back and never show myself again for all eternity. So, Canon, could you withstand that? If the door to the Golden Land is open, your lifeless furniture that has been full of hardship will end. If you desire, I will even give you life as a human. After that, you will be on the same level as Jessica. Surely you want to know of it. The taste of love. I know even if you try to hide it, you see. You grew jealous seeing Shannon wallow in the swamps of sweet love. You are sorely tempered to know the taste of love. Stop it. Stop it. Are you trying to lead me on again? I won't be reduced to a toy to please you. Oh, and I will make do with Shannon. You weren't the only seed I sowed. There are sometimes those that don't bear fruit. You who laid hand upon the key must journey as follows to the Golden Land. On the first twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. In this case, Canon and Shannon? The witch recited the epitaph again. It was so sudden and diverged so strongly from the current topic. However, her challenging smile made it seem almost as though she were using the epitaph as a threat to Canon. Do you not understand? For the ritual of the epitaph to succeed, on the second twilight, 2 who are close must be sacrificed. It could be any 2 who are close, a husband and a wife, even a pair of lovers. Who will be selected is up to me to decide on a whim, following the rules of the ritual. Don't you think there is no one more fitting to be a sacrifice for the second twilight than Shannon as she is now? What a dirty... Canon learned then. He had thought that he had given up everything and lived until today as furniture like furniture should. But in reality that wasn't true. He had loved Shannon too dearly. And so when Shannon was in pain, Canon shared in that. If only Shannon had continued to exist as furniture, living indifferently like Canon without any attachments to this world, they wouldn't have had to be in so much pain. The witch planned to toy with Shannon, who had learned the taste of love. No, who she had taught the taste of love, as she killed her. She would not invite her to the Golden Land as a merciful release, but would make her a sacrifice for that evil ritual after dealing her the limits of torture and pain. And this witch would probably actually make Shannon meet this horrible fate, for no other reason than it would be interesting for her. Furthermore, she was threatening to do that so that she could make Canon, who hadn't submitted to the witch even once until now, finally surrender. It was that simple. In the end, though he had tried resisting the witch to avoid pleasing her, he had only made things interesting for her. After all, he was furniture. No, a toy. They were nothing but toys meant only to distract her from her boredom. Damn it! What will you do, Canon? If you kneel, I may even hold back from choosing Shannon as a sacrifice. I always wanted a chance to break a toy like you. Without even a fragment of elegance, the witch sneered at Canon with a vulgar laugh. Even before Canon had made up his mind, she had seen through to his surrender. Canon got down on one knee and chose to genuflect before the witch. He didn't care what happened to himself. However, just the fact that Shannon, who during his days as furniture had given him his only reason to live, was being toyed with, that alone was something that he couldn't overlook. Therefore, something like kissing the shoes of the witch was an easy oath for Canon to make. At that time, that his quivering lips actually touched the witch's shoe. Beatrice, after allowing a look of ecstasy to rise to her face, let out an ear-splitting laugh. In that moment, the witch, who had tired of 1,000 years of life, was completely filled with the evil emotion that was her only raison d'etre. So it does seem to be that Beatrice is the one that chooses. Lunch had ended, and the relatives had moved to the parlor. Rosa had bought a high-class brand of black tea from a famous store in Ginza. That had been served, and the inside of the parlor was filled with a very nice aroma. Since the children were together with the adults were, at least on the surface, interacting like relatives, talking peacefully about recent events and how their children were growing up. It had started raining outside, so the children were unable to go out, and had no choice but to sit here like this watching TV. Like a true TV kid, Maria was watching vapid daytime programs one after another without getting bored, and was giggling all to herself. It seemed that Battler had joined in at first, deepening his relationship with Maria, but he had gotten up early that morning, and so was gradually attacked by waves of drowsiness. Ah, the big yawn. Did you get up really early this morning? Something like that. I started to relax and release all my tension, and then I got sleepy while I was listening to the sound of the rain. Tension? You go around making yourself the center of attention, and now you're saying you were tense? That's me, I guess. Ugh. Battler gave a great yawn once again and slowly laid down on the sofa. He really did look tired. George and the others had started talking to him, taking his yawns as a sign of boredom, but when they realized he really was sleepy, they decided to let him be. My. They say that if you lie down right after eating, you'll become a mackerel. This lady and her fucking mackerels, man. Stop kidding around. Goda said that tonight would be calf steak. In a minute, it's going to end up as mackerel steak. Kumasawa, the guy really does look tired. You think you could bring him a blanket? Ho ho ho. Here you go. Kumasawa brought a blanket over from the shelf. The spacious parlor wasn't cold, but the air had gotten a little chilly. So when the blanket was placed over Battler, he immediately wrapped himself up in it and curled up like a turtle retreating into its shell. You really were sleepy. When do you want to wake up? I'll take care of it. Nah, I don't care when. You can wake me up if there's something you want, and if there's nothing, you can let me sleep forever. Good night. Battler sleeping. Nap time? Nap time. Me too. Hey Maria, Battler's sleepy, so you gotta leave him alone. Kumasawa, could we get another blanket? It was doubtful that Maria really wanted to take a nap. She probably just saw Battler wrapped up in a blanket and wanted to do the same. When she received the blanket from Kumasawa, she joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up camp again in front of the TV. Sheesh. Even though all his cousins are finally together after 6 years, dude doesn't have a clue that he's the main guest of the family conference, does he? I can hear you. I've had a nice peaceful lunch, and there's even a typhoon and rain outside. There's nothing to do, and what that means is, it's not my turn yet. I wonder about that. If you have a passive attitude like that, and don't do anything unless something happens, your life will be pretty boring, you know? No, that's not what I mean. How should I say it? In times like this, I've decided to think this way. It isn't my turn. If this were a play, it wouldn't be my turn to go on stage. So the best thing to do is stay on the wings. You're always the main character of your own life, right? Why are you acting like a supporting actor? You have to get up on the stage yourself without being pushed. That's not what I mean. I'm just saying it's not my turn right now. Ugh. Sorry, I'm sleepy and my mind's a mess. Just let me be. This is interesting here. This is the 6th chapter, right? Yes. Okay. So it seems. You're so sleepy that you aren't making any sense. Let's leave him alone now. I can't let that one slide. You're always the main character in your own life. I kind of want to have a serious argument with Battler about that. He's just half asleep. Don't take him too seriously. I don't know why, but my kind of personality is saying you don't want to get up on the stage because you can't be the main character. Something about that really pissed me off. With distant eyes, Jessica gazed out the window at the grey rose garden obscured by rain. When she put her forehead up against the glass, it felt as though the pleasantly cool sensation would chase away memories that she didn't want to remember. It wasn't your turn yet. Was that it? Then when will you get up on the stage? Canon? In that case, who is the main character on this stage? And now the scene will go to canon. Ready? Whoa, okay, never mind, we're getting interrupted. You're just doing whatever you goddamn want. What the shit is this? This is just demented. Your argument regarding 18 or 19 people, which you use as a basis to deny me, was truly ludicrous, you see. So I merely tried a different move. The greatest basis upon which you deny me is simply that I was not laid out as a piece on the game board. In that case, I can simply play the queen first like this, can I not? Isn't opening the path for the queen in the first move one of the classic plays in chess? Real fucking funny. How the hell can I accept something like this? A witch just came walking in right through the entrance hall. What a royal load of bullshit. What's this? In the last game I let you make moves as and when you pleased, you know? All I have done on this occasion is to move a piece to match your moves. Are you resigning already on the very first turn? Up yours. Like hell I am. Who's gonna resign? Great move. Why don't you just keep on playing however you like? I get it. Your turn is far from over. Move however you like. From a huge battle formation while you can. I will definitely endure. I will definitely corner you. Come at me as best you can. I don't want you to have any excuses. This much isn't even close to enough to make me accept something like a witch. That's right, just now, it looked like you fixed Maria's candy with magic. But you might have actually had another one of the same candy hidden in your pocket and switched them with some fancy showmanship, making it only look like you had fixed it with magic. Yeah, that's right. That has to be it. And it's no good. It's no goddamn good. Oh, Rosa saw the moment when the candy split into butterflies, did she not? Whatever, I don't care. That was a hallucination or a trick, or otherwise. She just saw it wrong. This isn't that big a problem. Or isn't a big problem. So you throw out the part you can't explain as trivial. I see. Is that your move in response to mine? You've dug your own grave. Ushiramiya Battler. It still isn't your turn yet. Allow me to continue my move for a little longer. It has barely begun. The turn of the witch. Okay. When they started hearing Battler's snores, the relatives went their separate ways, leaving the parlor and letting Battler sleep in silence. Even though it had been so lively in the parlor with so many people gathered there, when all of them scattered at once and were sucked into the vast mansion, it created an eerie silence with no sound except that of the rain. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, yo, wait. Nope. I've never once met a person like that. Anarchy? I've never met her. Kiri, is that true? Even I only greeted her quickly when she came into the entrance hall. She looked like she was a little over 20. I told her my name, but she didn't tell me hers. She was being guided by Genji, and I saw her go up to the second floor. It would probably be faster to find Genji and hear the story from him directly. Still, what a strange turn of affairs. The mystery woman had spoken to Kiri. Without naming herself, she had sneered that Kiri already had a vague idea of who she was. And that person that brought to mind was her look-alike, the Witch of the Portrait. Why is it showing a different portrait now, though? The one thing that was waiting to happen in the initial chapter was that at one moment somebody would walk by the portrait and it would be like the scene, but she wasn't going to be there, you know what I mean? Like the painting would be drawn the exact same way, but like the seat or whatever she's drawn in would be empty. Was she trying to say that she's the Witch of the Portrait? That's what I understood her to be laughing at. Even though it was our first meeting, she spoke as though she knew I'm your second wife. Anarchy. You really don't know someone like that. Stop asking me that. I've never seen a blonde woman like that go in or out of this mansion. None of that matters. The problem is what happens if that woman starts calling herself Beatrice, or she starts calling herself the manager of father's assets. Or maybe she plans to call herself his mistress's daughter and demand a portion of the inheritance. Either way, an outrageous joker has been slipped into the deck. Did Nissan call her, or did Father? This is bad. We've been thinking that if we did a good enough job cornering Aniki in our discussion, we might be able to work things out. But this takes us back to square one. I don't know what kind of schemes you've been plotting when I'm not around, baby, but it looks like we've been given a little time to form a counter-strategy. Okay, a little time. I thought she meant little time. Yeah. Thinking about what would happen if Miss Blondie had suddenly appeared at the dinner table and scared the shit out of us. We should be glad we've at least been given a little time to discuss a counter-strategy. There's only so many counter-strategies we can use if we don't know what she came to do. What could she be after? Isn't it obvious? It's to claim that she's the rightful heir to Father's inheritance. Father is still captivated by Beatrice. If the two of them had a daughter, he'd be bound to say he wants to hand her all of his assets. She might even thrust some strange will before us. Sure, if we took it to court, we might be able to claim a quarter or a half of it, but we probably wouldn't be able to split the inheritance until that was resolved. That's a problem. For me and for Rudolph. And, of course, for Rosa too, right? For all of our various situations, we need a large sum of money urgently. It's our biggest weak point. Then, what are they after? Kiri, can you tell? It's the first time I've heard of it, but one of the premises here is that we have an urgent need for a large sum of money, right? Kiri. When you're on the offensive in a man's business, that's the time you need funding. Please understand that. What's this, Rudolph? You hadn't told Kiri about it? Sorry. I wasn't really hiding it. The truth is we've been having a bit of a... It's alright. You decided it wasn't necessary to tell me about it, so I won't press you about it here. What's more important is finding out what the Golden Witch is after, right? Yes. Putting together everything we've said, can you see what move the enemy will make against us? Kiri, like the 200 IQ genius? Rudolph had a certain measure of trust in Kiri's unique thinking technique, chessboard thinking. Of course, it didn't give him any more peace of mind than fortune-telling. But every time Rudolph was concocting some important strategy, he would give a great deal of thought to Kiri's advice. For a while, Kiri pressed her finger against her forehead, considering. Ah, that's gotta be it. Judging by the fact that her coming here was kept hidden until today, one of her goals is some kind of surprise that she wants to give us. We can't know whether that has something to do with the assets or being recognized as a relative. However, because her visit was kept hidden until today, maybe we can say that she didn't want to get hit with a countermeasure by notifying us in advance. Okay. Which means that it seems her goal is one where it would be disadvantageous to her if we did take some countermeasure. Understand? I get it. For example, if it was something like a will, which Dad had written previously, or acknowledgement as a blood relative plus accompanying proof, if we assume she's brought something like that, she wouldn't want to present it before the conference because you would have time to shoot it down prior. And if it was completely unshakable, if it was rock solid proof, you'd think she actually have announced it beforehand. That's right. Since we're in a position to doubt her, she should have made us bring our lawyers and experts, and thrust some completely undeniable proof before us, if she could. Just given that the enemy is aiming for a surprise attack, that alone tells us she couldn't beat us with an honest attack from the front. Makes sense. If you got a trump card that'll win for sure, you gotta play it out boldly. Playing it in a roundabout way, and odds are you're gonna tarnish its impact. Or play it in a roundabout way. To skip to the conclusion, we should probably expect that some huge surprise will be thrust in front of us, something related either directly or indirectly to the inheritance problem that everyone is so infatuated with. The other party is probably under the impression that they will be able to overpower us with the impact of this alone. However, even if this carries with it a significant impact, it is not absolute. In other words, we have enough leeway to take advantage of this. You've really got brains. Even understanding just as much as this is really assuring. Just this much. Really assuring. Reassuring. Jesus, fuck. So you're telling us not to get sucked onto our opponent's pace. Into. Jesus, sucked onto. Hey, yo. In the end, it's an extremely simple conclusion. No matter what the opponent brings up, interact calmly without panicking. That's negotiation 101. I really can't call that predicting our opponent's thoughts. Come on. Just like usual, that was pretty good. Now that we know that we have a little leeway to attack, it gives us a little more room to relax. What we don't know is how she is connected, or is how she is connected to Kraus. Is it a surprise for Kraus too, or was the person who called her here none other than Kraus himself? If it's the latter, it might make things very troublesome. Yes, secretly calling a mystery woman on the day of the family conference, that detestable style somehow feels like Nissan. Like a car, like an Altima? Aniki, let's handle it like this. As long as she can't clearly prove her identity, we won't acknowledge her as having any status whatsoever. That would be best. In point of fact, she hasn't even named herself to Kiri. We can't let our conference be disturbed by the statement of some unknown woman. She might show us proof that she's a blood relative or something. If she can show that father's blood runs through her veins, like with a maternity record document, there's nothing we can do. We can suspect any proof of being fake. Even if it is the real thing, in order to prove that she is the person mentioned, we would need to involve a hospital. At the very least, it would be impossible to prove that now on Rokonjima. Yes, that's exactly. In other words, what it boils down to is this. You guys are just going to delay and you're going to deny. No matter what is shown to us now on Rokonjima, it can't be accepted as truth. So we can't believe anything until the typhoon passes and they prove it to us at the proper place. Constantly finding fault like that is your specialty, Aniki. This is going to be all down to you. Are you an idiot? You'll be helping too. We need money, and quickly, and a large sum. We're all in this together. There's no way I'm having my prospects of an inheritance destroyed now by some mystery woman who popped out of nowhere. It was only at a time like this that Rudolph and Ava united as siblings, sickened by the idea that their own inheritance might be snatched away by an outsider. Kiri noticed how indomitable they looked, shook her head slightly, and gave a small sigh as she looked out the window. Outside there was still a strong rain falling, and everything was grey, having lost all vibrance. It felt like the lush garden that the sun had shone on earlier had never existed. For some reason the words Ava had said just a short while ago kept repeating in Kiri's head. It boils down to this. No matter what is shown to us now on Rokonjima, it can't be accepted as truth. There was an odd nuance to those words. Right now the island was closed off by the typhoon and isolated. There were no official institutions here and no hospital. So no matter what institution had issued what kind of documentation on this island, one could claim that it was all fictional. It was impossible to prove that something was the truth. They were cut off from the outside world, and all truths proven in the outside world would be called fiction. So did that mean that now on Rokonjima, there was nothing that was truthful? That everything would be controlled by fiction? It almost gave the illusion that separate from the human world, made from the truth, was another world called fiction, in which they had been shut away. Kiri remembered what that woman had looked like one more time. And she remembered the woman's figure and the witch of the portrait. On this island, which had been isolated from the world of humans and shut away in the world of non-humans, a non-human being had visited. No matter what she did, Kiri couldn't help think of the smile that had appeared on that woman's face as anything other than ominous. In trying to understand that ominous smile, it feels like my chessboard thinking mistook a vital premise. That's right. The smile seemed like that of something non-human looking down on me, like she was above. I had reasoned based on the assumption that our opponent was a human like us, so now she's going to talk about the whole fucking thing that, like, if you have the improper assumption, you'll come to the wrong conclusion. However, just like this island now, she may be a being that is not human, and human values may not apply to her. In that case, all reasoning is useless. For what reason was the witch invited here today? Only one thing is certain. She'll tell you soon. Right this very moment, she is staying somewhere in this vast mansion. Yeah, and she's getting excited to tell you. Maria, around lunchtime today, we met someone outside, right? A woman. Who was she? I said it a lot. Beatrice. Maria, have you ever met Beatrice before? See her every year. Okay, this is good to know. We didn't know this. Maris. Every year? In this mansion on Rokonjima? Ooh. I don't know what ooh means. Is that true? Yeah. How long have you been seeing her? How many years ago did it start? 6, ready? Dunno. You don't know. Why? Last year? 2 years? Longer? Rosa was aghast. Only the Ushirimiya mansion existed on this island, so there was no way that there were any humans other than themselves on this island. And yet Maria said that she had been meeting with that suspicious woman every year during the family conference. If what Maria said was the truth... Oops, I did not mean to press that. Why did that skip? What the fuck? Oh, I forgot because I don't have a caps lock bound on my keyboard. That's also bound to control. I was like, what the fuck? She'd been meeting with a suspicious woman every year. If what Maria said was the truth, then that strange woman called Beatrice had been at the family conference every year. That's insane. Is she saying that some eerie woman was at the family conference every year and none of us ever noticed it? Even though Rosa had just met herself a couple of hours ago in the Rose Garden, she was overcome with a strange emotion which told her not to accept her existence. What in the world did I meet with earlier today in the Rose Garden as the typhoon grew close and the winds blew strong? Maria? So, you said that you see her every year. What do you do together? Ooh. sing songs, learn magic, learn how to draw magic circles. Really? That's incredible. Maria, do you often draw magic circles in your notebook, right? Did she teach you that? Beatrice draws what they should look like. Look. Maria joyfully fished around in her handbag. Then she took out a notebook and started opening its pages. Most of the pages were covered with drawings that were literally scribbles. All of them were occult-like things. And while it might sound rude to Maria, who was joyfully flipping through the pages, they were all creepy. Look, here. Beatrice drew these for me. Ugh. So she was the one who drew those. Interesting. On each page Maria opened to, there was another eerie magic circle that had been drawn. Furthermore, at a glance, Rosa realized that Maria hadn't drawn them. Okay. The strength of the strokes, the thickness of the lines, how clean the shape was. This by itself wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had drawn it, but it was enough for Rosa to understand that it was definitely someone older than Maria. Rosa had to accept it now. There really was a person on this Rokenshima who she hadn't even known existed, and this person had been playing with Maria during the family conference every year. Maria, does this witch Beatrice live here? Or does she live outside the island like us? Beatrice is the witch of Rokenshima, so she lives on this island. So you're saying that she's on the island even when it isn't the family conference, right? I don't know what means. Well? Yeah. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. How long has this unknown witch been living on this island? I used to live on this island. I lived on this island passing the time in the mansion in the Rose Garden. Even so, I never encountered a witch like that. Never, I think. And then the memories came flooding back. Oh my god, whoa. And she's gonna pop up here. Oh, you don't remember me. Mama? What's wrong? Mama? My head hurts. I was probably getting a little mixed up with my memories from when I was a young girl. When I was a young girl, unlike Maria, I was very frightened of witches. For me, the name Beatrice was a synonym for something frightening. So it must be that my feeling of fear from my days as a young girl had been revived because a woman calling herself that had appeared. She couldn't be a witch. She's obviously a human calling herself Beatrice, right? Oh yes. That witch entrusted me with an envelope. What in the world could that be? Rosa pulled the Western envelope out of her pocket. It was the Western envelope which bore the Ushirimiya crest which Kinzo used on his personal letters. And it had even been sealed with the red sealing wax by the head's ring which Kinzo held. Which meant this envelope belonged to the Ushirimiya head. In other words, it was from Father. Why was a woman calling herself Beatrice holding it? And why did she give it to me? That's right. I'm sure she said to read this aloud at dinner. What in the world could be written inside? Anxiety gripped Rosa, as if opening this envelope might release some kind of monumental disaster. However, at the same time, a little curiosity sprouted up, causing her to want to find out what was written inside before the other siblings. Using common sense, one could guess that a huge decision somehow related to Father's inheritance was probably written inside. Actually, since he had given it to a woman calling herself Beatrice, there was no way that wasn't related. Did this mean that he wanted the inheritance split not between the 4, but between 5, including her? I need a large sum of money, and I can't wait long. I do feel like a sinful daughter for discussing the distribution of Father's inheritance while he's still alive. However, I'm no longer at a stage where I can afford to keep everything pretty. And I'm even consulting with Rudolph and Ava in order to get some money out of Kraus. With myself in this situation, I can't help but sense something ominous in the appearance of the witch. What could be written in here? I'm sure there must be something frightening written. Shall I first read it secretly myself? The witch had requested it be done at the dinner table when everyone was gathered. However, in that case, couldn't she just read it aloud at the dinner table herself? Why did she go to all the trouble of entrusting it to me? Did that mean basically that it didn't matter whether I secretly read it beforehand? It would be better to secretly read the contents first. I understand that it would be breaking my promise, but this is no longer the time to keep things pretty. It would probably be good to discuss it with Ava and Rudolph depending on the contents. Nason and the rest are always really good thinkers when it comes to this kind of thing. As I gulped and put my hand to the red sealing wax, Maria yelled or something. Something suddenly pulled on my sleeve, and I let out a small shriek. What? Maria? Don't scare me like that. What? No. Huh? Maria was making the same ominous expression Rosa had seen on the witch, sending a tingle up her spine. Beatrice told you to read that letter during dinner, Mama. You can't break a promise with a witch. That's not it. I just wanted to look at the envelope for a second. I'll keep my promise. After all, Mama always tells you to keep promises. Keep your promises. Of course Mama will keep her promise. Yep, Mama's a good girl. That laugh. It isn't cute, so stop it. Ugh. Come to think of it, you received a letter too, Maria. What was written inside? Haven't opened it. Beatrice said I mustn't open it until it's time to open it. So taking good care of it. Ugh. I see. You listen well to what Beatrice says, don't you, Maria? Ugh. I'm Beatrice's disciple, so I listen well to what my master says. Okay, that's a very much direct... Okay. I see. Huh? Rosa realized something. Mixed in with Maria's gaze was the light of a person other than Maria. If she broke the rules and opened the envelope here, Beatrice would definitely find out about it. Because Maria was the witch's disciple. Maria communicated with that witch. Mama will keep her promise, so tell Beatrice not to worry, okay? Ugh, I'll tell her. Hey Maria, I want to speak with Beatrice, so what could I do to meet her, I wonder? Don't know. Beatrice is very fickle, so she always shows herself suddenly. I don't know a way to get her to meet me. But you know, she's always watching me, so when I get in trouble, she'll definitely save me afterwards. She's gone invisible and is hiding close to me. I just know it. Okay. Don't I always tell you to stop that laughing? Rosa effectively hit Maria on the head. That put a stop to Maria's laughing voice, but it wasn't able to erase the ominous color that had risen to her eyes. Rosa made a pact with herself. She swore that at least until they left this island, she would not leave Maria alone. She couldn't allow an unknown being to make direct contact with her daughter anymore. Wham! Okay. Furniture and people. This will be the last chapter for the night. Maria hasn't come back. I wonder if she's being scolded by Auntie Rosa again. Ever since they met Maria in the airport, she had constantly been making a huge fuss about Halloween. But it seems she had cut loose a little too much, and acted a little too boisterous on the plane, on the boat, and during lunch because Rosa had warned her several times. In times like that, Auntie Rosa would rarely scold her in front of people. More commonly, she would call Maria into the shadows and scold her when they were alone. So since Maria had been called off somewhere, they thought she must be getting scolded. When they looked at the clock, they realized that it was almost 6. They couldn't really imagine that Maria had been being scolded this entire time. Perhaps it had come time for some anime she watched every week to start or something. She'd probably just decided to stay in the mansion's parlor. It could be that Battler has woken up and they are playing together. Well, Maria must have thought of Battler as sort of a new friend. I'm sure she had tons of fun when she played Halloween with Battler at the airport. Battler was messing around a lot himself. That dude's gotten big, but he hasn't changed a bit on the inside from how he used to be. That's true. I get the feeling that Battler was gracious enough to remain as he was 6 years ago. And you remember how Battler was 6 years ago? Yes. Because he was, well, very energetic. I also remember how the 4 of us used to play 6 years ago. Shannon acted a lot like a big sister. Yeah. I get the feeling she was more level-headed back then. But back then I, didn't know my place, so I must apologize for all my poor conduct. There's no need for all those professional manners. Your work aside, when you're taking your break like you are now, I'd like if we could all be friendly together like we were back then. Yeah, totally. There's no reason why you can't separate the servant Shannon from the off-duty Sayo. You aren't a slave, you're just working a job as a servant, right? I think of you, Shannon, no, Sayo, as my oldest friend. Thank you very much, my lady. It seemed that Shannon understood what lurked under Jessica's words, because she had heard a little bit from Jessica and Cannon about what had happened between them. Apparently George had also been informed about that more or less. George approached the window and looked up at the darkening rainy sky. Cannon is still young, and I think in some ways he tries a little too hard to be mature in his way of thinking. Come on, quit it already. Well, it's my fault too. I think part of it was I got sucked in by the atmosphere, and maybe after looking at you two, I got a bit jealous and started feeling a little rushed. There might have been of that too. Who cares about me anyways? More importantly, how's it going between you two? Looks like it's going pretty good, eh? I wonder. Yeah? It's going very well. Shannon was lost for words. Her face red while George answered brightly and immediately. That carefree attitude made it obvious that their relationship was proceeding so perfectly it would make anyone envious. I'm jealous. Does that mean that Shannon's gonna be resigning and cutting up a cake pretty soon? I wonder. I wonder, right? How could I know? George laughed like he was being mean and drew closer to Shannon. It was probably the way they usually flirted when they were alone. Jessica could only smile awkwardly and say, yes, thank you, that's enough. I have a dream. Okay, fucking MLK, calm down. It isn't only my ambition to become the leader of my own domain in business. I also have a dream to build a family together with a partner I can spend my life with. I want 2 kids at the very least. And I'd like to do some sports that the whole family could do together. And many more things besides that. I often talk with Shannon about that kind of thing. Although every time I talk about that sort of thing, Shannon always laughs and says I'm getting ahead of myself. For some reason, even at the age I am now, I already find myself thinking about my retirement and settling down. With my healthy grown kids and grandchildren running around. About how nice it will be to spend my final years at a slow pace, surrounded by that, and together with Shannon forever. You're definitely getting ahead of yourself. But how should I say it? It sounds like you, George. Being surrounded by a family like that would probably be so wonderful. The ideal family that I painted in my mind when I was younger was something like that. To Shannon, who had been raised in a welfare institute, that harmonious image of a family was probably something she yearned after. And George, who promised that he would definitely grant that wish for her, was surely a fitting person for her to spend her life with. Shannon was an important friend to Jessica. George was surely the one most fit to entrust that friend's future to. Well, I don't want to throw cold water on you guys, but Uncle Hideyoshi aside, what's going to happen with Auntie Ava? Won't it be tough to convince her? There's no reason for anyone to worry about something like that. No one can influence my choice of partner. I will make Shannon happy. Whose permission do I need? Whoa. George, that was cool. I can't believe you can say something so embarrassing out loud. I thought you didn't used to be that kind of character. Leave a boy for 3 days and you'll hardly recognize him after all. Even I grow up. I plan to study more and more, to grow to be a more suitable man who can make Shannon happy. It seemed that perhaps George had some kind of awareness of how embarrassing the words coming out of his mouth were. His face turned very slightly red, and he scratched his head. George. It's alright. I'm sure Mother will be difficult, but you can leave that to me. I'll show you that I can make the whole family accept you as my partner. Awesome. I'm jealous of you, Shannon, seriously. If you will go so far, then I'm very grateful. Wait a sec, I'm starting to feel like a third wheel here, bro. You've been the third wheel this entire time. I don't know how you're just getting that vibe now. Maybe it's better I leave? Smiling awkwardly, Jessica stood up from the bed she had been sitting on. And at that very moment, the phone rang. Before Jessica picked up the receiver, wondering what they wanted, Shannon looked at the clock and was taken aback. It seemed that she had taken too long on her break. I am sorry. I forgot it was time to work. If you will excuse me. At the same time that Jessica picked up the phone, Shannon began dashing out of the room. Shannon. Again, same time, same place. Yes. Excuse me. Hello, it's Jessica. Genji. Yeah, Shannon's heading your way as we speak. We held her up, I'm afraid. Please don't scold her. Yes, okay. I see. So it will be time for dinner to be prepared soon. Many plates were lined up on the counter in the kitchen, and preparations for dinner were proceeding steadily. The number of plates that were lined up there was 19. The number was one more than were lined up during the family conference every year. I can't accept it. Why can't I deliver it directly? Goto was flaring up at Genji, paying no heed to the pot that was boiling over. The master enjoys having his food alone in his study, so the food must be set out in the study. Of course, this is nothing new, you understand. Goto would really like to set the table for the master with his own hands, as he puts his heart and soul into his cooking. But the master had imposed a strict rule that none but the servants bearing the crest of the golden eagle could enter his study. So while Goto could greet the master from outside the study, not once had he been granted the honor of carrying his cooking into the study. Goto was always unsatisfied with this. Of course, he knows he's a newcomer in terms of years of service. However, he has accumulated plenty of experience from his previous jobs, and he is strongly confident that he would be able to conduct himself properly, even in front of Kinzo, in a way that would not insult him. And yet, because he is not permitted the Golden Eagle, he still hasn't been blessed with this honor. You can probably imagine what damage has been done to his pride, or that has been done to his pride. You might think that tonight is a mere resurgence of that old argument, but it isn't. Because tonight there is a person other than the master who wants their food carried to their room. Apparently this person is a very rare and honored guest, and there has been a strict order to treat this person in the same manner as the master, the family head. Goda must have been warned to earn some points by serving this honored guest with his own hands. Must have wanted, jeez, I can't read. Must have wanted to earn some points by serving this honored guest with his own hands. Because he is a person of strong vanity. If he isn't qualified to serve the master, then at least a guest of the same rank. He simply wouldn't, or couldn't, did I read that wrong too? Why is it not? Go out, I'm trying to see the log. If he wasn't qualified to serve the master, then at least a guest of the same rank. He simply couldn't make time during lunch, so Canon had gone for him. Therefore, he truly desired to serve tonight's food personally, the best dinner of the year. But Genji had a problem with that. Something about how Goda didn't have the one-winged eagle. After being once again scolded that he wasn't qualified, Goda had lost his patience. Ah, how heart-rending, Goda. I cannot do anything more than watch like this from the shadows. Kumasawa, if you have enough free time to dawdle around, please prepare the dining hall. Is the tablecloth ready? Ho 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 ho! Oh my apologies. When it became her turn to bear the brunt, Kumasawa softly disappeared into the hall. Beatrice is of exactly the same rank as the master. We must respect the rules, the same rules we respect for the master. Goda, you will devote your attention entirely towards the task you've been given and attend to the family. I don't mind if it's you, Genji, but is it really alright to let a child like this go to such a guest? If she has made some blunder, it would be quite rude. Or if she made. I know that they have served her for... Jesus, I'm having such a struggle today, I don't know why. I know they have served here for a long time, but it's not as though they have undergone a proper apprenticeship. If you allow me to speak freely, they do not have the proper grounding to entertain guests. Goda spoke bluntly, even though Shannon was waiting right there in the kitchen. Shannon was the one who Genji had ordered to carry the food to Beatrice's room. By the ranking system among the servants permitted the Golden Eagle, Shannon was indeed the second highest ranked. If the highest ranked, Genji, were to set the table in Kinzo's room, then it fell to Shannon to set the table in Beatrice's room. Goda's pride was always horribly injured when he was confronted with this ranking system. In times like that, he would speak out bluntly and rudely about Shannon and Canon. Goda kept raising example after example of Shannon's past failures, making a ruckus about how this was wrong and that was wrong. As Shannon listened to this, her head hung in shame, as she heard Canon's voice from behind her. Canon had been listening from a blind spot, leaning against the hallway side of the kitchen. Jesus, I'm dyslexing myself like crazy. Leaning against the hallway side of the wall near the entrance to the kitchen. He probably knew that if he entered the kitchen, sparks would start to fly his way. Let him rant. He's a horrible man. But this helps me build up a grounding on how to entertain someone. Goda has learned a lot, so what he has to say is very... Nay, son, you sure are nice. More importantly, is the guest in the VIP room really Beatrice, as they say? Yes. I met her when I sent to set the table for her during lunch. When I was sent to set the table for her during lunch. There's no mistake. It's her. Really? Was she doing well? Canon remembered that he and Shannon had different impressions of Beatrice. That Shannon Beatrice was a cupid of love who had granted her magic to create her relationship with George. Judging by her happy expression, it looked like she couldn't wait to inform Beatrice of how her relationship with George had progressed. That's exactly what she would want. However, Canon already knew that. The witch had come here with a terrifying goal in mind. That vague witch, in the past only visible to them, had now walked in openly through the front door, and had revived enough that they could now carry food to her. In the past, when she had disappeared from in front of Canon, the witch had said something about how her own power was still weak. Now that the witch could appear openly like this, did that mean that she had finally returned to her former power? And she had said clearly that she had sown the seeds of love with the knowledge that it would fail. She had said clearly that the day had finally come when the door to the Golden Land would be opened. Shannon, she will perform some bizarre ritual with the Master, and will surely do something unimaginably horrible, and no one can resist that. What are you talking about? She came here, as the Master requested, so that the door to the Golden Land would open, and so that everything would be returned to the Golden Land. She said that to me clearly. In the past, the two of them as furniture working for Kinzo had been told what the opening of the door to the Golden Land meant. Therefore, even without asking a single question in response, Shannon understood everything. So, she grew deeply hopeless. Something tore at Cannon's heart as he saw her expression twist with grief. How could... Why? Why now? Didn't I tell you? We are furniture. Because you acted like a human, because you loved, you can't obediently accept the day when our service is over. At one time I used to wish that this day would come, but it never came after so much time. I didn't know how long we would have to be tormented as furniture, so I thought that the day of rest wouldn't come for all eternity. I thought that too, but I believed that it would definitely come someday, so I never forgot that I am furniture. But Nason, you forgot that. It's my fault, isn't it? Mine. Yeah, it's your fault, Nason. If only you hadn't known love, we would both be happy that this day had finally came. You built up meaningless attachments, even though it was a world that you would definitely have to leave. Will the ritual begin tonight? Yes. Also, she said this to me. Tonight George will probably give you an engagement ring. That was a fact. George should have snuck in an engagement ring in his pocket today. And surely he would hand it over tonight. She joined you together, planning to use you and George as the sacrifices for the second twilight. Understand? Nason, she took advantage of you by tempting you. That was it. I never thought of that. But she told me, she promised that if you don't accept the engagement ring tonight, she won't choose you as a sacrifice. I think that our chances of being able to go to the Golden Land together are very slim. There will be 13 people sacrificed. Only 5 will be left alive. The chances of us both being a part of that group are really slim. However, you can at least take advantage of that promise, those chances rise higher. I want to take that bet. Our salvation is in the Golden Land. If we can make it that far, we can become human. And I want to walk through life as a human, together with you, Nason. If we do that, we might even be able to achieve true love. We used to dream about being able to go to the Golden Land, didn't we? If we go there, any wish will be granted. We will be saved from this pain. Okay, one sec, I'm gonna write some shit here. Yeah. If we go there, any wish will be granted. We will be saved from this pain. We believe that. However, in this ritual, only a few people chosen by fate and chance would be invited to the Golden Land, which was what happened at the end of the last episode, right? It said what they wished for. Everyone else would lose their life as a sacrifice midway through the ceremony. But in the past, Shannon and Ken had thought that whether they reached the Golden Land or were made sacrifices, it would be all the same, because they would be released from their duties as furniture either way. So in short, the ritual had been something that would definitely grant release to furniture like them. I don't like it. Together with you, I want to take back all the hard times we had. I won't become a sacrifice. You and I will remain alive, and we'll reach the Golden Land together. So I won't let you become the sacrifice for the second twilight. Please, Nason, don't accept that man's ring. If you don't accept it, she promised not to select you as a sacrifice. That's something I can't do. Tonight's ring is very special. My heart won't permit me to not accept it. Nason, the witch decides the ritual sacrifices arbitrarily. That witch has promised to overlook you at least, Nason. You at least will definitely be able to go to the Golden Land. Me at least? What about you, Canon? The witch's game is enough for me. I'll slip through her evil hand. I am not powerless. I'll grab that small chance and I won't let go. After all, our lives are temporary, aren't they? In order to begin our real lives, let's make it to the Golden Land. And let's gain our humanity. And then, maybe like you, Nason, I'll be able to know love. Maybe I won't have to call myself furniture and make people cry anymore. Canon, I don't want to be furniture anymore. I'm gonna become human. No more pain. I'm gonna end it all. There were tears in Cannon's eyes. It had taken Cannon until now to notice. Shannon hadn't been the only one to know and suffer the taste of love. He had too. Tears Jessica had shown him that day, and her painful smiles and all the day's sins as she tried to smooth things over and brighten her mood, had slowly wrought some kind of change on Cannon's heart without him knowing it. Okay. Shannon, I've been calling you for ages. Shannon snapped back to reality at the sudden sound of Genji's voice. Apparently she had been called for repeatedly. She hurriedly answered. When she turned around, Cannon had disappeared. It seemed he didn't feel like showing his tears to anybody. Yes, he said, please don't draw my sprite crying. I'm sorry for being distracted. I had Cannon handle lunch, but properly speaking, as the next in rank after me, you should have been the one to take it to her. Beatrice is the most honored guest of this house. There is no more honored guest than her. Please think of her as another master of the mansion and be polite. I must impress upon you once again, please be very careful not to make any blunders. It is quite painful for me to entrust this to someone inexperienced as yourself, but there's nothing we can do about the house's rules, and I am sincerely counting on you. Goda had officially agreed, but he threatened Shannon with an expression that told her that he definitely wouldn't forgive any mistakes. Shannon too thought that Goda should do it if he wanted to that much, but considering it as her responsibility as the one who had been granted the Golden Eagle, she had to give up. Besides, what is the name of this chapter again? I forgot. Furniture and... Okay. Besides, I wanted to meet Beatrice. What will I talk about? What will I ask? I don't know. Will I show gratitude? Or else grief? Or else what? I don't know. Shannon loaded the witch's food onto the serving cart and left the kitchen with a slow gait. The person knocking was Kraus. Father, today is our annual family conference. Haven't the siblings gathered here to glance out... Haven't the siblings gathered here to get a glance of you, Father? Ah, be silent. I've told you I won't leave. I imagine that you are there, Genji. Why haven't you had my food brought here as I ordered you to? Kenzo screamed through the door. Genji was waiting behind Kraus. Your meal has been prepared so that it may be carried to the study. However, Kraus wishes for you to go downstairs tonight. Father, I don't mean every day. Even if it's just for tonight. Won't you gather tonight with your family, or together with your family? Who are you calling family? When did you start calling those vultures who wait for me to collapse and die family? When did you start calling rotting, gushing maggots family? My. Kraus shrugged at this answer, which he had half expected. Genji, carry the meal here as you were told. Why don't you listen to what I say? Why? Why? Genji, I will leave the rest to you. My voice will no longer reach you. Kraus gave his head a small shake and quickly turned his back on the door to the study. He had only called out for his sibling's sake, knowing it was useless. After Genji watched Kraus go down the stairs, he called again through the door. My lord, we have finished preparations for the meal to be carried here. What about the serving for Dr. Nanjo? Nanjo was also in the study. Because Kinzo had strongly pestered him about resolving their long-lasting chess game, Nanjo had been Kinzo's opponent since before evening. Nanjo had announced as a doctor that Kinzo's days were numbered. In that situation, if Kinzo pestered him about finishing a chess game while he was still alive, Nanjo couldn't refuse. Kinzo was thinking deeply about his move, concentrating more than usual. It had been Kinzo's turn for quite some time, and Nanjo, who was tired of waiting, had started randomly pulling out grimoires that he couldn't understand and skimming through them. Kinzo, you won't think of a good move just by folding your arms and sitting in front of the board. I wonder if it wouldn't be good to take a break and refresh our minds. Be silent. That should be good enough for defense. Will that hole be penetrated by the bishop or the knight? Today Kinzo was insistent on strong defense. Probably in relation to Beatrice, we got a double meaning here. Normally Kinzo's motto was that offense was the best defense. However, today was the complete opposite. I am also hungry. Shall we suspend the game here? And I've used my head so much without a break that I'm already feeling dizzy. Any more of this might limit my ability to make my best moves. That is a problem. In chess, In chess, both players must always make their best moves. Other moves are painful to understand and ruin a game that is about reading thoughts. That considerably reduces our enjoyment. Kinzo sighed deeply and finally shifted his gaze away from the board. Chess needs an opponent. That opponent was tired and suggesting to suspend the game, so what else could be done? It is true that the goal of chess is for both players to aim for victory and make the best moves possible in order to achieve that. It is an intellectual game of being able to read each other. But, Kinzo, are you forgetting that there is another goal separate from victory? What? What goal could there be other than victory? Huh. Surprises me that you would forget even that. Through chess, you get to spend some fun time with your friend. You see? Ah, you got me. I believe those were words I said to you a long time ago. I shall have to concede that. Kenzo, who normally wore a frown, surprisingly relaxed his face and laughed. Nanjo felt like he had been reunited with a close friend he hadn't seen in a long time. That's how it is. Now that I've taken a shot back at you, what do you think? Will you go down to eat with me? What do you say about discussing Kasparov's middle game over some coffee? Damn, that Gary Chess name drop? A good plan, but I will refrain. I can no longer leave this room. Because the ritual has begun. Is that so? Well, my stomach is growling. I will go downstairs, anytime you feel like it. Nanjo. Thank you. Oh? What could you be thanking me for? We didn't resolve our chess match. However, it seems that I've succeeded in that goal of chess which I forgot. Seems that was just as important a checkmate. This isn't like you. Why so sentimental? You said it, didn't you? My days are numbered. Now go. And don't come to this room again. We shall continue in the Golden Land. That is fine, but it shall be a rematch. Losing that rook was a serious blow. Well then, I will see you later. Yes, later. Maybe in the Golden Land, or in Purgatory, or in the next world. Nanjo didn't say anything beyond that, and with a practiced hand, he pushed the button on the table that would release the auto-lock. Then after looking at Kenzo's back one last time, he left the study. As he did, Genji's voice came from the hall. Well then, my lord, I will now carry in your dinner. It may be my last supper. I must savor it. Please, get it ready. Certainly. Are your own preparations in order, my lord? Indeed. I've spent my time until today wrapping this room in a multitude of rigorous barriers. Even if that roulette chooses me, I will definitely repel it. I will remain alive, and I will definitely become one of those who reach the Golden Land. I will reject the visitations of the gods of death who try to drag me off to Hades. Hey, damn, bro. Excuse me, I have come to prepare your meal. Jenna entered the VIP room, bowing her head and pushing the serving cart. The young woman by the window, apparently gazing out into the impenetrable darkness outside, was unmistakably the witch. That witch. So it is Shannon this time. How nostalgic. Your continence has improved quite considerably, has it not? Countenance? Countenance? Unlike canon. Almost beyond recognition. Thank you very much. Shannon solemnly prepared the dinner. There were actually several things that she wanted to ask and talk with the witch about, but those things were all jumbled up, and she didn't know where to start. Her heart was also jumbled up with various things, and she didn't even understand her own emotions. Therefore, still remaining vague, all she could do was carry out her work indifferently. However, the witch guessed what was in her heart. You can't hide things from a witch. I won't apologize, because I am a witch. For what? Come. Kenna must have told you about it. Helping out your love life was simply my mischievous spirit. It was nothing more than a seed I sowed in order to enjoy witnessing in what manner things would get complicated, become twisted, and fail. There are some who think it is more fun to hear about love than to have it. Surely, you aren't trying to thank me. Yes, I am. No matter what kind of ulterior motive you had when you gave me the magic of love, it doesn't change the fact that you gave it to me. So even if you sowed that seed knowing that the two of us wouldn't be able to stay together for life, I won't hold a grudge against you. Furniture truly is uninteresting. Cooking it into something interesting is where my skill shines. I don't understand how you think, Beatrice. You are a great witch, and people like us don't even reach your feet, nor can we even imagine your grand thoughts. But there is at least one thing I can say. That I have known a love that you haven't. Bitch. What is it? Thank you for teaching me to be human. You said it yourself. I am no longer furniture. Silence, furniture. If you were a true human, hearing the announcement of your death on the day that you were to receive an engagement ring should have you dancing around mad with grief. But what of you? Your face looks enlightened, as though you have accepted everything. Truly an anticlimax. Furniture? No, I am not furniture. Silence, furniture. I won't be silent, because I am not furniture. Are you saying you won't listen to my orders? Furniture obeys orders, but a human decides for herself whether to obey orders or not. So I won't obey your orders. How I'll take back what I said. You really are interesting. If I hadn't sowed those seeds, you probably would have allowed the ritual to control your fate without any emotion at all. But now you've grown to be truly interesting, and you entertain me from the bottom of my heart. That is fine. Because I have no love for boredom. I have finished preparations for dinner. Here you go. Doesn't this look delicious? If Goda makes it to the Golden Land, it may be desirable to commission him as my chief cook. I heard from Canon. Something about if I rejected George's proposal, you promised not to make me a sacrifice. I did. Although you were an ideal sacrifice for the second Twilight. Canon cried and screamed that I should pardon you of that, so I graciously listened to his words. With the condition that you give up your engagement. How gracious I am. What a foolish condition. And what a foolish threat. You bullied Canon thoroughly using that, I suppose? Oh, so you can tell. Apparently Shannon had seen through it. What, that she was probably just gonna kill Shannon anyways? Because she threatened Canon to have him despair and then to think that he would be, or that she would be saved and then to just also rip that away from him. Apparently she could imagine how much Canon had been bullied and humiliated by the witch with that horrible promise as a bait. I made him crawl on the carpet and kiss my shoes. And that's not all. Do you want to hear the other ways in which I humiliated him? Shannon silently shook her head. I've finally come to understand you. You like to bully, confuse, and trouble people, and you do it to entertain yourself. So, I'm now sure that this is the only way to resist you. What is? I will have nothing to do with you. I will carry out the fate that has been given to me, so I won't entertain you. Nothing to do with you? The witch's features twisted in hatred for just an instant. It disappeared immediately, but that expression that rose to her face for only a brief time was unusual for the witch, who had never broken her malicious smile. I suppose that's one way to resist. Interesting. I like it. Okay. I just put this here that, like, just the way that they're talking, it seems that if she's really bothered by the idea of having nothing to do with her or being left out, you could consider it like when she was talking at the end of the first chapter, and then when she was talking a little bit in some of the interludes for this chapter, she was saying that she had entered herself into the game in this chapter to show herself as a piece on the board so that people couldn't have this thing that they were doing in the first game where it was like, is there 18 pieces or is there 19 pieces? And it seems like Beatrice has this thing where she needs people to believe in her, to respect her, which is another reason why she might hate when people don't respect her or doubt her existence, because it could possibly be that if everybody doubted her existence, she would lose all the power that she has, and only through the reverence that people have for her is where she can draw her power from. And the entire time, in the first thing, even though she wasn't a piece in the game, everybody was still operating as though she was. Nobody knew who she was. Half the people were in fear of her. You know, you had people like Battler who were pretending that she didn't exist or that she couldn't possibly exist. And the fact that she had such like a strong reaction to the idea of Shannon saying, I want nothing to do with you, it kind of makes me think that that might be like the end game for how you could beat Beatrice, is that you could somehow have everybody have nothing to do with her. Pretend that she's not a piece at all in the game. And if she wasn't a piece at all in the game, she'd have no power to influence it, and she'd have no power to carry out, like, the sacrifices. This is a very, you know, cokehead reading. Very tired reading, but, you know. I suppose that's one way to resist. Interesting. I like it. I'll kill you, together with your lover. If that is the fate that you have decided, that is up to you. I won't be afraid of that, or go against that, because I don't believe that the grim fate will start occurring now as something controlled by your will. Because I don't believe that the grim fate that will start occurring now is something controlled by your will. Okay, so Shannon's saying that. Okay. We humans don't know anything about our possible future fates. That is how we live to the fullest, following our own beliefs and destinies until the last. Fate is just a roll of the dice. You can't feel malice in it. Try as you might to inject some, I won't believe you. Oh. Even though you have stopped being furniture, you have no fear of death. It seems you think that will bore me, but that's a huge misunderstanding. I am now all the more interested to see whether you really can stick to that until your last moments. It's so frustrating. Why did you take that form of a human, appear in front of us, speak with human words, and ridicule us? If you hadn't appeared in front of us, if you hadn't predicted the future, we would have been able to live life to the fullest until the last moment. That's what witches do. We live off your fates, reigning as high-order being does over low-order beings. After all, your fates are merely fragments. If we cup our hands together, we can scoop out as many as we want. In the same way that the beef castle, Jesus, I'm so tired. The beef cattle I raise can babble what they will, and it won't change the fact they will add splendor to my dinner table. We are powerless, so we can't go against your ritual or our fates, but I can do something that will make you unhappy right now. Oh? What would that be? I will walk away from this place right now. Answering your words only entertains you. Not answering your questions is the only way I can resist you. I see, I see. You may be able to take a shot at me, but you cannot defeat me, you know. I have the power to kill anyone for eternity. I can't wait to see how long you can keep up that resistance in an endlessly repeating cycle of death and rebirth. Don't forget it now. You spoke those words yourself. Well then, if you will excuse me. If you have any business, please call me. Shannon gave a reserved bow as she would to a stranger and faced away. With that gesture, maybe she really had taken a shot back at the witch, just as Beatrice had mentioned. Because when the witch called out again, she sounded a little more quick-tempered than she had before. Canon thanked me. Aren't you going to? Not going to thank me for giving you your day of rest? Furniture will be happy about their day of rest, but I am a human, you see, so I have nothing to thank you for. Will that be all? You plan to receive the ring from George? Don't forget that if you do, I will abandon the promise I made with Canon. The promise that you would not be selected as a sacrifice. Dude, she's a fucking witch. She was baiting to begin with. There's no way that she would agree with that deal. One, she would, if she agreed to not kill her at that sacrifice, she would just kill her in the next one. Or alternatively, she would purposefully want to inflict more pain on Canon by not following through with her promise. If there's anything further, I'll have someone else come for you, if you will excuse me. A flat-out interruption. Shannon gave no more answers. At the sound of the door closing, came instead of an answer. It seemed that Shannon's resistance had probably struck far more deeply into the witch than Shannon herself had thought, because an expression of hatred had once again risen to Beatrice's face. She had made Canon submit, even though he hadn't been taken in until the end. Yet after that, now it was Shannon who refused to submit, when until now she had been very easily taken in. Oh, this is interesting after all. I suppose I'm not so old yet. This is why I'm still not tired of living after 1,000 years. I guess the other way too you could dispel Beatrice is through the exact same thing that I just said. where I could say that, like, if you could make life boring for her, that might be another way to beat her, which would be through, like, not believing she has any influence. The most fabulous time in the family conference. That was the dinner. Back when Kinzo had been serious about the family conference, he had placed extreme importance upon the dinner, for which everyone would gather just once a year. Should the dinner not meet standards, he would take it as the deepest shame for himself as the host, and he had strongly ordered Natsuhi to make absolutely sure that it was one to be proud of. Because of that, she and Kraus had employed Goda, who had confidence in his cooking abilities. As a result, they could unveil a wonderful dinner they had confidence in. Yet by that time, Kinzo had started closing himself up in the study and no longer appeared for dinner. Maybe you could call that ironic. When the main dish for tonight, calf steak, was set out, Goda began to brag about it, further exciting everyone's appetite. The sauce here is Bordelaise. Of course, the red wine base I used was excellent even among those made in Bordeaux, but in addition, I prepared an original blend of this house. A blend of choice alcohols from around the world to further deepen the taste. The sauce will be exclusive to this year. It would greatly please me if you were to enjoy yourselves. Jesus, I can't fucking read. Isn't that wonderful? However, isn't Bordelaise sauce common to French cooking? It almost seems like using alcohol from outside France with that is heresy. Rouse. Today is the annual family conference. As a dinner for those who normally live far away and have traveled far from across the world to gather together, I realized that a sauce made from a blend of fine alcohols from across the world that would normally never meet would be more fitting. So I had it specially prepared. Wonderful. A truly wonderful cook. That's what you are. Food and medicine work twice as well if you advertise it right. It's twice as delicious as normal food, and the advertisement makes the food twice as good again. The taste keeps doubling and doubling. Come on, Nissan. Didn't he see that question coming? No doubt. You let Godas run right off with your moment. Is that so? I just thought there might be some people here who didn't notice that today's food was in the French style. Just now Ava said that not using butter was a virtue, but that's the Spanish style. Well, I guess they do share a border, right? That's not what I meant. Will you please not take a part of the conversation out of context and misquote me? It's a very delicious sauce. Goda, you certainly are wonderful. It is a great honor to receive your praise. And this is all thanks to Madame's habitual guidance. No, it was all Goda's idea. I only listened to the recipe and approved of it. It looked like the siblings quickly got into a loud argument about something as trivial as the sauce, but for the most part, dinner proceeded peacefully. However, the thing that they all really wanted to ask about smoldered inside each of their hearts. And that was the visitor, the 19th person, the Golden Witch. In actuality, Ava, Rudolph, and Kiri were on alert during dinner. If the mystery guest was to be introduced, this dinner table was the most appropriate place to do it. However, no plates had been prepared at the table for the witch. The family conference would begin in earnest after the meal, and previous experiences told them that it could last until deep into the night. But they couldn't understand what meaning there could be in keeping this person who should be introduced hidden until late at night. So Ava, Rudolph, and Kiri had started to suspect something. The guest might actually be unknown to Kraus as well. If she wasn't a saboteur called by Kraus to give him an advantage in the inheritance problem, they should probably speak frankly to Kraus beforehand and create a common front to resist anything disadvantageous to the four siblings. If she was Kinzo's saboteur, the purpose was to keep the inheritance from being handed over to the four siblings. The enmity between Kraus and the other siblings could become nothing more than a weak point that benefited the enemy. Well then, please enjoy at your leisure. With a table set and the cuisine explained, Goda tried to leave the room, but Kiri called him to a stop with a small voice. Yes, Kiri. What is it? I'm sorry. I thought there was a guest here today. Will we not be seeing her at dinner? She had thought she'd said it nonchalantly, but unfortunately, it reached the ears of Natsuhi, who was sitting in the next seat. It seemed that Natsuhi heard it to mean, even though there are guests here today, won't the host be coming to dinner? In other words, that Kiri had asked whether Kinzo was going to come to dinner. The head's condition is not good, so he said that he will take his dinner in his study. My husband explained that in the beginning. Is something... I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. In an instant, Kiri realized that Natsuhi's reaction, that this unknown visitor was also unknown to Kraus and his wife, from her reaction. And what that meant. On the chessboard placed inside Kiri's mind, she could feel the arrangement of the pieces changing, making loud, clattering sounds. A guest? It seemed the battler who was sitting next to Natsuhi had heard Kiri's words without misunderstanding them, and he let out a wild voice, questioning who else could have been invited to today's family conference. Thanks to that voice, the uncomfortable feeling in the siblings' chests suddenly exploded. Everyone looked at Goat at the same time. Judging by their appearances, it was obvious that at least no one here had invited that mystery woman. For an instant, Goto was startled to find everyone's gaze gathered on him, but because of his naturally vain personality, this actually gave him a feeling of superiority. Therefore, he answered in an extremely calm and graceful manner. Yes. She wanted to eat alone in the VIP room, so her food was carried over there. Therefore, Goto's extremely graceful and reasonable response made it obvious to everyone that a 19th person, a visitor, existed. The VIP room? A guest? What and who are you talking about? Natsuhi's words echoed the question that everyone who didn't know about the visit of the Golden Witch was thinking. Goto was slightly disoriented, as though he hadn't remotely expected to be questioned by Natsuhi. That honored guest had been spoken of so stringently. He hadn't imagined that Kraus and his wife might not have known. It is Beatrice. Beatrice. See? Beatrice came. Maria had been telling the other cousins over and over again that she had met Beatrice today. Cousins had answered saying, "Isn't that nice?" But they hadn't believed. So, their eyes grew wide. Sorry. I was sure you were just joking, Maria. So she really does exist. By Beatrice, you mean that Beatrice of the Gold? Ugh. I've been saying she exists the whole time. No one believed. Sorry, Maria. We didn't mean to... After learning that everyone had doubted Beatrice's existence, Maria, who had been in a good mood all day, completely lost her temper. George, who was sitting next to her, tried frantically to calm her. Goto, is that another bit of dinner entertainment? Quite a good performance. Aniki, drop the act. You called her, right? Called? Called who? From where? Nissan. Let's have a clear answer. Who is that? Surely you aren't going to tell us that it really is the Beatrice from the portraits, right? I don't have a clue what you people are talking about. Goto, is this seriously not a joke? I was just ordered by Genji. Call Genji. Now. When Natsuhi yelled, Goto shot out into the hallway. The sound of the door being thrown open at that time triggered a sudden uproar around the dinner table. So you say you don't know either, Aniki? Who called her? Was it Dad? I don't know anything about this. Seems that you people believe that I've been pulling the strings behind the scenes, but that's a huge misunderstanding. Calm down, Kraus. Dude, Rudolph was the one that came with the energy. Chill, Hideyoshi. We aren't at the stage where we can sound each other out anymore. You guys are sounding together? If you're saying that you don't know this mystery person either, the situation becomes ridiculous. Hideyoshi, won't you be a little more discreet with your words? My husband would not invite unnecessary people to the family conference. Honestly, what are you people talking about? Are you saying that the witch of the portrait has broken out of her frame and appeared? There's no way anyone has actually met this witch. I met her. Ava and Rudolph nodded at Rosa's proclamation. Ugh, I met her too. Uncle Kraus, believe Mama. Ugh. The brief tension was broken and Maria also started to make a ruckus. The room was now chaotic. I don't have a clue what's going on. So what's going on? The witch who gave Grandfather the gold is appearing as a special guest in this year's family conference? But really? Auntie Rosa didn't see it wrong, did she? I met her too. Ooh. Auntie Rosa, are you sure? Yes. Maria and I met her and even talked to her. I met her. That was definitely a witch. Believe me, I definitely didn't see it wrong or hallucinate or anything. What was that? And now Kiri's gonna say, I saw her too. In the instant before the typhoon visited, Rosa had definitely met with the witch in the rose garden. But that scene had been so hard to accept as reality, and the more she spoke of it like this, the less she understood what it was she had met. Ironically, because she had lost her composure when she said that she had definitely met the witch, the more desperate she became, the more vague the witch's existence seemed. It was a single composed sentence that affirmed her existence for certain. I met her as well. We exchanged greetings. Well, they could hardly be called that. A few words at least. Definitely not something that Rosa-san... God, they got me with the honorific, that Rosa saw wrong. Kiri, are you serious? Yeah. But she didn't tell me her name, so I can't conclude that she was Beatrice. However, sorry if this is subjective, but since I met her in the entrance hall, I was able to compare her face with the portrait. My first impression was that she was undoubtedly the portrait subject. This is all just subjective, remember? That is impossible. In the first place, where did that woman come from? The only boat today was the round-trip journey of the one that escorted you all here. Was she riding on that boat? I admit that's a bit of a weak spot. Of course, I have no memory of such a woman getting off the boat with us. Oh, is it really? How can you prove that there wasn't a boat other than the one we rode on? You can't. You can't prove one didn't come. Okay, welcome to trying to prove a negative. That's right. You could prove that it came. Someone who saw it just has to say so. But you can't prove that it didn't come. Even if everyone says it didn't come, that they didn't see it, you can't deny that it could have come secretly. It's a thing they call the devil's proof. It's easy to prove that a devil exists. All you have to do is meet a devil. But it is impossible to prove that devils don't exist. Just because no one has ever met a devil doesn't mean that you can deny the possibility that they're hiding away somewhere that humans can't go. Well, you can definitely argue that at least with our current understanding and under normal conditions, you definitely can't meet them. But hey. Until humanity searches the whole of space and can show perfectly that aliens don't exist, you can't be sure that they don't. And it's definitely impossible for us to ever check the entirety of space for the existence of aliens. Therefore, while there may be a number of ways to prove that aliens do exist, it is impossible to show proof that denies their existence. This is just proving a negative, yes? In any case, we would just be wasting our time discussing whether or not a boat separate from the one we rode on came to the island. She wasn't on the boat with us. That much is a fact, and she must have visited this island through some other means. That's right. There may be no need to discuss how she came here. The essential point is the fact that she actually is in this mansion now and doesn't feel like having dinner with us. Let's review. Right now there's another guest on this island other than the 18 of the Ushuramiya family. And that is a guest that even Aniki and Natsuhi don't know about, right? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Be silent for a while. Your headache will get worse. It is as my wife says. I have no idea what you people have been talking about up till now. And there can be only one answer. Father called her for today's family conference. For the family conference? And for what reason? I don't know that. I thought you knew, Nissan. That's why I thought I'd question you. Ava, could you give it a rest? Krause said that he doesn't know. So, this is what we've got. Father stealthily invited the Witch of the Portrait as a secret guest. And Rosa met her, Maria met her, and Kiri met her too. That's all we know for now. If she has something to say to us, she could just quickly show herself. But what I want to know is why in the blazes she shut herself up without greeting us. Think maybe Dad never had any interest in the family conference from the beginning and just secretly called the new mistress here? And had her dress up as his ideal witch? Nah, this day holds too much significance to come to that conclusion. There can only be one reason. To join in on the family conference. He wants to claim some right to Father's inheritance. Preposterous! The head would never have something as filthy as a mistress. I told you to be silent. I've been in this mansion with Father for considerable time, and I haven't heard about this once. Let me humor you as best as I can. You say Father had a hidden child with a mistress of several decades past, and Father searched her out and called her here today. Is that what you want to say? Dear, Father would never have something like that. Waste the noble blood of the Ushuramiya family on a mistress. This is nothing more than a few people saying that they saw something. It's obviously a fantasy, a delusion, a daydream. Or are you all taking part in some kind of act to entrap my husband? What act? If anyone is acting, it's you. Quit it, Aniki. She said it in a slightly reckless way, but Natsuhi is correct. Kiri saw her, but I did not. Neither did you, Aniki. But Rosa did. However, that means that she exists, because there is someone who can prove that she exists. We directly conclude that she exists. It's the opposite pattern of the devil's proof. And I want to meet her too. And I want to ask her directly what kind of business she has with the Ushuramiya family. I agree with you on that. I truly wish to inquire as to what business she has on Rokonjima. Don't act like you don't know. She is after one thing. It's Father's inheritance. We should form a forward-looking strategy with a lawyer knowledgeable about inheritance issues. If the mistress claims the same rights as Mother, then our shares will be cut right in half. Wait a second, everybody. Genji will come very soon. He knows everything. I'm sure he will answer our questions. Until then, let's stop talking about this. Come on now, kids. Sorry, but we adults have to start talking about something a little complicated. Go back to the guest house. Rosa yelled at the children, slightly emotionally. The children didn't understand why they were suddenly being yelled at now, but Ava and the rest came to the same realization as Rosa after a delay. They were talking so grandly about the filthy topic of the inheritance in front of the children. There was no way they'd want their children to remain here. So they all immediately agreed with Rosa's plan. That's right, just as Rosa says. George, take all the cousins and go back to the guest house. You all play nice together, you hear? George, do as you're told. Take all the cousins and leave right now. Wait a second, Mother. We haven't even finished eating yet. And we still haven't had dessert. We'll have Go to carry dessert to the guest house, so leave. Jessica, From here on, the adults will be talking together. Go. But fine. Even though it's only half eaten. I guess I'm not gonna be the only exception. Thank you for understanding, Battler. But you're lucky, you know? Huh? Why? I'd want to leave if I could. I bet you would. I'll let you adults enjoy your happy family chat about the inheritance. I will also leave my seat. It appears that I have no place here tonight. Nanjo softly rose from his seat. He had been calmly watching the whole discussion from his seat at the farthest corner of the table without pointlessly interrupting. His reaction was very adult, like a calm old gentleman. When Nanjo rose from his seat, it urged on the other people who were supposed to leave. As the children noisily rose from their seats, a commotion was heard in the hallway as the servants returned. I apologize for taking so long. I have called Genji. I was checking to see that all the doors and windows were shut, so it took me some time. My apologies. Come on, children, to the guest house. Goda, I'm very sorry, but could you carry the desserts for the children to the guest house? I see. Is that what you wish? It seemed that Goda did not appreciate that the dinner he had worked so hard on was going to be interrupted like this. He sent Natsuhi a look as though asking her whether that was really alright. Do as Rosa says. Also, it will not be necessary to set out dessert for us. Be sure not to approach the dining hall until we call you. Tell that to the rest of the servants too. Understood? Yes, certainly. Come everyone, shall we go? Maria, you too. You must not trouble your mother any further. I want to talk about Beato. No. Maria, will you tell us about Beatrice in the guest house? I really want to hear about the witch, okay? You're really good, George. I'm impressed. Are you sure you don't have kids? You're too used to this. Maria's mood was completely back to normal at George's words, and she even took the initiative in hurrying everyone to go to the guest house. It looked like Goda didn't like being kicked out himself, but he was unable to disobey Natsuhi and left the room with Battler and the rest, closing the door. Do you all have some business with me? Yes, we do. A bunch of it. And that goes for all of us. So much that we almost want to draw lots to see who asks the first question. Though I believe that no matter who draws the winning lot, the first question would be the same. No doubt. Genji, answer us honestly. Someone called Beatrice in the VIP room right now. Who is she? And that'll be our stopping point. Oh my god, we're skipping time. That was fucking 2 hours at least. Okay. Wait for this to progress until we get to a chat box. Save. Okay, that's all for now. I'll be back tomorrow again, or maybe early, we'll see. Hopefully we can finish this. I think we're on episode 7 or 8? Or chapter 8. So maybe we can finish the next time around if I'm not as tired. I don't know why I'm so tired today. I woke up late. Maybe I didn't get enough sleep. I don't know. Whatever. I'll be back next time. Dutch. Episode 1 should be released before the next stream. I had to do some dog shit with them to make sure that the videos were good, so I didn't get to upload them last night on YouTube, but that's all. Thumbs up. Everything will be there in probably 24 hours at least.